They say, not this time. And there is a meaning when they start with this word. It's very clear. It's very, very clear that at the end of the day, the present government is not working in their interest. That is the British interest. They might be in a habit that earlier they might be able to turn things right or left according to their benefit. But this time around, the present dispensation is not doing it. That's why you see. It's a well conceptualized, it's a well planned thing which has happened. And I once again repeat, what is BBC? Don't forget that. Yeah.
Exactly. And Aishwarya, it's very important to refer to every single word that has very aptly been put out in this petition to dispel the narrative that the likes of BBC are trying to do, peddle this theory against Narendra Modi. But that is certainly not going to cut ice with the people of the country. On that note, Aishwarya, thank you for joining us. We have to slip into a very short commercial break. We'll be back on the other side. The other big stories we are tracking for you this afternoon. Outrageous convicted rapist Ram Rahim is out on a 40-day parole once again.
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators failed to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president, but also with only a caretaker government, stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption. Agency report for Republic TV.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization, referring to the Russian private military company that has been aiding Russia's military in its ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for such big help, support, and President Biden, Congress, and for today on Rammstein, I had speech there, and on Rammstein, so Secretary Austin just presented the next package, this package, the last one, $2.5 billion of.
Ahead of Republic Day, mysterious twin explosions have been reported from Jammu and Kashmir's Narwal area. Now, according to sources, 9 people have suffered injuries in these blasts. Republic has accessed CCTV footage that was captured during the moment of the blast, and people can be seen rushing towards the explosion site in the CCTV footage in the aftermath to save the ones injured.
When timeless European design meets cutting-edge technology, it's QO. QO, European Bath Lounges.
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators failed to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president, but also with only a caretaker government, stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption. Agency report for Republic TV. Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president.
Twin blasts in Jammu ahead of Republic Day leaves 9 injured. Investigation underway by NIA and state agencies. "302 signatories, including retired judges, bureaucrats and army officials, issue a statement on BBC's biased docuseries on Modi." In less than 3 months, rape convict Ram Rahim is out again on a 40-day parole. Isn't he mocking the system? NIA charge sheet in Praveen Netaru case reveals how PFI was raising killer squad to achieve its mission 2047.
अधिकारी और पुलिस को कह दीजिएगा 8 महीने में हम आपसे हिसाब लेंगे।
Padra Congress now resorts to threats. Police officials in Madhya Pradesh warned of being brought to account. It is a big victory for wrestlers as Brij Bhushan has been forced to step aside and WFI has been made defunct. Thank you for staying with Republic. This is live and breaking at 4 p.m. I'm Suesha Samant and we are getting you the latest response from the Haryana Chief Minister over questions of why Ram Rahim is on parole once again. He is on a 40-day parole after 3 months of when he was last out on parole. And this is the Haryana Chief Minister who's responded saying that he's only got parole. We don't interfere with it. If it is due, then the parole is granted. This is the statement coming in from the Haryana Chief Minister as the Haryana government washes its hands off from why Ram Rahim has been given parole. The government stating that it is not their decision, they have nothing to do with it. That is exactly what was the response the last time around, pinning it on the courts. And now this is the latest where the Haryana Chief Minister is saying that we have no interference in this decision. If it was due, he got parole. Ram Rahim, who is out on parole, and Republic got you those first pictures of the cavalcade given to rapist Ram Rahim as he is once again out for 40 days where he actually wanted to celebrate his birthday in a grand way. But because of the controversy that might erupt, plans on that were settled. However, Ram Rahim is on parole and the Rohtak Divisional Commissioner, who has also said that his conduct has been good and hence he has been granted parole. Aishwarya Kapoor, Executive Editor Politics, with me on the phone line. I believe he is live with us on the broadcast. We have a reaction from the Haryana Chief Minister before that, Aishwarya. Let's play that out, after which I come back to you on this.
ये जानकारी आप ही मुझे दे रहे हैं कि उनको पैरोल मिली है और अगर मिली है तो कोई प्रोसीजर के अंतर्गत मिली होगी, कोई उनका अधिकार होगा, इसमें हम कोई न दखलंदाजी करते हैं न कभी करेंगे। ये तो हर व्यक्ति, हर कैदी जो होता है उसके अपने व्यवहार के हिसाब से एक नियमावली है, उस नाते से अप्लाई करते हैं। जब भी अप्लाई करेंगे, अगर वो ड्यू होगा तो मिलेगी, नहीं ड्यू होगा तो नहीं मिलेगी। ये जानकारी आप ही मुझे दे रहे हैं कि उनको पैरोल मिली है, और अगर मिली है तो कोई प्रोसीजर के अंतर्गत मिली होगी, कोई उनका अधिकार होगा, इसमें हम कोई न दखलंदाजी करते हैं न कभी करेंगे। ये तो हर व्यक्ति, हर कैदी जो होता है उसके अपने व्यवहार के हिसाब से एक नियमावली है, उस नाते से अप्लाई करते हैं। जब भी अप्लाई करेंगे, अगर वो ड्यू होगा तो मिलेगी, नहीं ड्यू होगा तो नहीं मिलेगी।
Aishwarya, I want to come back to you on this because the Haryana Chief Minister really washing his hands away from what has happened, and this was exactly the position of the Haryana government even last time around when they were questioned, saying that it is the courts who are responsible for granting parole. Even the Rohtak Divisional Commissioner who said that his conduct has been good in jail, but everyone completely undermining. He is a rapist, he is a murderer, and he is still being given all the privileges of how he's out, and it's literally coming across like he's mocking the system, doing the system a favor by being in jail.
So, Isha, rules are same for everyone. Rules and regulation. What is happening here is that the government understands that it's a very controversial issue. And the Chief Minister completely siding himself out and saying that, look, I have not intervened, neither I have. And in fact, he was that brazen to say that he was not even aware. That I am, as a reporter, I am unable and will not accept that the state Chief Minister was not aware that a convict to the like of Ram Rahim is getting a payroll and the state Chief Minister is not aware, because he still gets security. Not only from one state government, but multiple state governments. Last time when he got parole, he did not stay in Haryana. He was given a place in Uttar Pradesh. So we need to understand that we are dealing with a convict who is a rape accused. Not only an accused, a rape convict. So very clearly the Chief Minister understands in saying that, look, this is a legal process. I have not intervened, neither has my government, and nor I will. Because whether in pro or against, if the Chief Minister says anything, it will create controversies and a political one. And we cannot forget that elections in Haryana are also now around the corner. And every political party goes to him. We have seen even when he came out on parole last time around, MLAs and councillors from Himachal Pradesh, forget Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, from Himachal Pradesh were joining in his online satsang. Swesha, understand that, imagine that. A rape convict. What BJP, what Congress, what regional parties, JJP, others of Haryana, or whichever regional parties in Himachal Pradesh were contesting, leaders of all parties, across party lines, they were fighting within themselves to connect via online on this rape convict's virtual satsang. That's the control he still holds. But the state Chief Minister completely siding and saying that, look, him or his government has not done anything. They have not approved. He has applied legally, and then the legal officers have done what they deem fit. So very clearly, Manohar Lal Khattar understanding that it's a very controversial issue every time.
The problem is, Aishwarya, that this is a rapist and a murderer who thinks that he can twist the system his way. That is exactly how he's always functioned. For the netas who believe that he brings in a huge vote bank in their favor, and it is not just about one particular party, but cutting across party lines of how so many netas have pandered to him. And here also a convenient statement that is given that the rules are being followed, but it is really about putting out that larger message by just saying that his conduct in jail is fine, and which is why he's granted parole, does not give the right message. Fact is that he is and has touted himself to be a godman who's for years exploited young girls, and he is now in jail for charges over murder and rape, and he needs to be punished in jail, not being given this convenient parole every time where he comes out and has his leisure time and goes back in. All right, not too sure if Aishwarya is still connected with us. We'll try and reconnect with him. But you heard the response of the Haryana Chief Minister on Ram Rahim. We are shifting our focus back to the petition that has now been filed against BBC and how that video on YouTube has been blocked. This is the latest that is just coming in. The YouTube video and any tweets related to that video have all been blocked. This as over 133 bureaucrats and close to 302 signatories in all have now put out a petition against the BBC docuseries that they say is to malign the reputation of Modi. As the controversy rages on, sources now reveal that multiple YouTube videos sharing the first episode of that BBC documentary have been blocked as per the directions issued by the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. And over 50 tweets containing the links to the concerned YouTube videos have now been pulled back. Major General P.K. Sehgal is now with us on the phone line. Good afternoon to you, sir, and thank you for speaking to Republic. A strong petition that has been filed by these 102 dignitaries who've put out the reality of BBC, saying that they need to introspect first before actually coming on to push this biased narrative against Modi, which a certain section has always been doing, and really looking like a ploy ahead of the 2024 polls.
It's absolutely a ploy on the part of BBC. By so doing, they completely ruin and demolish the credibility of BBC. It is the same BBC which the world listened to during the Second World War and years thereafter. But today, their ethical standards and standard of reporting and journalism has fallen down to such another that eventually they've lost all credibility. Everything that has been done well or good by Modi, they find fault. The Honorable Supreme Court of India and the SIT created by them, which did painstaking look into the entire thing, exonerated Modi, but they, based on concocted facts and say pretty some sort of reporting, they claim that he was responsible. Similarly, they find fault with CAA, whereas CAA is not against Muslims at all. In fact, if it favors the extradition or if it favors the minority communities who are being tortured by Muslims across in Afghanistan and Pakistan and Bangladesh. Similarly, they are finding fault with Article 370, which was never meant to be permanent, and no government of the day had the courage and the capability or the potential to free Jammu and Kashmir. Now people of Jammu and Kashmir enjoy the fruits of being part of an independent nation. The infrastructure development that is taking place, there is something seen to be believed. The peace and tranquility and welfare of the entire people of Jammu and Kashmir today is a fact, but BBC hates to believe it. Similarly, the influence of India under the Modi dispensation has something that worries the Anglo-Saxons. Anglo-Saxons have never thought well of India, and they would like to do everything under their power to demolish Modi and Modi's government before the 2024 elections. But I'm very certain people of India are very wise and very mature.
Absolutely, sir.
And before casting their vote, they know which side of the toast or bread to butter. What Modi has done for the people of India is something unbelievable. 80 crore people have been given free rations in the pandemic and continue to get free rations. We are the only country in the world which has been able to save almost the entire Indian population from COVID-19. Notwithstanding the fact that the BBC or they could not do so in their own country. The Americans could not do it. The Japanese, the Germans could not do it. The Koreans couldn't do it. And the Chinese, who said Sinovac is one of the best vaccines, have eventually learned for themselves that the vaccine is absolutely and totally hopeless.
And these are the very facts that have been stated in that petition. now look into the eyes of BBC, the very facts that have been put out in that petition. I believe Niranjan is also with us as we get more voices on this, Niranjan, and how YouTube and Twitter have complied to the directions of the INB ministry. All the tweets and videos to this effect have been pulled down.
Becoming a huge controversy. It's like this. Just imagine the Doordarshan, which is India's public broadcaster, did a hit job on Rishi Sunak. I mean, it's as bizarre as that. Why would the BBC do that? And the BBC has traditionally been biased. I want to go across also Swesha, because Nirmal Kaur is joining us on the phone line. Nirmal Kaur, former IPS officer, a retired IPS officer. Nirmal Kaur ji, your response to the breaking news update that we are getting, that the government has blocked YouTube videos, tweets sharing BBC documentary of the Prime Minister.
Who's BBC to comment on us? Do we go around commenting what is happening in France or Europe or anywhere, or in Britain itself or in England itself? There are millions, they're pointing one finger at us, maybe four are pointing at them. But we don't interfere in other people's internal affairs. And this is our internal affair, the highest court of the land. SIT was formed, hours together. Modi ji gave his interviews or whatever, interrogation, faced the interrogation. The highest court, Supreme Court, as per our law, it was all cleared. And now suddenly out of the blue they make a documentary. I think they just want to somehow foment dissent here. And even the timing is very suspect. At this time, maybe it's being funded by lobbies, maybe it is funded by, the opposition parties to come out with these things. And there are so many of our left Librado kind of intellectuals whose only job is to go and malign India everywhere. And this is, BBC anyway. BBC has no locus standi. BBC has no authority in speaking about our internal affairs. What is it? It's just a colonial hangover. I think it's time BBC was wound up. Because kya hai? We were a colony and they still think we are a colony and they can do anything. No, we are very much a sovereign, independent country. And we are doing it as per our law. Even the fact they are talking about those riots and all, the highest SITs were formed, the highest court has said his involvement is not there, and now suddenly BBC brings it out. Out of where? Are they above our Supreme Court? Are they above our laws? We have to abide by our constitution, our laws, and you know what Modi ji has done for the country? Everyone knows it doesn't need any repetition, he's so development minded. So much he has done, even during COVID, otherwise, and even today, so many people are getting free rations. Where is that, all that, this for the country, he's thinking so much. At his age, he hardly sleeps, he hardly takes rest, he's all the time worried, even in his personal tragedy. He just spends about a couple of hours and he's back to the work of the nation. And I think this is just a very, very personal attack on him, to malign him and to give him a bad name, and the timing is highly suspect. I mean, do we go, will All India Radio go around telling us, or the Doordarshan ki what is happening in England, or what is happening in any other country? No, that is their internal affair. They have to manage their internal affairs. We also are managing our internal affairs. And we are going by our constitution, our law, our system of courts, and Supreme Court is the highest authority as per our country's laws. And Supreme Court has said his involvement is not there, everything is clear. And now suddenly they make this documentary to malign, and I don't know what is the agenda. I am sure it is funded by anti-India lobbies, or maybe our own people, these liberal left.
A lot of people are in India also backing it, Nirmal Kaur ji. There is an entire what you can call an ecosystem, the BBC ecosystem in India, which of course for them anything which is anti-Modi is content that they love to share, love to defend, and love to propagate. And it appears that even them who are Indian citizens, or at least most of them are Indian citizens, there are also some running Indian portals but are not Indian citizens, and all of them this is the kind of content that they lap up, defend, sort of push out and promote.
It is just that they enjoy the single malts in a next to a fire, and then they come and bitch about all the they are elites. They have an elitist lifestyle themselves, and then they bitch about the poor country, poverty of the country, or so many of these left kind of inputs they give us. First, let them come out on the streets and live. See what Modi and the BJP cadres and even many people who are right now ruling. They are going out to the streets. They are
identifying with the common man. What are these elites doing? No, they just sit there just because they can talk. They can talk good English or Queen's English. They think, oh, they own. They are still living in 1940s. When we were under the British.
Though I agree with most of what you said, I think just on the use of language there, just didn't agree with the use of your words twice. Yes, you're right. They do talk about everything else, next to the bonfire. It's a classic hit job, isn't it? Classic hit job. Thank you, Nirmal Kaurji, for joining us. And I'm going back to Suesha. Suesha, so the story is getting much bigger, being called out, and there are so many signatories, some of whom are bureaucrats, former IPS officers, several veterans as well, and people, and there are justices, former judges who are writing letters to call out this hit job on the Indian Prime Minister, saying that when India's highest courts have found no merit, how is it that the BBC tries to push this distorted narrative? And like I said at the beginning, it's like Doordarshan producing something to malign Rishi Sunak. It's as similar to that. And why would a national broadcaster, the public broadcaster of UK, do that? It's malicious. The intent, of course, is something else, and most people are calling it out. And the latest breaking news, once again, telling all our viewers that the government has blocked YouTube videos, tweets sharing this documentary, and there are many people who continue to share these links. It's a free country, but the government is pulling these links down. Multiple YouTube videos sharing the first episode of the BBC documentary have been blocked as per the directions issued by the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. So this is a breaking news update. Along with YouTube Video Center has also directed Twitter to block over 50 tweets containing links to the concerned YouTube videos. So that's the breaking news update. I'm handing it back to you for now. Stories certainly going to get bigger from here on. We are looking at something much bigger, and I think this time the government is fighting back, this kind of a propaganda head on. They're not going to let this pass, because so many times the BBC has been caught peddling fake news and fake narratives, and it appears that this time they've drawn the line.
Oh yes, absolutely, and seeming very, very intentional and timed in that sense is exactly what senior bureaucrats and justices in our country are pointing out of how this narrative has been pushed time and again by the BBC, and really looking like one section that continues to push this out ahead of the 2024 polls, knowing how strong a force it is to reckon with and the popularity that Modi has, but merely to how it has angered the entire nation, and we are now fighting back as not just historical facts that have been laid bare in the face of the Britishers through this petition, but also of all that the Rainey government has done for the good of the people, and really reminding BBC to how it is none of their business to even interfere in these matters. Ashok Sajjanhar is also now with us on the phone line. Very good afternoon, and your response to this docuseries of BBC, especially of the anger that is mounting, that is raging on, and this petition that has been filed against BBC now.
Yeah, everything that we really wanted to say has been put in this letter that we have addressed to the BBC, because it is totally uncalled for, biased, untenable, whatever has been stated there. There is no rationale, there is no raison d'etre for, bringing this out at this moment. It does not come out with any new evidence. If there was something new that it wanted to share with the world, maybe, one could have thought, okay, there is something fresh. But this is a rehashing of all the available information and, bringing to fore again the narratives that have been discredited from time to time over the last 20 years. There is no
other case of any riots of this nature in India which has not been gone through and put under such huge magnifying glasses. And the highest court of the land has looked at it not once but several times, set up the special investigation team, and they have in fact said that there were opponents of Mr. Modi who have tried to plant fake and fictitious information to somehow implicate him. And all this has been, after these 20 years, a clean chit has been given to the Prime Minister. So for BBC to bring this up now, it does smack of, a political agenda, a motivated agenda. And, one can only speculate about what that could be. Is it that India is getting too important? Is it to sort of, tamper with the elections that are going to happen in this year, elections that are going to happen next year, the general elections? Is that the ultimate purpose of it? I think one can only speculate. But, of course, it is a very poor example of journalism, and I think the only impact this will have is on bringing down the viewership of BBC very significantly. As it is, it has been struggling. So this will bring down, and it has very significantly lowered the respect and credibility as it might have had before this.
Right. Absolutely. Ashok Sajanhar, thank you very much, sir, for speaking to Republic this afternoon, and back-to-back reactions that have been coming in as anger is mounting over this BBC docuseries on its biased nature and a very, very intentional motive as it comes across to peddle this narrative against Narendra Modi. On that note, we have to slip into a very short commercial break. But we are also keeping our focus on the probe that is underway on the twin blasts in Jammu this morning and how 9 were injured as they undergo treatment.
When timeless European design meets cutting-edge technology, it's QO. QO, European bath lounges.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization, referring to the Russian private military company that has been aiding Russia's military in its ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for such big help, support, and President Biden, Congress, and for today on Ramstein, I had speech there, and on Ramstein, so Secretary Austin just presented the next package, this package, the last one, $2.5 billion of new ammunition, which are very important for us.
The meeting came as defense officials met in the US Ramstein Army base in Germany, where Zelensky called for additional military aid for his country. Agency report for Republic TV. Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators failed to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president, but also with only a caretaker government, stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption. Agency report for Republic TV.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? व्हाई डिड यू चूज टू जॉइन द आईपीएस?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूं। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं आईपीएस में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से आईपीएस में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में
आप पहुंचते हैं सीमा सुरक्षा बल सर। लास्ट पोस्टिंग बिफोर रिटायरमेंट वाज डीजीबीएसएफ सर।
डीजीबीएसएफ में उन दिनों देखिए सबसे बड़ी चुनौती मेरे लिए थी कश्मीर की। कश्मीर में उस समय
आग लग चुकी थी सर।
हाँ, आग लग चुकी थी, बुरी तरह से लग चुकी थी। बीएसएफ के पैर जम चुके थे, बीएसएफ की धाक थी। मैं सोपोर का दौरा कर रहा था तो वहाँ मैंने देखा कि दूर कोई झंडा फहरा रहा है। ये किसका झंडा है भाई? उसने कहा सर ये पाकिस्तान का झंडा है। मेरे तो सुनते बदन में आग लग गई कि पाकिस्तान का झंडा मेरे आँख के सामने फहरा रहा है हिंदुस्तान की ज़मीन पर। ये हो कैसे सकता है? आई वॉन्ट दैट दिस प्लेस शुड बी अटैक्ड, द मुजाहिदीन शुड बी डिस्लॉज्ड एंड द फ्लैग हैज़ टू बी taken off.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV, and we've been getting you all the breaking news headlines. There have been twin blasts in Jammu, getting you the latest updates on that. And the fight over the BBC docuseries on the Prime Minister. Back-to-back actions being taken. Here are the headlines. Twin blasts in Jammu ahead of Republic Day leaves 9 injured. Investigation underway by NIA and state agencies. "302 signatories, including retired judges, bureaucrats and army officials, issue statement on the BBC's biased docuseries." In less than 3 months, rape convict Ram Rahim is out again on a 40-day parole, mocks the system again. NIA charge sheet in the Praveen Nettaru case reveals how PFI was raising a killer squad to achieve its mission in 2047.
अधिकारी और पुलिस को कह दीजिएगा 8 महीने में हम आपसे हिसाब लेंगे।
But Congress now resorts to threats. Police officials in Madhya Pradesh warned of being brought to account if their government comes in. Big victory for wrestlers as Brij Bhushan has been forced to step aside and WFI has been now made defunct. Republic TV has accessed the CCTV footage of the blast that took place in Narwal, Jammu this morning. As per the CCTV footage, the first blast took place at around 10:47 this morning, and in the visuals, people can be seen running when the blast took place. Twin blasts were reported from the area. First, a blast, and when people gathered to see what had happened, another blast, leaving at least 9 people injured. 10 to 15 minute interval between both blasts, and it's reported now that at least 9 people have suffered injuries. The injured have been shifted to the hospital for further treatment. And getting in more details now that the agencies are looking at it as a case of terror attack. Agencies arrived this morning at the spot. It's now been completely cordoned off. Investigating agencies looking at the reason behind that blast or who was behind the twin blast. A search operation was also launched earlier in the area with a team of the bomb disposal squad also at site. A team from the National Investigation Agency also arrived minutes after the blast to take a look and investigate those behind the twin blasts.
Indian Army, the teams of the Indian Army, they have already arrived at the spot. The Special Operations Group, the Bomb Disposal Squad of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they are also here at the spot because they are now trying to ascertain what has actually transpired. See, twin blast taking place in the heart of the Jammu city, one of the busiest area. Now the teams of the BDS are getting prepared. I'll request Sarjeevan to keep showing you the visuals that the forensic and the bomb disposal squad of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they have arrived here at the ground zero and they will be now heading towards the area. The ambulance too has been called in to put it on the standby because the police is not ruling out the possibility of any more explosive being in the area. See, the Special Operations Group of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they have also been deployed here. If Sarjeevan can continue to show you the visuals that the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they are here also at the spot ground zero, and what actually transpired is yet to be ascertained by the senior officials. But yes, the SSP Jammu is here, SP South is also here along with the other officers. So the twin blasts that have taken place here in this very area is something very concerning for the security forces, because if Gaurav, if Sarjeevan can show you a 360-degree view, I'll request Sarjeevan to show you the view of that side also, that this is a transport yard area where the majority of the transport remains here, and that is why the senior officials are trying to assure that everything goes smooth. The police is asking us to vacate this area. So that is the very specific area that has been cordoned in. If you will find that the area has been sealed and only the Special Operations Group will be allowed. The Indian Army troops, they are also moving towards this spot. The officers from the intelligence agencies, they have also arrived here at the ground zero. Police is asking us to clear the area. What has transpired is yet to be ascertained. They are saying, yes. See, we are continuously showing you the visuals. The police is saying that they are trying to sanitize the area. But will it be possible to sanitize 10,000 to 15,000 vehicles that are parked here? That is something which is a Herculean task for the Jammu and Kashmir Police, what it seems as of now. Because to sanitize the entire area, which is now spread into kilometers, not even in meters, in kilometers this area. And if you will have if Sarjeevan will show you a single glimpse. You will find almost 40 to 50 vehicles parked in every 10 to 50 meters distance. So to check every nook and corner is something very, very difficult for the security forces. And this entire area is now being blocked by the Jammu and Kashmir police. They are saying that it cannot be ruled out that there is a possibility of some more explosive. We had an off-record briefing with some of the officials, and what they told, see, the ambulances, more and more ambulances are also being rushed to the forward areas. This is just to ensure that in case of a contingency, if anything is needed, they have all the vehicles here on the standby. That is what being done by the Jammu and Kashmir police. And apart from that, we have seen what has transpired since last night. First, the twin blasts that have taken place in the single blast that has taken place. The area specific was Bajalta. However, it was ruled out by police, saying that it is only and only the blast that has happened due to the urea. But now the twin blasts have taken place, and the paratroopers of the Indian Army, they too have been called in. If I'll request Sarjeevan to show you that the Special Forces of Indian Army, they too are here at the spot. So the senior officials are asking us to get away from this very area. More and more teams of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are also arriving at the spot. The senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are here at the spot at the ground zero, trying to ascertain what kind of nature of the blast it was, since the twin blasts have taken place. The special operations group teams, they are arriving at the regular intervals. I'll request Sarjeevan to come this way so that he can show you that how the things have unfolded. This is a vast area where this blast has taken place, because if you will move every nook and corner, then you will find that there is a regular presence, hefty presence of the vehicles here. So to check each and every nook and corner is really very, very difficult, and that's why it is taking time for police to clear the entire area. This area has also been seized. The Indian Army, the Special Operations Group of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, senior officials including the ADG Jammu Zone, they are also here. So no one is leaving anything as chance so as to ensure that everything goes well and smooth. But the twin blasts that have taken place, this is what it seems as of now. There is no official word from the police, but what has transpired on 28th and 29th of September, ahead of the visit of the Union Home Minister Amit Shah to Jammu and Kashmir last year on 4th of October, twin blasts have taken place that were in a bus. First it was in the night, then in the early morning, two blasts have taken place. So what it seems as of now, that it was a similar kind of a modus operandi. And what happened in the Rajouri, first there was a killing and then it was followed by an ID blast. That was a timer ID, and the main motive was to inflict maximum damage not only to the civilians but to the security forces. And this time also same thing happened. First a blast has taken place in the scrap area, then when people gathered, then another blast took place in which 6 people got injured. So the possibility of the people
Getting in some breaking news now. The WFI has responded to the allegations made by the wrestlers. In fact, we have the full letter, the response given by the WFI, the Wrestling Federation of India, in its letter dated the 18th. This is the letter that went out on the 18th, but the response was given now. 72 hours time was given, and they're talking about essentially the charges of arbitrariness and mismanagement of WFI, and giving a point-by-point rebuttal, saying that the WFI is managed by an elected body as per its own constitution, and there is no scope for arbitrariness or mismanagement. WFI says there is no scope for arbitrariness or mismanagement. That's the first defense coming in of the WFI, trying to defend the indefensible, saying that there is no mismanagement of WFI by anyone individually, including the president. So the WFI is defending Brij Bhushan. They're defending Brij Bhushan. They're saying that the WFI is managed by an elected body as per its constitution. Therefore, there is no scope for arbitrariness and mismanagement of WFI by anyone individually, including the president of the WFI, saying that WFI is managed also by its rules, regulations, policy instructions issued from time to time, including in respect of its policy on national camps, trainings, coaching camps on the basis of regulation for selection of wrestlers, saying that all of this is mostly available in public domain on the website. However, for ready reference of the copy, they're sharing details of the national camp policy regulation for selection of wrestlers for participation in national coaching camps or international competitions. All right, let me go across to Tanisha to get more details of this. Tanisha.
Well, right, Niranjan, in this letter, remember yesterday is when this letter was submitted. Today we have got the copy of the letter, this exclusive copy that we are breaking first on Republic, where it is clear that the Wrestling Federation still remains defiant. They have still defended the accused here, Brij Bhushan, and they have mentioned in this concluding remarks, but they have said that the allegations to that effect is equally malicious and unfounded without being any truth in the matter. So clearly they are calling the allegations malicious, and they have remained defiant when it comes to several allegations, especially that of sexual harassment and mental torture that was given by the Pride of India, remember, who had come out on streets in the national capital in Jantar Mandir. Yesterday is when they decided that the protests will be called off after in almost a 4-hour long meeting with the sports ministry. Yesterday is when the WFI has submitted the letter. Today we have got the copy, their response, which clearly signifies how they are still defiant, how they have the audacity to still call the protest and the allegations malicious when we talk about that of sexual harassment or even about mental torture and corruption. Niranjan.
Just reading some more details that we're picking up from this letter that I have with me. The full details of the letter. We'll try and get more responses, more voices on this. But the letter goes on to make a case for Brij Bhushan, basically, who's been asked to step aside pending investigation. And in the concluding remarks, they say that, having briefly pointed out and explained, claiming that there is no adverse action called for against the Federation in terms of provisions of the National Sports Development Code of India, saying that the mismanagement of the WFI is also keeping its eye on the said print, electronic, social media allegations and reports, as in the process of collecting and compiling the same, for the process of taking note and consider of the same in its next meeting as per the policy in law in the best interest of the wrestling and also wrestlers, adding that in addition to aforesaid management of WFI shall also be ready and willing to explain or provide any other information if required to the government of India, to the sports ministry, as and when sought. So these are details that we're picking up. The WFI basically making a case against the wrestlers, denying all the allegations, saying that not any single allegation of sexual harassment is accepted or has ever been noticed. So they're completely denying sexual harassment allegations, completely denying it. And in fact, what we'll do now is we'll try and get some reactions as well. They're saying there's not a single allegation of sexual harassment, saying that media protesters may not be taken seriously. So there's a very scathing letter. I think we'll get some athletes as well on the phone line, because the WFI clearly is making a case for Brij Bhushan, and making a case for Brij Bhushan while trying to malign the wrestlers now, saying that the media protesters may be taken seriously, who have evidently act more in personal interest or under undue pressure or under any larger, bigger conspiracy to malign and defame the present sitting management of the WFI or president for vested interest only, for which the protesters, wrestlers are accountable to explain for themselves to the public, as well as the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Department of Sports, Government of India, particularly when mostly the protesters evidently are seen coming together from particular state of Haryana. So they're questioning the fact that only the wrestlers from Haryana are coming out in protest. So this gets even bigger. The WFI claims a larger conspiracy. Tanisha, if you can, Ankit is also joining me. Ankit, why don't you take us through the details? They're claiming a larger conspiracy, Ankit. They're making it worse. They're going to fight him. They're going to fight the government. They're also trying to, in a way, take on the government, isn't it? Because last night they sat with the sports minister and it was decided that he will step aside. But despite that, they're fighting it out.
Absolutely. We have the letter here, Niranjan, and there are the details where it flags that on the 18th it received an email on inviting reference to the protest held allegedly by some prominent wrestlers. So it's questioning whether they are professional wrestlers also, and also the press conference serious allegations of sexual harassment of women wrestlers by the president and coaches of Wrestling Federation of India had allegedly been made, including the charges of arbitrariness and mismanagement in the functioning of the federation, which in brief is being replied and explained for the present without prejudice either of any of the rights of the remedies of the WFI or president WFI or coaches of WFI as referred to in any of the media reports. It goes on to say, on the response to the charges of arbitrariness and mismanagement of WFI, it says it brings to the notice of the ministry that the WFI is managed by an elected body as per its constitution. Therefore, there is no scope for arbitrariness and mismanagement by anyone individually, including the president. So it dismisses the mismanagement altogether. It says there is no scope for it at all. Then it says the WFI is managed also by its rules, regulations, issued from time to time on the basis of regulation for selection of wrestlers for participation in the national coaching camps and international competitions, which are also mostly available. And it says it has attached a copy of the national camp regulation with this letter. So it says that the team selections and selections in general are done on that basis. It also continues to speak about how there is no mismanagement, and it gives an account of the various medals that have been won under this selection policy. It also gives a notice of the WFI further brings to the notice that the following national events held in 2022 also speak of fair, supportive, clean and strict management of the WFI and clearly proves unsubstantiated but surmised, conjectured, ill-willed based, malicious, unfounded media allegations against the WFI and its management, which has acted in the best interest of the wrestlers. So it's giving itself a clean chit, and it is dismissing all these allegations basis the tournaments that were held last year. And then again it gives a list of all the national events held in 2022. It lists 17, 18, 19, 20, it continues 23 events. Then it says the WFI further brings to notice that no one has specifically brought to the notice of the management of WFI with respect to any grievances about policy, rules, regulations, instructions, nor to the knowledge of management any such policy. So it says that it has so far not been told about any such issues being there in its mismanagement or management. Then it says that the sitting management of WFI is wrestling oriented and not wrestlers centric, except to help in support. So it says it's wrestling oriented and not wrestler centric. It goes on to add that the WFI is committed for promotion of wrestling in the best possible manner. It's giving itself a straight, clean chit where there is no scope for any arbitrariness. So this is what it says on its mismanagement, Niranjan. It's going to great lengths to talk about how it's just simply not possible in its structure.
All right, I think we'll take a short break right now and come back with some more reactions. Stay with me, Ankit. We're breaking down the details of this letter, the report that has been sent out by the WFI in response to the Sports Ministry. And despite the assurances and despite the action being taken and the WFI boss, Brij Bhushan, being asked to step aside, they're fighting back. They've been made defunct, and they're not going out without this ugly fight. Taking a break, back with the update. Stay tuned.
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators failed to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president, but also with only a caretaker government, stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption. Agency report for Republic TV.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूं। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators failed to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president, but also with only a caretaker government, stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption.
Going back to the details of the WFI report that was sent to the Sports Ministry. Now, this is the report that's coming in after 3 days. They were given 3 days' time to submit that report. And in the report, they are blaming wrestlers. In fact, they are blaming wrestlers, saying that only wrestlers from a particular state are protesting. And they don't just stop at that. They call the wrestlers' names, saying that vested interests are at work, claiming there's a personal hidden agenda to dislodge the fairest, strict management of WFI, etc. So it's a complete sort of a defiance being shown by the WFI, which has already been questioned and whose boss has been asked to step aside. We'll take another break. Back with the headlines and the big story. And Ram Rahim, can you believe it? Convicted of rape, out on parole a second time.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूं। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization, referring to the Russian private military company that has been aiding Russia's military in its ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for such big help, support, and President Biden, Congress, and for today on Rammstein, I had speech there, and on Rammstein, so Secretary.
Once again, getting in details of that letter. This is the report that WFI has sent a few hours after the wrestlers won. The wrestlers have had the last word. The wrestlers who were at Jantar Mantar. And even after the WFI boss was asked to step aside, the WFI, the Wrestling Federation of India, continues to question these wrestlers. Our champions will take a break. That's the report we've accessed. Stay tuned.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization, referring to the Russian private military company that has been aiding Russia's military in its ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for such big help, support, and President Biden, Congress, and and for today on Rammstein, I had speech there, and on Rammstein, so Secretary Austin just presented the next package, this package, the last one, 2.5 billion of new ammunition, which are very important for us.
The meeting came as defense officials met in the US Rammstein army base in Germany, where Zelensky called for additional military aid for his country. Agency report for Republic TV. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization, referring to the Russian private military company that has been aiding Russia's military in its ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for such big help, support, and President Biden, Congress, and for today on Rammstein, I had speech there, and on Rammstein, so Secretary Austin just presented the next package, this package, the last one, 2.5 billion of new ammunition, which are very important for us.
The meeting came as defense officials met in the US Rammstein army base in Germany, where Zelensky called for additional military aid for his country. Agency report for Republic TV. Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators failed to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president, but also with only a caretaker government, stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption. Agency report for Republic.
The Wrestling Federation of India, in its reply to the Sports Ministry slandering the wrestlers, it is refusing to accept the sexual harassment charges. Twin blasts in Jammu ahead of the Republic Day leaves 9 people injured. Investigation underway by the NIA and the state agency. "302 signatories, including retired judges, bureaucrats and army officials, now issue a statement on the BBC's biased documentary series on the Prime Minister. In less than 3 months, the rape convict Ram Rahim is out again. He gets a 40-day parole. Isn't he then mocking the entire system? NI charge sheet in the Praveen Netaru case reveals how the PFI was raising a killer squad to achieve its mission 2047. And Vadra Congress resorting to threats. Police officials in Madhya Pradesh are warned of being brought to account. A very good evening. You're with us on Republic, and let's begin this edition of the news with a quick breaking update that's coming in from West Bengal. There are reports of a total brutal crackdown on the ISF protest, this being reported from Kolkata. We'll also have Mayug just joining us on the broadcast in a bit, and we'll also put out the first images on the screens. Also, these are protests that have been cracked down upon. A significant crackdown by the police there. You see lathi charge, also tear gas that has been used. to disperse these protesters? What really transpired? How did the situation become so dramatic? Let's see if we can also get in Mayuk, who's tracking that story and will just join us on the broadcast in a bit. But there are reports that this has been a brutal crackdown. Also reports of tear gas, lathi charge and brick bats that have been used in Dharamtala in Kolkata after police tried to disperse this protest by the Indian Secular Front. Also, the lone ISF MLA, we are learning to understand, has been detained by the cops. He's also been taken away and there are injuries that are being reported on both sides. Images of just a little while earlier where you see these dramatic protests and then the crackdown by the Kolkata police there. The ISF protesters now have been dispersed by the Kolkata police. And I'm being told what you're looking at on your screens are live images right now that we are beaming to you coming in from Kolkata. And this was a protest by the Indian Secular Front that did turn violent. You've seen the police there resorting to lathi charge, also using tear gas to disperse these protesters. What was this protest all about and what has transpired? We are still awaiting more details. But like you can see, a lot of these protesters later have now been dispersed. Also, the lone ISF MLA has now been detained by the cops. He's been taken away by the agencies and there are reports that injuries have been sustained on both sides. So we are trying to get you more details, but let's remember that this is still a developing situation right now. And like I said, this is a protest by the ISF, that is the Secular Front there, that became not just extremely violent there, but the police there took some bit of time to be able to control these protesters, and tear gas, lathi charge, brick bats were all used. This in Dharamtala, now that, remember, again is the heart of Kolkata there. This after the police was trying to disperse these protests by the Indian Secular Front, and like I said, the only ISF MLA there now has been detained by the police is what we are learning. He's also been taken away and there are injuries that have been sustained on both sides right now. What is the current situation and what is happening? We still await official details on that. But like I said, these are live images that you see on your screens right now, and the situation there getting extremely dramatic, out of control. You still see remnants of people trying to hit stones. There is what I just saw in one of those shots. Tear gas is what you are seeing in these images. That was also fired to disperse these protesters. And there are moments when you see this protest also going violent, out of control. And because of these massive protests that did break out earlier in Kolkata, the police there resorting to lathi charge, and a lot of high drama is what we've seen. Niranjan, what more do we know of what happened? What were these protests about?
Well, we're picking up details from our, sister channel, Republic Bangla. And Republic Bangla is reporting the story live. And as I'm picking up the story, just to tell you, this is a clash between the ISF and the Trinamool Congress is what we are picking up. And this was a clash that took place earlier. And this was a clash of the ISF and Trinamool in Vanguard earlier. And this is the background of it. 3 were arrested, 4 people were injured on both sides in South 24 Parganas. The clash between these two, ISF and Trinamool, resulted in several injuries on both sides. And we're waiting for more details. This is a background of what happened earlier. And further details now coming in that, this fight really started on who put up the party flag. And once it reached a particular location, there was some sort of violence. 3 people from both sides were injured in the clash. 4 people were arrested. And these are some of the details we're picking up from what happened earlier. And this is a protest now that you're seeing in Kolkata. What we will do is we will also wait for someone from the Republic Bangla team to come in, because I want to verify the details, Dipti, because it's very important right now for us to be very factual in what we are reporting. So I can't stick my neck out and give out more details of that. So I'm just sticking to what we know. And I'm saying that the police have cracked down on protesters in Kolkata. And as we speak, these are the live pictures coming in.
Yes, Niranjan, I'm told Sukhendu is also joining us on the broadcast from Republic Bangla. So let's take this across to him. Sukhendu, what more do we know about these protests? What really has happened? What more can you tell us? Sukhendu, we're losing your line right now, and we'll just reconnect with you, because like I said, it's important to understand what really has happened. The pictures are very, very dramatic, and it looks like there has been a lot of confrontation as far as these images really indicate, where the police has resorted to lathi charge, also tear gas that we've seen that was used to disperse these protesters. And we are also learning that there have been injuries that have been reported on both sides. Now, these are TMC workers who clashed with the ISF there a little earlier. So, Kendu, I hope we can hear you better this time around. Please tell us what happened.
In the heart of the city today, in Dharmatala, what the picture showing you now, right now, that there is a RAF, there is a police lathi charge was there, because today is the ISF Foundation Day, and they have a meeting near Dharmatala on Rani Rashmoni Road at the afternoon session. And after the beating held, there was a huge massacre, and the police they were on protesting. The ISF party workers were protesting on what issue happened in the Bhangar today, and they were protesting in the heart of the city at Dharmatala more, and they were stuck at the middle of the road. And that time the police started lathi charge on the ISF who were protesters and the workers who were there in the Dharmatala area, and that's why there is and the police, due to this, the situation was not in under control. Therefore, the police uses the lathi charge as well as the tear gases upon the people who were there, and the ISF protesters over there. The incident happened earlier in the day at Bhangar, where we can see the clash between the TMC and the ISF workers and the protesters. There is a huge chaos and a lot of massacres, and the situation was not under control. And as a result of the foundation day of the ISF, and they have a public meeting at Rani Rashmoni Road on Kolkata Dharmatala in this afternoon. And after the finishing of that program, they have a protest rally at Dharmatala, and the situation you can see through the picture that the people are showing lathi charge and the tear gas is on the protesters. A lot of Nausar Siddiqui, the chief, was also there. And he was also getting into the prison van, because they were protesting what happened in Bhangar today earlier this morning, and later after their program, their scheduled program of the ISF Foundation Day program at what happened in today at Dharmatala. After that, they were protesting there because of that they are stuck in the middle of the road near in Dharmatala, so in the heart of the city, and through that to stucking there. The police came, the RAF was there. The situation, they were lathi charge to abduct that road condition, to clear the road. They started lathi charge on the ISF protester, and that's why the situation came out, and they.
Okay. All right, so Kendu, we'll track that story closely. For the moment, you're telling us that right now these protesters have been dispersed, but yes, it was a very violent and dramatic protest, and there are people who've sustained injuries on all sides. We'll keep coming back to you for more details. And from that big story to the other big story. In fact, it's a big Republic campaign, a campaign that becomes stronger, but a campaign that we haven't forgotten. Remember, we were told that there is some bit of truce that has finally been reached, as you had the protesting wrestlers calling off their protest. and also waiting for a thorough inquiry into the allegations that they have leveled. But what's happened is that Republic has been able to access this entire reply. This is coming in from the Wrestling Federation of India that has gone in now to the Sports Ministry. And what makes matters worse now is the kind of language that has been used in this particular reply accessed by Republic. Now, the Wrestling Federation of India says that all the charges are baseless, they are unfounded. They also go and say that this is a protest only and only for personal interest of some. It says that there is absolutely no scope of any mismanagement by the Wrestling Federation of India, and the president, the man that you see on your screens right now, is being unfairly targeted. Also not forgetting that there is a larger conspiracy that the WFI continues to say is behind these entire allegations. Madhurima earlier has confronted the man called Brij Bhushan, who has been asked to step aside pending an inquiry into the entire case. But what has happened so far this morning? Let's listen in to what we've got for you.
पद से नहीं हटे हैं वो, सिर्फ प्रेसिडेंट की जो भी पावर हैं और जब तक जांच कंप्लीट नहीं हो जाती है तब तक के लिए उन्होंने अपने आप को अलग कर लिया है, ताकि जांच में कोई बाधा ना आए। कल को लोग बोलें कि भी इन्फ्लुएंस करके या, तो इसलिए उन्होंने अपने आप को, सरकारों को बोल दिया कि आप जांच कराइए और जब तक जांच हो रही है मैं अपने आप को एज ए प्रेसिडेंट की जितनी भी पावर है मैं अपनी पावर यूज़ नहीं करूँगा, मैं वो पावर यूज़ नहीं करेंगे अपना कोई भी।
क्या कल की मीटिंग में वो रहेंगे?
देखिए कल की मीटिंग की क्योंकि उन्होंने बता दिया कि जी मैं अलग हूँ और रात में ही कराया, तो कल की मीटिंग में वो एज ए प्रिजाइड ओवर नहीं करेंगे कल की मीटिंग में, क्योंकि जितनी भी जनरल काउंसिल की मीटिंग होती है वो सारी की सारी अंडर द चेयरमैनशिप ऑफ द प्रेसिडेंट होती है। लेकिन क्योंकि उन्होंने बोल दिया कि मैं पावर यूज़ नहीं करूँगा अपनी एज ए प्रेसिडेंट की, तो इसलिए वो अध्यक्षता नहीं करेंगे कल की मीटिंग में। हाँ, लेकिन ये नहीं भाग मतलब कि देखिए कहीं साइन नहीं करेंगे एज ए प्रेसिडेंट ना हो, लेकिन अपनी बात रखने के लिए आ सकते हैं कि मैंने ये कर दिया है, फिर आप मीटिंग कंटिन्यू करें और मीटिंग फिर प्रेजाइड ओवर करेंगे सेक्रेटरी जनरल।
तो कल का क्या एजेंडा रहेगा? क्योंकि पहले तो यही बताया जा रहा था कि सबसे पहले तो ये सारे एलिगेशंस ही मेन एजेंडा रहेंगे, लेकिन अब कल का क्या एजेंडा रहेगा?
देखिए एजेंडा तो वही हैगा, एजेंडा थोड़ी चेंज होगा, एजेंडा तो हमने सर्कुलेट कर रखा है। और जो भी इमरजेंसी मीटिंग है उसमें जो एलिगेशंस लगे हैं वो जो कहते हैं जी फाइनेंशियल इरेगुलरिटीज़ हो रही हैं, क्योंकि पूरी फेडरेशन को भंग करने के लिए, डिसॉल्व करने के लिए डिमांड करी उन्होंने, तो उस चीज़ को देखते हुए सभी की राय ली जाएगी, क्या है, सब अपने अपने मत देंगे और उस मत के हिसाब से फिर फैसला लिया जाएगा क्या आएगा।
तो सर अगर जैसे बात की जा रही है कि जो रेसलर्स की डिमांड थी कि लखनऊ से और यहाँ से जितने भी ट्रेनिंग फैसिलिटीज़ हैं वो अब दिल्ली में शिफ्ट कर ली जाए, और उसके लिए कहीं ना कहीं जो हमें सोर्सेज से पता चल रहा है कि हामी भी भर दी गई है, तो ये किस तरीके से पूरा शिफ्ट रहेगा, या अगर हम कह रहे हैं कि दोबारा से सब रीवैम्प होता है तो किस तरीके से?
देखिए लखनऊ में भी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया साई का सेंटर है वो, तो हमने जो है साई का जो लखनऊ का सेंटर है वो उसको एज ए वुमेन सेंटर्स बनाने के लिए पूरी कोशिश करी है, और इतने सालों से हमारे सारे कैंप जो है ना वो सब लखनऊ में लग रहे हैं। तो अभी ये क्योंकि कैंप जो है सिर्फ अभी टेम्परेरी कैंसिल कराएगा, अभी लग जाएगा कैंप, क्योंकि पहलवानों की तो ट्रेनिंग करानी है और इतना क्रूशियल ये रहेगा, ओलंपिक क्वालिफिकेशन है इस साल, एशियन गेम्स भी होंगे, तो ट्रेनिंग इफेक्ट ना हो तो कैंप जल्दी स्टार्ट हो जाएगा। बाकी लगता है कि भाई यहाँ दिक्कत है तो वो सरकार देखेगी कहाँ लगाएगी, कहाँ लगाना है इनका कैंप वगैरह, बाकी है वो भी सरकार की प्रेमिसेस जाएगी। अगर वो कहते हैं वहाँ भाई गलत तो वहाँ कुछ होता नहीं है, और वहाँ के जो साई के जो अधिकारी हैं वो इतना मैनेजमेंट करके चलाते हैं, और मतलब कि एक बच्चे का बाहर आने जाने की सारी उनके पास रिकॉर्ड होता है।
सर जैसे आपने बोला कि कल का एजेंडा ये रहेगा, क्योंकि पूरा डीबंक करने की बात कर रहे हैं, दोबारा से एक तरीके से रिफर्निश करने की बात कर रहे हैं फेडरेशन को, तो किस तरीके के डिस्कशंस होंगे कल कि आगे किस तरीके से बढ़ा जाए, आगे के डिसीजंस किस तरीके से लिए जाएं, क्योंकि खिलाड़ियों को बिना इफेक्ट किए ये ट्रांसमिशन होना चाहिए।
देखिए इस प्रकरण से कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा सा इफेक्ट तो पड़ा है, कुश्ती पे भी इफेक्ट पड़ाएगा, लेकिन इसको जल्दी उबार लिया जाएगा कल की मीटिंग डिस्कस करके। और जहाँ तक खिलाड़ी की बात है, खिलाड़ी अपने ही ये देश की शान है, अगर लगता है अभी उनको महसूस होता है कि हमारे से कोई गलती हुई है, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि ऑल ऑफ सडन ऐसे एलिगेशन लगाना मेरी समझ से ही पार रहेगी।
So you just heard Vinod Tomar, the Assistant Secretary there of the Wrestling Federation of India, who continues to be brazen. We also have Babita Fogart joining us on the phone line right now. Babita, बहुत शुक्रिया आप रिपब्लिक से बात कर रहे हो। अभी कुछ समय पहले रेसलिंग फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया ने जो अपना रिप्लाई भेजा है बबीता स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्ट्री को, वो हमारे हाथों लगा है और उसमें सीधा सीधा ये कहा जा रहा है कि ये पूरा जो प्रोटेस्ट है ये सिर्फ एक एजेंडा के लिए हो रहा है बबीता, इसके पीछे एक लार्जर कंस्पिरेसी है। रेसलिंग फेडरेशन में सब कुछ बढ़िया है, ये कहता है फेडरेशन, और उनका कहना है जानबूझकर उनको टारगेट किया जा रहा है। I think we've just lost that phone line, but we'll try to reconnect with her. And like I said, remember, it becomes worse. It becomes worse because after the attempts by the ministry to broker peace, to think that, there has been some kind of a resolution, this is the Wrestling Federation of India that is not just brazen, it is not just defiant, but is trying to cock a snook at the entire system. And it says, we will not listen to you no matter what. Let's also get in Tanisha, who's also tracking the story, and she's also joining us live right now. Tanisha, we are trying to still connect with Babita Fogart or Vinesh or anyone else to essentially understand what they would want to say to this response by the Wrestling Federation of India. But I think, Tanisha, this is disturbing at multiple levels, because this really tells you that the Wrestling Federation of India obviously is not in the favor of any justice for these wrestlers. And can we really trust them now to allow an independent investigation?
Well, it is very clear from the letter, Deepthi, how they are still remaining defiant, how they are not accepting or even letting the panel do a fair probe. They are clearly remaining defiant about it. In the first go as well, when you see the start of the letter, they have called the attempt of alleging, of putting all of these allegations of sexual harassment, mental torture and corruption, malicious and baseless. They have also gone on to say how it is an agenda. It is an agenda by the media protesters. Now they've called them media protesters, and they're saying the Wrestling Federation has gone out to call them media protesters. And look at the audacity, Deepthi. Even after so many charges on this man called Brij Bhushan, he still remains defiant. He still says that I will not resign till all the charges are proven. But yes, the sports ministry did take a hard stance on it. The Wrestling Federation is now toothless for 4 weeks till the panel is formed. Yesterday, when I had a word with Dola Banerjee, who's also one of the member of this committee that has been formed, she said she'll look into the allegations very seriously, because what we are talking about here, Deepthi, is about these wrestlers who have come out on streets in the national capital, who have been protesting. They were protesting continuously for 3 days, and the allegations are very, very serious. The allegation starts from sexual harassment, mental torture, bribing, corruption, all of these charges. And still, if you see, when we confronted Brij Bhushan, the Wrestling Federation boss, he goes on to say that all of these charges are put on by a specific section that is only from Haryana wrestlers. And this is an agenda to defame him. So clearly, he's brazening it out there, not accepting and not even
Tanisha,
kneeling down
to
the probe that has been ordered.
They want to deflect, they want to intimidate, because this is the entire paragraph I think that you are also referring to. I'm just reading 2 lines of it. It says that the media protesters may not be taken seriously. Now, who really are these media protesters? They are saying that all these girls, these wrestlers who are out on the streets in the biting cold, they are saying they may not be taken seriously, who have evidently acted more in personal interest or under undue pressure or under any larger, bigger conspiracy, it says, Tanisha, to malign and defame the present sitting management of the WFI or the president. So clearly this is a Wrestling Federation of India that today should be responding and perhaps be ashamed and worried that there are serious charges of sexual harassment, mismanagement, and God knows what not that is being leveled on the body. But today they have the audacity, obviously, now to hit back at the wrestlers. And there is a particular narrative that the Wrestling Federation, Tanisha, is wanting to go by. They are saying, see, we are good. We are doing everything in the interest of these wrestlers. But why is it that they are speaking out only today? Why is it only Haryana wrestlers are speaking up? You know, the same question I think that we've seen and heard for the last many days. But why is this defiance today being put out in the open? And what will happen now? I mean, have we heard absolutely anything from the likes of Vinesh Fogart, from Bajrang Punia, from Sakshi Malik, Tanisha?
Well, so far they haven't yet responded. We're still trying to get in touch with them. But clearly, this will not come out in the best of terms for these wrestlers. Because remember what we're talking about here. Well, in this letter, it's a very interesting letter. Because remember, Vinesh Fogart, in her day one of her protest, had clearly mentioned how she fears for her life, how she feels that after they have come out on streets, now their career will be ruined by this man. And clearly it is also visible in the letter, because there's this line which goes on to say that all of these protests are not in the best interest of these wrestlers. So clearly an intimidation tactic that is being played in this letter as well, which the Wrestling Federation has given to the Sports Ministry.
All right, we'll keep tracking that story, Tanisha, for the moment. Thank you.
The Kerala High Court has given anticipatory bail to R.B. Srikumar along with other 4 accused in a case connected with the alleged conspiracy to harm a former ISRO scientist Nambi Narayan in connection with the 1994 ISRO spy case. The Kerala High Court has stated that the CBI has been unable to provide prima facie evidence to prove that the accused had committed the offence as claimed by the CBI. It had stated very categorically the prosecution has failed to find these charges that has been put against the accused. However, the Kerala High Court has stated that the accused in this case can be interrogated on Monday and Friday, starting on 27th of January between 10 and 12 p.m. Along with the R.B. Srikumar, Sibi Matthew, who is a former DGP of Kerala, Thampi S. Durgadat and S. Vijayan, who are police officers in Kerala, as well as IB officers V.K. Maini and Jay Prakash were the accused in this case.
We head into a break right now. On the other side, there are about 302 signatories, including retired judges, bureaucrats and army officials, issuing a statement now on BBC's biased documentary series on the Prime Minister. Also, the Congress party resorting to threats. Police officials in Madhya Pradesh are warned of being brought to account. That video already going viral. More of that when we come back.
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators failed to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president, but also with only a caretaker government, stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption. Agency report for Republic TV.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? व्हाई डिड यू चूज टू जॉइन द आईपीएस?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरी आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं आईपीएस में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से आईपीएस में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal, and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization, referring to the Russian private military company that has been aiding Russia's military in its ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for such big help, support, and President Biden, Congress, and for today on Rammstein, I had speech there, and on Rammstein.
The Wrestling Federation of India, in its reply to the Sports Ministry, now slanders the wrestlers refusing to accept the sexual harassment charges. Twin blast in Jammu ahead of Republic Day leaves 9 injured. Investigation is underway by the NIA and state agencies. "302 signatories, including retired judges, bureaucrats and army officials, issue a statement on BBC's biased documentary series on the Prime Minister." In less than 3 months, the rape convict Ram Rahim is out again on a 40-day parole. The question we ask, isn't he now mocking the entire system? NI charge sheet in the Praveen Netaru case reveals how the PFI was raising a killer squad to achieve its mission 2047. And the Congress now resorting to threats. Police officials in Madhya Pradesh are warned of being brought to account. A very good evening and thank you for staying with Republic. We are putting our focus back on the story that continues to grab headlines and a story that continues to tell you what is sheer defiance. How do some people in the Wrestling Federation of India still believe that they are above absolutely anything else? They've been told by the Sports Ministry in clear terms that the Federation President will have to step aside pending an investigation. The Wrestling Federation of India right now is a toothless body, but what is the Federation doing? Now, the first important thing for our viewers to know is that the Wrestling Federation of India now has put out a reply to the Sports Ministry where it goes on to point by point rebut all the charges that have been leveled by the wrestlers. But what is making matters worse is that they are slandering these wrestlers. They are saying, why are we even giving any importance to these people who were protesting? Because the Federation alleges all of them have an agenda, they have an ulterior motive, and they allege that there is a larger conspiracy. Earlier in the day, Madhurama has spoken to the Assistant Secretary at the Wrestling Federation of India, Vinod Tomar, who says that the Federation President will absolutely not resign and we will cooperate in all investigation.
देखिए, पद से नहीं हटे हैं वो, सिर्फ प्रेसिडेंट की जो भी पावर है और जब तक जांच कंप्लीट नहीं हो जाती है तब तक के लिए उन्होंने अपने आप को अलग कर लिया है ताकि जांच में कोई बाधा ना आए। कल को लोग बोलें कि भी इन्फ्लुएंस करके या, तो इसलिए उन्होंने अपने आप को सरकारों को बोल दिया कि आप जांच कराइए और जब तक जांच हो रही है मैं अपने आप को एज ए प्रेसिडेंट की जितनी भी पावर है मैं अपनी पावर यूज नहीं करूँगा मैं। वो पावर यूज़ नहीं करेंगे अपना कोई भी।
क्या कल की मीटिंग में वो रहेंगे?
देखिए कल की मीटिंग की क्योंकि उन्होंने बता दिया कि जी मैं अलग हूँ और रात में ही कराया, तो कल की मीटिंग में वो एज ए प्रिजाइड ओवर नहीं करेंगे कल की मीटिंग में, क्योंकि जितनी भी जनरल काउंसिल की मीटिंग होती है वो सारी की सारी अंडर द चेयरमैनशिप ऑफ द प्रेसिडेंट होती है। लेकिन क्योंकि उन्होंने बोल दिया कि मैं पावर यूज़ नहीं करूँगा अपनी एज ए प्रेसिडेंट की, तो इसलिए वो अध्यक्षता नहीं करेंगे कल की मीटिंग में। हाँ, लेकिन ये नहीं भाग मतलब कि देखिए कहीं साइन नहीं करेंगे एज ए प्रेसिडेंट ना हो, लेकिन अपनी बात रखने के लिए आ सकते हैं कि मैंने ये कर दिया है, फिर आप मीटिंग कंटिन्यू करें और मीटिंग फिर प्रेजाइड ओवर करेंगे सेक्रेटरी जनरल।
कल का क्या एजेंडा रहेगा? क्योंकि पहले तो यही बताया जा रहा था कि सबसे पहले तो ये सारे एलिगेशंस ही मेन एजेंडा रहेंगे, लेकिन अब कल का क्या एजेंडा रहेगा?
देखिए एजेंडा तो वही हैगा, एजेंडा थोड़ी चेंज होगा, एजेंडा तो हमने सर्कुलेट कर रखा है। और जो भी इमरजेंसी मीटिंग है उसमें जो एलिगेशंस लगे हैं, वो जो कहते हैं जी फाइनेंशियल इरेगुलरिटीज़ हो रही हैं, क्योंकि पूरी फेडरेशन को भंग करने के लिए, डिसॉल्व करने के लिए डिमांड करी उन्होंने, तो उस चीज़ को देखते हुए सभी की राय ली जाएगी, क्या है सब अपने अपने मत देंगे और उस मत के हिसाब से फिर फैसला लिया जाएगा क्या आएगा।
तो सर अगर जैसे बात की जा रही है कि जो रेसलर्स की डिमांड थी कि लखनऊ से और यहाँ से जितने भी ट्रेनिंग फैसिलिटीज़ हैं वो अब दिल्ली में शिफ्ट कर ली जाए, और उसके लिए कहीं ना कहीं जो हमें सोर्सेज से पता चल रहा है कि हामी भी भर दी गई है, तो ये किस तरीके से पूरा शिफ्ट रहेगा, या अगर हम कह रहे हैं कि दोबारा से सब रीवैम्प होता है तो किस तरीके से?
देखिए लखनऊ में भी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया साई का सेंटर है वो, तो हमने जो है साई का जो लखनऊ का सेंटर है वो उसको एज ए वुमेन सेंटर्स बनाने के लिए पूरी कोशिश करी है, और इतने सालों से हमारे सारे कैंप जो है ना वो सब लखनऊ में लग रहे हैं। तो अभी ये क्योंकि कैंप जो है सिर्फ अभी टेम्प्रेरी कैंसिल कराएगा, अभी लग जाएगा कैंप, क्योंकि पहलवानों की तो ट्रेनिंग करानी है और इतना क्रूशियल ईयर रहेगा, ओलंपिक क्वालिफिकेशन है इस साल, एशियन गेम्स भी होंगे, तो ट्रेनिंग इफेक्ट ना हो तो कैंप जल्दी स्टार्ट हो जाएगा। बाकी लगता है कि भाई यहाँ दिक्कत है तो वो सरकार देखेगी कहाँ लगाएगी, कहाँ लगाना है इनको कैंप वगैरह, बाकी है वो भी सरकार की प्रेमिसेस जाएगी। अगर वो कहते हैं वहाँ भाई गलत तो वहाँ कुछ होता नहीं है, और वहाँ के जो साई के जो अधिकारी हैं वो इतना मैनेजमेंट करके चलाते हैं, और मतलब कि एक बच्चे का बाहर आने जाने की सारी उनके पास रिकॉर्ड होता है।
सर जैसे आपने बोला कि कल का एजेंडा ये रहेगा, क्योंकि पूरा डीबंक करने की बात कर रहे हैं, दोबारा से एक तरीके से रिफर्निश करने की बात कर रहे हैं फेडरेशन को, तो किस तरीके के डिस्कशंस होंगे कल कि आगे किस तरीके से बढ़ा जाए, आगे के डिसीजंस किस तरीके से लिए जाएं, क्योंकि खिलाड़ियों को बिना इफेक्ट किए ये ट्रांसमिशन होना चाहिए?
देखिए इस प्रकरण से कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा सा इफेक्ट तो पड़ा है, कुश्ती पे भी इफेक्ट पड़ाएगा, लेकिन इसको जल्दी उबार लिया जाएगा कल की मीटिंग डिस्कस करके। और जहाँ तक खिलाड़ी की बात है, खिलाड़ी अपने ही ये देश की शान है, अगर लगता है अभी उनको महसूस होता है कि हमारे से कोई गलती हुई है, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि ऑल ऑफ सडन ऐसे एलिगेशन लगाना मेरी समझ से ही बाहर आएगी।
And Dipti continues to stay with us. Dipti, you know, one of the striking aspects of this letter, and it's bizarre, beats us, because even after the sports ministry has intervened, which effectively means the government of India has intervened to ensure that he steps aside, it's defunct. They are in their letter, Dipti, talking about why just one state. They're saying they're from a particular region, particular state. So this attempt to sort of isolate these wrestlers and ignore their complaint and brazen it out, it's not going down well.
Oh, absolutely. And why should, a Wrestling Federation of India be allowed to draw this wedge? Because, when they win medals, when they win laurels for the country, it is for the country. You don't say a girl from Haryana, an athlete from Haryana or from a particular state has won laurels. That is the moot point. And I think what is even worse, Niranjan, in this entire copy that runs into about 8 pages that has been accessed by Republic, and I'm just holding the first page here for our viewers, and we'll also try to put this out on our screens in a bit so that you can actually read through this, and also on republicworld.com. The problem is that when there are charges of sexual harassment being leveled on the top boss of the Wrestling Federation of India, the least that can be done is the Federation will say that these are very serious charges and we will investigate that. But look at what they've said, Niranjan. They say that this is baseless. This is unfounded. There is absolutely no need then to investigate the entire case. Then they go on to say that these media protesters may not be taken seriously. So you malign them, you call them names, you try to drive a wedge by saying that why is it that athletes from a particular state only have begun to speak up, trying to say that, you're obviously targeting them, you're intimidating them, because there is a line, Niranjan, where it goes on to say, and I'm just trying to read that line, it says, it would also be worth drawing attention that even the next election for the management of the federation is due in near future of the year 2023, and all such reasons and the facts relating to the aforesaid evidently points that the protest is not in the best interest of the wrestlers. So it is trying to tell the wrestlers that we won, because we are all powerful. No one can, touch us. And you've seen the defiance, you've seen the body language of Brij Bhushan. Again and again, that tells you that in spite of the fact that you have the Union Sports Ministry intervening, Anurag Thakur there holding back-to-back meetings, spending so much of time trying to get, a resolution in sight. And he was successful because he mediated, and you had these wrestlers calling off the protest, Niranjan. But now we should know, and we should try speaking to them to find out how would their response be to this absolutely, I should say shameful conduct by the Wrestling Federation of India, who says that the protesters there are only there to malign and bring down the Wrestling Federation of India president.
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, despite everything that we've seen, for them to send a report like this, I think tells you what's going to happen next. Deepti, at this point, I'll thank you for being with us. And Deepti's been following this story very closely. We've been on Republic, campaigning for our wrestlers, campaigning for our champions. They've been fighting the WFI management, perhaps just for this. In fact, at some point, Deepti, before I let you go, if you're still there, okay, if you're still there, Deepti, are you there? Okay. Yeah, they say that there's an election coming up. There's an election coming up is what they say. So, they're trying to it's become completely political now. Is that the sense that you're getting as well? They say Haryana, they say elections are coming up, and they talk about corporates. They somewhere use the word corporate as well. So I think this is going in that direction.
Niranjan, this is what happens when you have Netas as the top boss of, sports federation. Because this man is a 6-time MP. He's a Bahubali, and there is so much more about him. I think if our viewers just Google his name, they'll realize that there are such serious charges against this man. But, that aside, like I said, the entire gravity of, these Olympic medalists, these are very, very decorated athletes. These are, not just anyone, not any single girl who's come out today and alleging sexual harassment. These are the top athletes of the country who won laurels for us, who should have been on the mat. And I really hope and pray that they again are not forced to come out on the streets, because it's important they concentrate on the sports. But right now what is needed is, I think, at least a statement from the sports ministry or someone, or even an IOA. PT Usha right now is heading that body, Niranjan. But like I said, when you have netas who head sporting bodies and they believe that it's only because of us. I was watching Arnab's show last night, and you had a lot of people, especially who are a part of the administrative circle, who are saying ki hamari wajah se itne medals aate hain. So, can you beat that? This is what they say. And this is that entire defiance that we make you. It's not that you make us. And until and unless these people realize that these are medalists who toil, who soil, who make so much sacrifice. A lot of them are from really middle-class families, very poor families. If you go into their background, you will realize the kind of struggles that they really put forward to achieve what they've achieved. Not just becoming the best in the country, but the best in the world. And to call them malicious, to call their protests slanderous, to call their protest a conspiracy, I think is a total shame. And what is worse is when you say that these charges of sexual harassment against our president are unfounded, Niranjan. For a moment, let's just sit and think, where will the investigation lead us? Will there be justice at all for these girls?
Absolutely. Adipti, well put. And I just want to end by saying one point as we bring an end to this section of the report. Dipti, I just want to say that BJP MPs included have spoken out against Brij Bhushan Singh. BJP leaders in Haryana, the Chief Minister included, are fighting for these wrestlers, right? And the political angle, we did a little bit of a background check on this man called Brij Bhushan. It appears that there is a reason why people handle him with care, because reportedly he's got his tentacles or hold, as they say in politics, in over 6 districts of Uttar Pradesh. So is there a political reason why they're not really acting on him? Let's see where the story goes. Dipti, thank you for joining us on the news with the details of that report as well.
So between the Aam Aadmi Party and the LG of Delhi continues. What has been stated by the top sources in the Aam Aadmi Party is that LG has not given the appointment to the Chief Minister of Delhi. It was the Chief Minister of Delhi who was seeking appointment for 1 p.m. today along with several MLAs of Delhi to meet LG. But the appointment has been not given. That is something what has been stated. This was to discuss several issues of Delhi. When we are talking about the tussle between the Aam Aadmi Party and the LG of Delhi, this is never new. We have seen it earlier also, whether being it the matter or the issue of the training of the teachers, or whether being it the issue of MCD election. We have seen Aam Aadmi Party targeting the LG of Delhi. We have recently seen how Arvind Kejriwal, Chief Minister himself, has targeted the LG of Delhi from the assembly session of national capital, which is going on in the national capital. So that's something what we are seeing again. The face-off continue. With video journalist Surendra Singh Rawat, I am Anuj and this is Republic.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization, referring to the Russian private military company that has been aiding Russia's military in its ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for such big help, support, and President Biden, Congress, and for today on Ramstein, I had speech there, and on Ramstein, so Secretary Austin just presented the next package, this package, the last one, $2.5 billion of new ammunition, which are very important for us.
The meeting came as defense officials met in the US Ramstein army base in Germany, where Zelensky called for additional military aid for his country. Agency report for Republic TV. Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators failed to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president but also with only a caretaker government, stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption. Agency report for Republic TV.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है. मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में
आप पहुँचते हैं सीमा सुरक्षा बल सर. लास्ट पोस्टिंग बिफोर रिटायरमेंट वाज DGBSF सर.
DGBSF में उन दिनों देखिए सबसे बड़ी चुनौती मेरे लिए थी कश्मीर की. कश्मीर में उस समय
आग लग चुकी थी सर।
हाँ, आग लग चुकी थी, बुरी तरह से लग चुकी थी। बीएसएफ के पैर जम चुके थे, बीएसएफ की धाक थी। मैं सोपोर का दौरा कर रहा था तो वहाँ मैंने देखा कि दूर कोई झंडा फहरा रहा है। ये किसका झंडा है भाई? उसने उसने कहा सर ये पाकिस्तान का झंडा है। मेरे तो सुनते बदन में आग लग गई कि पाकिस्तान का झंडा मेरे आँख के सामने फहरा रहा है हिंदुस्तान की ज़मीन पे, ये हो कैसे सकता है? आई वॉन्ट दैट दिस प्लेस शुड बी अटैक्ड, द मुजाहिदीन शुड बी डिसलॉज्ड एंड द फ्लैग हैज़ टू बी टेकन ऑफ।
In fact, going back to the clashes in West Bengal between the ISF and the Trinamool Congress, dramatic pictures of the protests. There have been clashes. We are going live to our team in Republic Bangla. In fact, the Republic Bangla reporters have also been targeted. A Republic Bangla reporter was also targeted, and I'm going to get Anirban live. We saw those pictures. They're very, very violent in some parts, and the police are taking stock of the situation. But the ISF rally reportedly was targeted. An ISF MLA has been detained by the Kolkata police, and more details that we're picking up right now on the channel as we get you those pictures from the Republic Bangla news team tracking the story on the ground. And our correspondent Madhu Kalpita has been targeted. In fact, she has been attacked also during her coverage of this ISF rally that is turned violent in Kolkata. It is a crackdown on the ISF protest. It appears that there was a clash between the ISF and the TMC, after which the ISF protesters were dispersed, and complete sort of a chaotic situation that's now panning out in Kolkata over the ISF event. I'm going to go across to the Republic Bangla team. Anirban will be joining us in just a while, and from reports that have been coming in earlier, we are looking at the visuals on your screen of what unfolded. Trinamool Congress and the Indian Secular Front, or the ISF, clashed in Bangar area. This is in South 24 Parganas today, and ISF MLA Naushad Siddiqui alleged that while he along with party workers had gone to Bangar to bring supporters to Kolkata for a rally, they came under attack. The ISF claims they came under attack, and Trinamool Congress leader Arabul Islam along with his supporters also visited the place, claimed that the party office was vandalized, and they claimed that later it was set ablaze. So claims and counterclaims. Trinamool Congress and the ISF staged protest here in Bengal, and meanwhile, speaking to the media, it appears that the TMC has been blamed by the ISF. The ISF claims that they have been targeted, and the police are on the spot. Siddiqui, this is Naushad Siddiqui of the ISF, also saying that there was an attempt to foment trouble and target ISF supporters. He also said that after reaching Kolkata, the future course of action will be taken. So there were visuals as well from earlier today that we saw of the clashes between both sides, and the police having to intervene, the Rapid Action Force there in West Bengal intervening. And in 2021, the ISF, politically speaking, in 2021, the ISF had contested the West Bengal Assembly election. They were in alliance with the CPM and the Congress party, and they have one single MLA, one single seat that they managed to win. They won one seat with the CPM-led alliance, and clashes now being reported in Kolkata as an ISF rally was progressing. So a very, very tense situation. A lot of people had gathered there. Situation for now seems to be under control, but the Republic Bangla team has also been targeted, and we should be able to get the Republic Bangla team live in just a few moments. Just waiting for that, and while we do that, also telling our viewers that the background to this incident, also details of which we are picking up right now. Background is that it all started as the rally was progressing. Just to tell our viewers a little bit about what was happening here. ISF and the Trinamool Congress clashed over what seems to be seems to be a party flag hoisting incident.
BJP National President JP Nadda is in Karnataka ahead of the upcoming assembly elections in Karnataka, and he is also being joined by the former Chief Minister of Karnataka BS Yediyurappa on a pole-bound visit to Vijaypura, which is also considered to be the stronghold of Basangauda Patil Yatnal, who has been off late rebelling against the party as well as the party leaders as well. And this particular visit holds a lot of significance for the BJP because its national president is flagging off the Vijay Sankalp Yatra, which is to begin from today and continue across the next 9 days from across Karnataka as well. Because along with JP Nadda, Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai is also flagging off this yatra from Tumkuru, and the Karnataka state in charge for the BJP, Mr. Arun Singh, is flagging off this yatra from Chikbalapur. So this is BJP's agenda and BJP's mission 150 to go on and get 150 assembly seats in the upcoming election. This amounts to a lot of significance with the BJP central top leadership coming to Karnataka ahead of the elections in the state.
And getting you the details of the Jammu twin blast this morning between 10:47, 10 to 15 minutes apart. Around 11, there was a second blast. Republic TV was reporting the story live. There are videos that have emerged that show how after the first blast, when people gathered to take a look at what had happened, a second blast took place. A very disturbing trend in Jammu. Take a look at this.
The bomb disposal squad of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are here and they are trying to ascertain what kind of explosive were used. Twin blasts have taken place, and now the ambulances too have been kept here and the standby because the police is not ruling out the possibility of presence of more explosives in the area. We spoke to some of the officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police, and what they are saying that there could be possibility of some more explosive in the area. This entire area, if you will come to this stretch, if Sarjeevan can show you on this side, this entire area has been manned by the Indian Army, the ITBP, the CRPF, Jammu and Kashmir Police, the Special Operations Group. So each and every officials of these forces, they are here. If Sarjeevan can show you on this side of the area, you will find that some of the oxygen cylinders are also here. So this possibly, fortunately, you can say that the blast was not triggered in the area. Otherwise, these cylinders would have added to the damage that has already been done by these twin blasts. 6 people have got injured now. More and more officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are also arriving here at the spot, trying to ascertain what has transpired. They are not saying that not in a position to comment what kind of blast it was, but the modus operandi is same, almost same what transpired in Udhampur on 28th and 29th of September, and also on 1st and 2nd of January in the Dangri village of the Rajouri. So all the officials, what they are saying, the senior officials, that we are yet to ascertain what kind of explosive it was, but twin blast taking place in the heart of the city is something really very concerning, because we have seen that on 26th of January, that is on the Republic Day, the entire Jammu and Kashmir was put on alert already, and the officials, what they say, that they were of the view that the terror groups might try to carry out something this kind of a terror act, and that is why they some more and more teams of the, so these are the teams of the bomb disposal squad as well as the crime unit of the Jammu and Kashmir police, that has, I'll request Sarjeevan to show this way, that the teams are heading towards the side.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators fail to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president but also with only a caretaker government, stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption. Agency report for Republic TV.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization, referring to the Russian private military company that has been aiding Russia's military in its ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for such big help, support, and President Biden, Congress, and for today on Ramstein, I had speech there, and on Ramstein, so Secretary Austin just presented the next package, this package, the last one, $2.5 billion of new ammunition, which are very important for us.
The meeting came as defense officials met in the US Ramstein army base in Germany, where Zelensky called for additional military aid for his country. Agency report for Republic TV. Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators
Thank you for joining us on Republic TV at 6 p.m. You're watching This Is Exclusive, getting in exclusive pictures. First up from Kolkata of a political clash that's taken place there. That and more coming up on the show this evening. Here are the headlines. "302 signatories, including retired judges, bureaucrats, army officials, issue a statement on BBC's biased docuseries on the Prime Minister." Twin blast in Jammu ahead of Republic Day leaves 9 injured. Investigation underway by NIA and state agencies. WFI in its reply to Sports Ministry slanders wrestlers, refuses to accept sexual harassment charges. In less than 3 months, rape convict Ram Rahim out again on 40-day parole as he continues to mock the system. Vadra Congress now resorting to threats. Police officials in Madhya Pradesh warned by the Congress party of being brought to account if and when they come to power. NIA charge sheet in the Praveen Nettaru case reveals how PFI was raising a killer squad to achieve its mission of an Islamic state in 2047. And getting in these pictures of the situation in Kolkata, where clashes took place between ISF and the Trinamool Congress. As the ISF rally was proceeding from North 24 Parganas, they were marching towards Kolkata. These were pictures of the clashes earlier. Complete mayhem there as both sides clashed and threw charges at each other. And ISF and Trinamool Congress, both sides, both parties clashed. And later the police had to intervene and the march was blocked. It appears the march was stopped and one of the ISF top leaders has been arrested. Naushad Siddiqui reportedly has been arrested or taken into custody. This is what we're picking up, or detained from Kolkata. And the police there having to intervene. I'll go across to Bisaka as well with details. Bisaka, why don't you tell us what happened here, Bisaka?
Actually, the siege started at Bhangur, that is in North 24 Parganas in West Bengal. And as you know, that ISF marks its special day today. So they had a program, and by that time they were observing the program, their scheduled program. They had a severe clash between Trinamool Congress and ISF, and after that they were moving. Their only MLA, Naushad Siddiqui, and his team was moving to Kolkata at Dharmatala. And when they were moving, their car, especially Naushad Siddiqui, the MLA's car was hit with some stones, and stones were pelted. So at that time, he said that I'm going to Kolkata, I'm going to observe the program, and then if somebody tries to kill me, they can come forward, but I won't be resolving my scheduled program. And then he went to Dharmatala, and after that, by that time, he was moving to Kolkata. Arabul Islam, the Trinamool leader in Bhangur, he was protesting against ISF and, of course, especially against Naushad Siddiqui and his brother, Pirzada Abbas Siddiqui. They were having a protest against ISF. And by that time, he was saying that his only demand was he wanted the arrest of Naushad Siddiqui, because as they were alleging that TMC or party office of 3 TMC party offices were having some problem, were damaged by ISF workers. So they demanded the arrest of Naushad Siddiqui, and by that time Naushad Siddiqui came to Dharmatala in Kolkata. They were having their party program, and as per schedule, when he was on the dais, he was addressing his people. But the Kolkata police, they came and they just dragged Naushad Siddiqui out from the dais, and amidst all his workers, party workers, he was taken and he was actually dragged to the prison van. And after that, there was a lathi charge, because there was a huge scuffle between police and the ISF workers. After that, the police took him to Lal Bazar, and by that time, the ISF workers was out of control. The police had to charge. They had to make a lathi charge, and they were constantly charging tear gas shells. And at that time, a huge area from Dharmatala, Y Channel to Park Street, the huge area, the huge roadside area, and everywhere it was just like a war situation out there between the ISF workers and the Kolkata police. It was a huge scuffle, and the transport, everything was suspended. So now it is there is little bit of transport movement right now, but this is the position right now we are having. There is one scene in Bhangur, that is in North 24 Pargana, where the situation started from, and the second scene that took place in Kolkata, and now Bhangur, where it started from. The Bhangur is equally like it is having equal problems, and there is a huge deployment of police, special forces everywhere. There is some special forces deployed to maintain peace and lawfulness, so that nothing nothing weird happens again. So everything is under control, but But this entire situation before the Panchayat election is going to be aggravated much more, as the politicians are, they are thinking that it is not going to stop here only. It will have more impactful, some more impact in coming days.
Okay, thank you for that. In fact, Bisakha, breaking down the details of what happened there between both the ISF and the Trinamool Congress. ISF claiming that they were targeted by the Trinamool Congress as their rally progressed, as their march progressed. And there is some more breaking news update now coming in. I'd like to thank you, Bisakha, for at this point keeping a close track on the situation there. Getting in some more breaking news now in the Air India P-Gate episode. The latest breaking news update now that it appears Shankar Mishra, the accused, has been sent to further judicial custody. The judicial custody has been extended for the next 14 days, which means he will continue to remain in judicial custody till the 4th of February. And this is the breaking news update that we had. Quick update on the Air India P-Gate episode. Let's move on now. The centre has ordered the blocking of YouTube videos which published the first episode of the BBC documentary of Prime Minister Modi. Sources said this evening, adding that Twitter has also been asked to block over 50 tweets containing links to those YouTube videos. Now, this comes amid controversy over the documentary, which the Ministry of External Affairs has termed a propaganda piece. Let me go across straight to Abhishek. Abhishek, the fact that the government has now intervened and has asked for these links to be blocked shows that the government is in no mood to tolerate the BBC's propaganda this time. Abhishek? Yeah. Go ahead, Abhishek.
So I sort of missed the cue that you gave, but then we know for a fact that this is absolutely a lopsided presentation of a certain part of history, recent history, which obviously makes even some in India uncomfortable. It goes without saying. But then the manner in which this has been presented, the manner in which India's judiciary and its entire process spread over a decade and a half has been treated with contempt. That's something which has come under the focus of the authors of these letter, who themselves have held many constitutional posts. Remember, Niranjan, these are people who have helmed the topmost levels of governance in the country, on the executive side, on the judiciary side, on the legislature side also in some cases. And if you go through them, and these people are those who have really watched the film, Niranjan. So initially the debate was about BBC perhaps being motivated, as it generally is. But this time this is an absolutely reasoned and studied response that's come in. So when they ask that we have never seen the BBC giving in a documentary on the Churchill question, or even recently on the Iraq war issue, the Tony Blair question, remember, we are as yet to find weapons of mass destruction, despite almost a decade and a half or more of effective occupation of Iraq by the West, and the British forces have been there. So there have been some questions here and there, but not exactly a kind of documentary that the BBC had it been neutral and objective, really would have made on the Iraq war, for example. So this is my thought. But what is important is, Niranjan, that the utter contempt with which a sovereign nation's topmost court of the country and the entire judicial process, which itself, survived a very motivated abuse of law and process of law, and then delivered those verdicts. So be it the work of the Supreme Court monitored, Supreme Court appointed special investigation team, be it the verdict of the lower court of the country, in Ahmedabad, then the High Court of Gujarat, then the Supreme Court of the country, then a review petition, then a curative petition. And despite all this over 15 years, if these people continue to have their motivated agenda and continue to have an axe to grind with Narendra Modi, obviously it has to be responded to, and that's why this is a very strong letter coming in from all these veterans of governance in the country and really asking some tough questions of the BBC. And irrespective of the fact, Niranjan, that the BBC as of now continues to brazen it out, really, the fact that someone there in London, the Member of Parliament, Lord Rami Ranger, he also, held a mirror to the top leadership of the BBC, clearly shows that this time perhaps they might have bitten more than they could chew. And this is not really ending, Niranjan, anytime soon. We are going to see pressure building up. We have seen, for example, the UK Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, really distancing himself and the government of the United Kingdom from what the BBC has done. And this letter essentially a reflection of the anger and sentiment on the ground in India against the manner in which BBC is really brazening it out. Very boring broadcasting corporation, Niranjan.
Well, just, a short question with you, Abhishek. The fact is they've always sort of been against the Prime Minister, and that's okay. They have every right to be against someone. If they hate someone, they can show it, which they are, of course, openly doing. So it's as bizarre as saying, sorry to make this comparison, but if the Doordarshan, for example, a public broadcaster had to do a hit job on, let's say, Rishi Sunak, right? And we would never do that. I mean, it's in pathetic taste, right? But this time, I think it's gone too far, like you said. But there are some people who are saying that somewhere the aim, because you look at the people who are amplifying it, the people who are using it, a Pakistani origin MP, for example, who raised it, there is perhaps a campaign designed to sort of pick this issue up deliberately, spin it before 2024. Is that the sense that you're getting as well?
You are absolutely right, Niranjan. Remember, since you mentioned Doordarshan, the fact of the matter is that one spelling mistake happened in the case of the Chinese president. That particular anchor was really sacked. And that's the kind of sensitivity Indian establishment really shows when it comes to India's foreign policy. So while we have Rishi Sunak really distancing himself very publicly on the floor of the House, in the House of Commons, from this documentary, the fact remains, Niranjan, that the timing is suspect and the producers are suspect, their motivation and agenda is suspect, and certain links have already emerged. So I think there is nothing left to second guess as to from where this really comes and with what objective. Having said that, if they thought that they could harm Narendra Modi, perhaps there is a delusion and absolute lack of understanding of how Narendra Modi works. I can tell you this is not going to help them in any manner.
All right. Yeah. Abhishek, thank you very much for joining us with those inputs. That letter written by over 300 prominent personalities, some of whom have been diplomats. There are former justices, for example, former judges, and they've tried to run down the Indian establishment completely, from the judiciary to the executive, to all the arms and branches of the government, the police, the investigators, etc. And based on what they call a report given by their own diplomat, and Abhishek has put it correctly, seems like a typical what we call a hit job on the Indian Prime Minister. Thank you, Abhishek, for joining us with those inputs. Let's move on and get you an exclusive interaction. On the sidelines of the World Economic Forum in Davos, the Niti Aayog CEO Parameswaran Iyer spoke to Republic TV, highlighting how China's story was fading globally, also visible at Davos this year around as India, with its huge presence, shining at the World Economic Forum. As India once again makes the big headlines at the World Economic Forum, joining us on the special broadcast on Republic TV is Mr. Parameswaran Iyer, the Chief Executive Officer of Niti Aayog, straight from Davos. Let me go across straight to him. Mr. Parameswaran Iyer, good headlines coming out of Davos. India is a resilient global economy going into the World Economic Forum, and at a time when China is fading. What has been the response to India there, Mr. Iyer?
No, I think there's sort of almost universal recognition that India is the one bright spot in the global economy despite the headwinds. So India's growth story, the reforms it's undertaken over the past several years, the growth potential, its sort of macroeconomic stability, I think all are pointing in India's favor. There's a very big Indian team in Davos. And in fact, a lot of the streets have India lounges. So India is pretty much the topic of Davos.
Yeah, that was the question I wanted to ask you. India's bigger than usual presence seen this year. Was there some thinking? Why is this happening this year? Was there some thought to scaling up the Indian contingent this year, Mr. Iyer?
Well, it's, I think India has traditionally sent, teams to Davos. And I think this year, they're telling me that it's a larger than usual delegation. But, it's important to have the government of India, but more importantly, businessmen, business executives, startups, entrepreneurs, state governments. So it's a whole of India, a whole of government, a whole sort of Team India, public-private sector, which is represented here. And I think it's making a big difference.
Yeah. And this big presence, what have been the takeaways from that presence in terms of the footfall at the India Lounge that you spoke of, in terms of the increased visibility for India at the World Economic Forum, in terms of comparison with China, which has a muted presence this time?
Yeah, there's very high visibility for India. I mean, it's India everywhere, not just in terms of lounges, but topic of discussion as well. The interest in India from investors from abroad, in terms of all the steps the government has taken, there's clearly this growing interest in investing in India. We're hearing that, we're seeing that, and that's coming up in all the discussions. And I think it's important to note that this is a whole of India presence. There are young startups, there are entrepreneurs in different fields, whether it's solid waste management or digital technology. So I think the presence of sort of Team India has been well registered in Davos, and I think it will make a big difference going forward.
Yeah. How did the G20 presidency factor play out at the World Economic Forum? It's a special year for us.
No, absolutely. It's been uppermost on the discussion agenda, and everywhere we go, the big question is how can India sort of drive, development through the G20 presidency? So whether it's digitalization, whether it's climate, environment, lifestyle for the environment, whether it's accelerating the SDGs, women-led development, the reform of the multilateral institutions, and the digital economy, data for development. These are key themes which have resonated in many of the sessions, in many of the bilateral meetings. And I think everyone is very excited about how India's leadership, particularly India for the world, how India can not only shape the agenda, but contribute to sort of global development in very specific areas, including digitalization.
Yeah. Was there any acknowledgement about India showing resilience? I'm sure there was. What sort of acknowledgement did you see of India showing resilience at a time when, most of the world powers are wobbling, China reporting its lowest growth rate in 40 years?
Well, no question that there's been acknowledgement in here in Davos, like it is elsewhere, that this is the one bright spot in a sort of global uncertain period with global headwinds. Acknowledgement of our growth, whether it's been acknowledged by the World Bank or the IMF, our steady growth, the reform agenda, whether we're talking of, GST, the IBC, the PLI came in for a lot of interest. But, just taking all these reforms forward, how we've had record growth in our GST collections. So both fiscal stability, but also in terms of our banking system, there's been growth in credit. And, our non-performing assets have significantly reduced compared to about 4 or 5 years ago. So I think on the economic front, a lot of optimism, but again, on the social inclusion front as well, our social net, our health, Ayushman Bharat programs. So there's acknowledgement that this is growth with inclusion, and I think that's very important.
Yes. Going into the World Economic Forum, what were the expectations from India this year, Mr. Iyer?
Well, again, it was, the G20 agenda was quite important to communicate that to a global audience, but also to have discussions on sort of getting investment into India. A lot of bilateral discussions with business leaders. There are 4 central ministers here. There's some ministers from state governments. So in that whole conversation about Team India, attracting investment and really making the point that, India is open for business.
The Prime Minister was in Mumbai and he shared the stage with Mr. Shinde, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Devendra Fadnavis was also there. And, one of the statements they made on stage was the kind of investments and the MOUs signed, etc. Very, very positive, saying over 1 lakh crore for Maharashtra alone. Is that the general trend you're seeing for the entire Indian contingent there?
No, absolutely. I know you mentioned the Maharashtra case. Very fruitful discussions going on other fronts as well. So I think overall, it was an important message to send that, on the ease of doing business, on inviting FDI, India, is making a lot of strides. And now moving on to the G20 presidency, how the agenda can be shaped to a large extent by India and also India for the world. So I think all those themes were very central to the whole Davos week.
Well, absolutely. And congratulations, I think, to the entire Indian contingent and the Indian team there at the World Economic Forum, Mr. Parameswaran Nair, and look forward to speaking to you once again. Thank you very much for joining us from Davos.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Good night.
Everybody had this American perspective to how they want to run the business. Every Indian startup wanted to be a copycat model of a Silicon Valley startup. So I'm asking you from a cultural ethos perspective, what is your advice to how Indian corporates should run and operate their business and their business environment?
None of them believed in the Western model of doing business. They were only acting the Western model of doing business. So you have to align your culture to development. Without aligning your culture to development, you will never be able to become a global power on your terms.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization, referring to the Russian private military company that has been aiding Russia's military in its ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for such big help, support, and President Biden, Congress, and for today on Ramstein, I had speech there, and on Ramstein, so Secretary Austin just presented the next package, this package, the last one, $2.5 billion of new ammunition, which are very important for us.
The meeting came as defense officials met in the US Ramstein army base in Germany, where Zelensky called for additional military aid for his country. Agency report for Republic TV. Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators failed to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president, but also with only a caretaker government, stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption. Agency report for Republic TV.
Getting in some breaking news on the Jammu twin blasts that took place this morning. 6 people have been detained by the Jammu and Kashmir police. The detained people have not yet been identified. Gursimran joining us with the details. We are hearing that the CCTV footage was analyzed, call data analysis has been done, and these 6 people are being questioned regarding their involvement. Gursimran.
Yes, Niranjan, over six people have been detained by the Jammu and Kashmir police, and this after the analysis of the CCTV as well as the call recordings, the phone numbers that were active in that very specific area at the time when this incident was reported. Soon after the incident, we have seen that how security forces swung into action and they analyzed each and every detail. One DVR that was very crucial with regards to the developments that were taking place that was seized, and based on that DVR, the CCTV footage was analyzed, and now we are getting to know that over 6 people have been detained by the Jammu and Kashmir police, and at present they are being questioned by the various intelligence agencies, because be it the NIA, the State Investigation Agency, or the central agencies, all are working together to solve this case, because this is a serious threat that has persisted ahead of 5 days ahead of the Republic Day, and also 20 days after.
Okay. Thank you for joining us with those inputs. Gursimran, I think we lost the line there with him. We'll try and connect with him. But the latest development on the twin blasts, that 6 people have now been detained.
Republic, 48.3%. 374% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy has destroyed the landing experiment. Republic TV, voice of the people.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators failed to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president, but also with only a caretaker government, stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption. Agency report for Republic TV.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue.
After having an internal meeting with Air India, which DGCA held entire this month, and after this action has been taken where a penalty of 30 lakh has been imposed on Air India, and the pilot in command has been suspended for 3 months. And not only this, 3 lakh fine has also been imposed on the director of the air flight services of Air India. So these are the major actions which has been taken by DGCA.
क्या आपको 24 घंटे जो अनुराग बोले गए जो न्यूज चल रही है वो सही है कि गलत?
क्या
24 घंटे की आपको रिजाइन
नहीं कोई
अंशु मलिक भी बोल रही है।
हो गया ना, जवाब दे दिए। अब आप ना जवाब दे चुके आपको।
The Wrestling Federation of India, in its reply to the Sports Ministry, slanders the wrestlers refusing to accept sexual harassment charges. "302 signatories, including retired judges, bureaucrats and army officials, issue statement on BBC's biased documentaries on the Prime Minister." Twin blast in Jammu ahead of the Republic Day leaves 9 injured. Investigation underway by the NIA and state agencies. In less than 3 months, rape convict Ram Rahim is out again on a 40-day parole. The question we ask, isn't he mocking the system again? The NIA charge sheet in the Praveen Netaru case reveals how the PFI was raising a killer squad to achieve its mission in 2047. ISF and the TMC workers clash in Kolkata. Police resorted to lathi charge to disperse them. A very good evening. You're watching Republic and I'm Deepthi Sachdeva. We begin this edition of the news with our spotlight back on what the Wrestling Federation of India has to say about the protesting wrestlers. Now do remember, the Union Sports Minister has tried to broker peace between all sides. He said that pending an investigation, the WFI boss should step aside. But what is he doing? Earlier today in Gonda, he was spotted being a part of an event. When questions were asked to him that why is he sitting there and he's not going to be, remember, powerful as he was, considering the kind of decisions that have been announced by the sports ministry, he continues to be defiant. He says, I'm not resigning. But what is making matters worse now is this entire reply from the Wrestling Federation of India to the sports ministry, where they slander the wrestlers and also go on to say that there is no basis to the allegations that they have put forward. So on the bottom of your screens, you are reading more details of that letter that has been accessed by Republic, where the Wrestling Federation of India is calling them media protesters, saying it's not important to give them any attention. Also reiterating that there is a larger agenda, there is a conspiracy. All this has been done, the Wrestling Federation of India alleges, keeping in mind that there are elections round the corner to the WFI, and also saying that this has been done with an ulterior motive. Now, these are questions that our colleague Madhurima also asked of the Assistant Secretary there of the Wrestling Federation when he was in Gonda. Listen in to what he said.
देखिए, पद से नहीं हटे हैं वो, सिर्फ प्रेसिडेंट की जो भी पावर है और जब तक जांच कंप्लीट नहीं हो जाती है तब तक के लिए उन्होंने अपने आप को अलग कर लिया है, ताकि जांच में कोई बाधा ना आए। कल को लोग बोलें कि भी इन्फ्लुएंस करके या, तो इसलिए उन्होंने अपने आप को, सरकारों को बोल दिया कि आप जांच कराइए और जब तक जांच हो रही है मैं अपने आप को एज ए प्रेसिडेंट की जितनी भी पावर है मैं अपनी पावर यूज़ नहीं करूँगा। मैं वो पावर यूज़ नहीं करेंगे अपना कोई भी।
क्या कल की मीटिंग में वो रहेंगे?
देखिए, कल की मीटिंग की क्योंकि उन्होंने बता दिया कि जी मैं अलग हूँ और रात में ही कराया, तो कल की मीटिंग में वो एज ए प्रिजाइड ओवर नहीं करेंगे कल की मीटिंग में, क्योंकि जितनी भी जनरल काउंसिल की मीटिंग होती है वो सारी की सारी अंडर द चेयरमैनशिप ऑफ द प्रेसिडेंट होती है। लेकिन क्योंकि उन्होंने बोल दिया कि मैं पावर यूज़ नहीं करूँगा अपनी एज ए प्रेसिडेंट की, तो इसलिए वो अध्यक्षता नहीं करेंगे कल की मीटिंग में। हाँ, लेकिन ये नहीं भाग, मतलब कि देखिए कहीं साइन नहीं करेंगे एज ए प्रेसिडेंट ना हो, लेकिन अपनी बात रखने के लिए आ सकते हैं कि मैंने ये कर दिया है, फिर आप मीटिंग कंटिन्यू करें और मीटिंग फिर प्रेजाइड ओवर करेंगे सेक्रेटरी जनरल।
तो कल का क्या एजेंडा रहेगा? क्योंकि पहले तो यही बताया जा रहा था कि सबसे पहले तो ये सारे एलिगेशंस ही मेन एजेंडा रहेंगे, लेकिन अब कल का क्या एजेंडा रहेगा?
देखिए, एजेंडा तो वही हैगा, एजेंडा थोड़ी चेंज होगा। एजेंडा तो हमने सर्कुलेट कर रखा है और जो भी इमरजेंसी मीटिंग है उसमें जो एलिगेशंस लगे हैं वो जो कहते हैं जी फाइनेंशियल इरेगुलरिटीज़ हो रही हैं, क्योंकि पूरी फेडरेशन को भंग करने के लिए, डिसॉल्व करने के लिए डिमांड करी उन्होंने, तो उस चीज़ को देखते हुए सभी की राय ली जाएगी क्या है, सब अपने अपने मत देंगे और उस मत के हिसाब से फिर फैसला लिया जाएगा क्या आएगा।
तो सर, अगर जैसे बात की जा रही है कि जो रेसलर्स की डिमांड थी कि लखनऊ से और यहाँ से जितने भी ट्रेनिंग फैसिलिटीज़ हैं वो अब दिल्ली में शिफ्ट कर ली जाए, और उसके लिए कहीं ना कहीं जो हमें सोर्सेज से पता चल रहा है कि हामी भी भर दी गई है, तो ये किस तरीके से पूरा शिफ्ट रहेगा, या अगर हम कह रहे हैं कि दोबारा से सब रीवैम्प होता है तो किस तरीके से?
देखिए, लखनऊ में भी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया साई का सेंटर है वो, तो हमने जो है साई का जो लखनऊ का सेंटर है वो उसको एज ए वुमेन सेंटर्स बनाने के लिए पूरी कोशिश करी है, और इतने सालों से हमारे सारे कैंप जो है ना वो सब लखनऊ में लग रहे हैं। तो अभी ये क्योंकि कैंप जो है सिर्फ अभी टेम्परेरी कैंसिल कराएगा, अभी लग जाएगा कैंप, क्योंकि पहलवानों की तो ट्रेनिंग करानी है और इतना क्रूशियल ईयर रहेगा, ओलंपिक क्वालिफिकेशन है इस साल, एशियन गेम्स भी होंगे, तो ट्रेनिंग इफेक्ट ना हो तो कैंप जल्दी स्टार्ट हो जाएगा। बाकी लगता है कि भाई यहाँ दिक्कत है तो वो सरकार देखेगी कहाँ लगाएगी, कहाँ लगाना है इनका कैंप वगैरह। बाकी है वो भी सरकार की प्रेमिसेस जाएगी। अगर वो कहते हैं कि वहाँ भाई गलत तो वहाँ कुछ होता नहीं है, और वहाँ के जो साई के जो अधिकारी हैं वो इतना मैनेजमेंट करके चलाते हैं, और मतलब कि एक एक बच्चे का बाहर आने जाने की सारी उनके पास रिकॉर्ड होता है।
जैसे आपने बोला कि कल का एजेंडा ये रहेगा, क्योंकि पूरा डीबंक करने की बात कर रहे हैं, दोबारा से एक तरीके से रिफर्निश करने की बात कर रहे हैं फेडरेशन को, तो किस तरीके के डिस्कशंस होंगे कल कि आगे किस तरीके से बढ़ा जाए, आगे के डिसीजंस किस तरीके से लिए जाएं, क्योंकि खिलाड़ियों को बिना इफेक्ट किए ये ट्रांसमिशन होना चाहिए।
देखिए, इस प्रकरण से कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा सा इफेक्ट तो पड़ा है, कुश्ती पे भी इफेक्ट पड़ाएगा, लेकिन इसको जल्दी उबार ले जाएगा कल की मीटिंग डिस्कस करके। और जहाँ तक खिलाड़ी की बात है, खिलाड़ी अपने ही ये देश की शान है। अगर लगता है कि अभी उनको महसूस होता है कि हमारे से कोई गलती हुई है, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि ऑल ऑफ सडन ऐसे एलिगेशन लगाना मेरी समझ से ही बाहर आएगी।
So you've heard that response that came in earlier from the Wrestling Federation of India, and like I said earlier in the day, Republic has been able to access the response also the Federation has given out to the Sports Ministry. Very, very clearly, it is not taking into account any of the allegations that have been made by the athletes. In fact, it goes on to say that all these allegations are unfounded. It even reiterates that all these protesters that we saw on the streets of the national capital, it says the media protesters may not be taken seriously. They've evidently acted more in personal interest or under undue pressure, it says, or under any larger, bigger conspiracy to malign and defame the present sitting management of the Wrestling Federation of India. So this is a clear plan to intimidate them, to try and deflect the entire issue of sexual harassment and skirting the very, very serious charges that have been made by these wrestlers who've been on the streets instead of being on the mat. And like I said, we are trying to get you more reactions, particularly from those protesting wrestlers, on what do they feel now of these words that have been used as far as this letter goes. And through the evening, we'll keep getting you more insight.
Shocking CCTV footages emerge out of the Kanchipuram Egambaranatha temple, where we can see a temple employee physically harassing a fellow employee, and this CCTV footage that has now been accessed by Republic is very, very shocking, because it has happened on January 8th, and we can see that no other employees are present inside the office, and this particular employee called Vedamurthy, a senior official, has taken advantage of the situation and harassed a fellow employee. And now we can see that this complaint was not filed by the victim, rather it was filed by a social worker, and it was sent via mail to the HRNC department, and now the Joint Commissioner is now investigating this case, and we can expect an action to be taken very soon on this harassment allegations that have come out of the Kanchipuram Egambaranatha temple.
And now let's shift our focus to the other top story we are tracking this evening. In fact, it's a big development in the Praveen Netaru murder case, where the NIA now has filed a charge sheet against about 20 PFI members. This is a banned outfit in the murder of the BJP's Yuva Morcha leader, Praveen Netaru. This, remember, happened on July the 26th, 2022 in Karnataka's Dakshin Kannada district with the intention to strike terror in the society, also create fear among people. There have been investigations underway in the entire case, and that have revealed that PFI, as a part of its agenda to create terror, communal hatred and unrest in the society, and to further its agenda of establishing an Islamic rule by 2047, had a mission in mind. Let's get in our colleague Prajwal, who's tracking that story, and he's been able to access these inside details. Prajwal, first up, why don't you tell us more about what we know as far as the investigation goes of these 20 PFI members? What was their plan? What did they want to do?
DP, now as part of PFI's agenda was to create terror and communal hatred and unrest in the society, and to also further its agenda of establishing the Islamic rule in India by 2047. So therefore, the banned outfit PFI formed secret teams called as service teams or killer squads to carry out killings of its perceived enemies and targets. They formed teams mainly to identify and recce the targets, after which this team would hand over this information to these killer squads or hit squads who would go ahead with the assassination. All the planning for the assassination would be done by the teams which has gone on to conduct the recce as well. Now, even if you are looking at it, the charge sheet has mentioned 20 PFI members, out of which 14 have already been arrested, but 6 of them still remain at large, and therefore it is now being understood that the NIA has already announced a cash reward for 2 of the prime accused. Accused number 1, Masood K, and accused number 2, Koraje Mohammad Sharif, who was involved in plotting this murder and also carrying out meetings in Bengaluru, Sulia as well as Bellare to go on and assassinate Praveen Netaru, and Mustafa Paichar along with Koraje Mohammad Sharif passed on this information to the prime accused, Masood, who carried out this assassination right in front of the people along with a group of 4 other people as well, and they did this so that they can go on to create terror among the community, and they also wanted to incite communal hatred, which has been mentioned in the charge sheet, because they have also been booked under UAPA as well as Section 120B, which amounts to criminal conspiracy.
Okay, Prajwal, why don't you stay with me? We'll take this conversation ahead in just a bit. Let's also play out reactions that we have so far from people who understand why the story is so important.
NSA has filed a charge sheet against PFI in Bangalore, stating that they have come up with a very dangerous and devious plan to create chaos and mayhem in the country through spreading of terror, communal violence and hatred. For this, they are going to eliminate leaders of a particular community. They have created task forces whom they call, which are secret. They call them as service teams, whose job is to identify the suspect, track him, and thereafter eliminate him. For this, they've given him they've given this team lethal weapons. They're giving them training, and they also giving them, guiding them on how to undertake effective surveillance.
Let's quickly go back to Prajwal, who's tracking that story. You know, Prajwal, there are elections around the corner in the state of Karnataka. This coastal Karnataka belt has seen a number of these instances. There has been a particular ploy to create unrest, disturb harmony, Prajwal. So what are we hearing from the agency? You know, are there possibly more people now under the radar, Prajwal?
DP, now there are more people in the radar, but they did not belong to the banned PFI outfit. They belong to the SDPI, and some of the SDPI leaders were also taken into this custody. But the SDPI washed its hands off, stating that they had nothing to do with it, and they also made sure that they terminated them from the party as well. So the SDPI washed its hands off. But one of the major reasons that the NIA was also zeroing in is because of the fact that there is also a financial funding to these terror squad, to these hit squads or killer squads, which was named by the PFI as well, and the NIA went to the depth of it, and they got to know about the financial transactions, both foreign and domestic as well, Deepthi.
All right, Prajwal, we'll track that story for the moment. Thank you.
Clash broke out between two rowdy shooter groups in Barkas area of under Chandrayangutta police station limits on Friday evening, where we see that this issue was where the clash broke out over a parking issue, and also at the same time now the police officials have registered a case on 4 people as one person was injured after there was a heated argument between the two groups. And also at the same time now what we are learning is that the police officials who reached the spot brought the situation under control, and then later after learning about this whole incident, now the police officials have registered a case and 4 people have been booked into this matter, including the 2 rowdy shooters who were involved. And also at the same time one person was injured in this incident, and he is now undergoing treatment at the local hospital. But what we are learning is that this whole incident took place over a parking issue, as what we are being told is that one of the persons had objected to the parking in that particular area, and that is the reason why this whole incident was seen happening in Barkas area under the Chandrayangutta police station.
We head into a break right now. On the other side, we get you this developing story coming in now from Kolkata, where there have been clashes between the ISF and the TMC. The full story on the other side.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators fail to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30.
Everybody has this American perspective to how they want to run the business. Every Indian startup wanted to be a copycat model of a Silicon Valley startup. So I am asking you from a cultural ethos perspective, what is your advice to how Indian corporates should run and operate their business and their business environment?
None of them believed in the Western model of doing business. They were only acting the Western model of doing business. So you have to align your culture to development. Without aligning your culture to development, you will never be able to become a global power on your terms.
Breaking news that's coming in. There are few Hindu organizations that have staged a protest earlier demanding justice over an alleged love jihad case. This in Kamareddy in Telangana. This after a person named Shafi cheated a Hindu girl. We are standing by to get you more details with our colleague Aneri, who's just going to join us on the broadcast in a bit. But these images that you see on your screens are of a little while earlier today, where these Hindu organizations staged a protest. Aneri is with us. I'm told, Aneri, why don't you first up tell us what really is this case all about, what has happened, and then also about the protest, Aneri.
Well, Deepthi, what we are seeing right now is the protest which was being held by few Hindu organizations, including the BJYM also had staged protests in Kamareddy of Telangana after they had raised the issue of alleged love jihad, where they stated that a girl was being cheated by a person, and that is why they staged a protest. And now we are seeing that the police officials have registered a case under the relevant sections of IPC, and also at the same time they have been demanding justice for the victim girl as well. So now we are seeing how the Hindu organizations were seen staging protests in Kamareddy, including the BJYM had staged a protest. Meanwhile, we also see that police officials had to bring the situation under control. The police officials tried to make sure that no untoward situation takes place, and later all the people were moved out from that spot. But yes, definitely, now we are seeing that they continue to demand that there should be justice. However, the accused who is there is arrested by the police officials, and now we continue to see that how there is a raising demand. They have been alleging that this is a case of love jihad, is what the Hindu organizations have been saying. However, the police officials continue to say that they have registered a case and further investigation will be taken up. But what we are also learning is that both of them were in a relationship quite long time, but then the boy had that he would marry her, but then later cheated her, and that is why now we are seeing that there was a massive protest which broke out in Kamareddy this afternoon, where we see that hundreds of people, including the BJYM leaders, also were protesting demanding justice for the girl.
All right, Aneri, for the moment, thank you for getting us those updates.
The Kerala government has begun confiscation of properties that belong to the office bearers of the now banned Popular Front of India, following an ultimatum by the Kerala High Court. The Popular Front of India had called in an illegal hartal, and after which the Kerala High Court had stated that the hartal was illegal and that any destruction to the public property, the office bearers of the PFI must bear it. The government had estimated that close to 5.2 crore worth of public assets were destroyed as part of the illegal hartal. Although after that the government was going very slow on confiscation of the property, the High Court finally issued an ultimatum, and because of which the Land Commissioner, Revenue Commissioner TV Anupama had ordered all the collectors of various districts to conduct the confiscation of properties without any notice. Over 60 leaders of the PFI from 14 districts' homes were raided and the properties were confiscated.
A quick check of more stories in brief now. The unseeded Indian duo of Jeevan Neduchazian and Sriram Balaji stunned the fifth-seeded pairing of Ivan Dodig and Austin Zakrik in 3 sets in the first round of the men's doubles of the Australian Open in Melbourne. Sriram and Jeevan will now be playing the French pairing of Jeremy Chardy and Fabrice Martin in the second round. The US Secretary of State Antony Blinken has cautioned China against changing the status quo on Taiwan, which is vital to maintaining peace and stability in the region. He's added that we have seen China ratchet up the pressure on Taiwan, military pressure, economic pressure, trying to cut off ties to countries around the world, to international organizations. As per media reports, shipping agents have warned the cash-strapped Pakistan government that all exports now could come to a halt as foreign shipping lines are considering stopping their services for the country after banks have stopped remitting freight charges to them because of lack of dollar availability.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal, and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization, referring to the Russian private military company that has been aiding Russia's military in its ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for such big help, support, and President Biden, Congress, and for today on Ramstein, I had speech there, and on Ramstein, so Secretary Austin just presented the next package, this package, the last one, $2.5 billion of new ammunition, which are very important for us.
The meeting came as defense officials met in the US Ramstein Army base in Germany, where Zelensky called for additional military aid for his country. Agency report for Republic TV. Several Lebanese reformist legislators.
Everybody had this American perspective to how they want to run the business. Every Indian startup wanted to be a copycat model of a Silicon Valley startup. So I'm asking you from a cultural ethos perspective, what is your advice to how Indian corporates should run and operate their business and their business environment?
None of them believed in the Western model of doing business. They were only acting the Western model of doing business. So you have to align your culture to development. Without aligning your culture to development, you will never be able to become a global power on your terms.
Right now we are showing you the visuals, the bomb disposal squad of the Jammu and Kashmir police. They have arrived here at the spot 0 and now they are analyzing the car where the blast has taken place. We have got the twin sets of braking. First, a confirmation that it was a terror attack, and second is that an twin IDs were used to carry out these terror attacks here in the Narwal area of Jammu.
Thank you for joining us on the biggest story tonight. It's 7 p.m. I'm Niranjan, and the BBC docuseries trying to target the Prime Minister continues to be a talking point. More and more people who have watched parts of it, some who've seen the entire docuseries, are speaking out, calling out the BBC for the classic hit job. Here are the headlines on the biggest story tonight. WFI, or the Wrestling Federation of India, slanders victims, the wrestlers, and rejects the harassment charge. "302 signatories slam BBC for biased Modi documentary." Twin blast in Jammu, 6 detained by the police now being questioned. Rape convict Ram Rahim granted a 40-day parole once again. NIA reveals the PFI plot on killer squads in the case of Praveen Nettaru. There are some very startling details that are emerging. Clashes between the ISF and the Trinamool Congress near Kolkata. Dramatic pictures emerge. And this evening, about 302 top citizens, eminent personalities, some of whom have been judges in India, some of whom have led the police force, diplomats, former IPS officers, former IAS officers, coming out and writing a letter calling out the BBC's documentary for what it really is, an attempt to target the Indian Prime Minister. Let's get you some excerpts of that letter. Before that, politically, the story is gaining a lot of political traction, if I can call it that, with opposition parties like the Congress, the RJD, now talking about this docuseries, backing BBC, believe it or not, for this biased narrative, despite all courts in India saying that there was no proof. Here's how the story is being used politically to try and push a particular narrative.
उनकी जन्मशती पर उन्हें स्मरण है, उनके विचारों के लिए, उनकी त्याग तपस्या के लिए, गरीब और अमीर के संघर्षों के लिए, मजदूरों के लिए, लोकतंत्र के लिए, संविधान की रक्षा के लिए। हम प्रेस की, मीडिया की आज़ादी के समर्थक हैं और विचारों की भिन्नता होते हुए भी इसको अन्यथा नहीं लिया जाना चाहिए।
कहा जा रहा है गुजरात दंगों को
भारतीय समाज पर एक बदनुमा दाग है, हजारों हजार निर्दोष लोग उसमें मारे गए, लिहाजा उसके तथ्य अगर सामने आते हैं, इस पर किसी को ऐतराज नहीं होना चाहिए।
The first response, in fact, JDU also backing this documentary. Very interesting, Abhishek. You see the story being used politically. I think a lot of events. In fact, a few minutes back, I saw somewhere, Abhishek, in Maharashtra, it appears that somebody tried to pull out, or rather there is an event organized on Ishrat Jahan encounter. There is a book that is being officially backed. I just got that bit of breaking news update on Ishrat Jahan encounter. There is a book that is being released. Samajwadi Party is officially backing the release of that book. And then you time that with what is happening. It appears that there is this all-out attempt to somehow pull out these cases where there is no proof, just to embarrass, if nothing else, and keep that conversation going. Abhishek.
Well, at one level, those were the darkest days for India's security establishment, Niranjan. The manner in which it was being hoodwinked, it was being manipulated and browbeated, in fact, to a certain political line by the political executive of the day. At that time, I believe it was the time of UPA too. But having said that, in this particular case, Niranjan, this is absolutely BBC gone bonkers. It's like Bonkers Broadcasting Corporation lost its sense of balance and the pain of being attacked as a nation, as a sovereign nation, and being manipulated, literally knifed with dishonesty. That's what this documentary is, Niranjan. They are not concerned about the fact that all these cases went through almost 2 decades of judicial process. They are not concerned about the fact that a Supreme Court appointed, Supreme Court monitored special investigation team led by one of the topmost investigators of that time of the country, a former head of the CBI, gave a clean chit to Narendra Modi, following which he, of course, made an outreach to the minority community, asked for bygones be bygones and to move ahead. He created a new compact with every citizen of the country, based on which he got the mandate that he got in 2014, which was subsequently renewed with even more numbers in 2019. Subsequently and parallelly, we have seen the courts of the country, from the lowermost at the district level in Ahmedabad to the topmost court of the country, doing away with those cases and upholding the clean sheet given by the SIT, Raghavan SIT, and then a review petition, then a curative petition. And what's most unfortunate is, Niranjan, when you see this peddling of lies which continues almost as if all the intellectual dishonesty has to be owned by these critics of Narendra Modi, or for that matter they would be immorally dishonest just because they want to target Narendra Modi. For example, this basic lie that 2,000 people died in Gujarat, which was never the case, about 700 Muslims and about 300 Hindus. If you really go that crude and mention numbers, just about 950, between 950 and 1,000. But that dishonesty with numbers still continues when at the drop of a hat they say 2,000 Muslims died, which was never the case. And also then, Niranjan, we have seen cases after cases where in this documentary, for example, the narrative of people like Teesta Setalwad and R.B. Sri Kumar and Sanjeev Bhatt is being peddled, despite the fact that it is their conduct now under the scanner and being investigated, and again reprimanded by the Supreme Court for having misused and abused due process of law. So I think someone in the BBC should be taking note of the kind of angst and anger that has really come out and respect these sentiments if they really care for, if nothing else, at least truth, which they have really taken for a ride by making that documentary, Niranjan.
Yeah, Abhishek, stay with me because you've also covered the Gujarat, riots. You've been in Gujarat for most of your life before moving to Delhi. So it'll be interesting to get your perspective on what you saw back then. But let me go across to Major General Kochhar, also joining us on broadcast. Dhruv Katoch, I think General Dhruv Katoch, can you hear me, sir?
General Kochhar here.
General Kochhar, can you hear me, sir? Good evening.
Yes. Yeah, clear.
General Kochhar is joining us on the phone. So are you also signatory to this letter, General Kochhar?
Yes, I am signatory.
Yeah, okay. Can you tell our viewers why you think this narrative of the BBC this time has crossed all lines?
You see, the growth and popularity of our Prime Minister Narendra Modi seems not to be digested by certain people in certain countries. They have an agenda of their own, and this agenda is more or less being targeted for the next elections. And this is the beginning. Let me tell you, they have already started this agenda with this BBC program, and they are going to continue it further. They are getting into the internal affairs of our country, which we cannot tolerate. Nobody has got a right to speak what is happening within the nation. It is the internal matter of the nation, and especially when a Supreme Court judgment is there, what business has anybody got to question the judgment of the Supreme Court? Secondly, they are talking about the Citizen Amendment Act and mentioning that it is targeting the Muslims. Have they read the Citizen Amendment Act? Does it single out any one religion or any religious community? So it is absolutely clear. The agenda is absolutely clear, and we as a nation, you see, I am not a member of BJP. I am a citizen of India, and if I feel strongly about it, I am sure 130 million people of our country also feel strongly about it. And that is why we have voiced our opinion. We have condemned this particular statements or program emanating from countries who are inimical to the growth of India. I'm not saying that the governments are inimical, but there are certain strata of people there who are staying there, and they can be Khalistan angle also to these things, because in United Kingdom you have a large number of people who have been regularly targeting the Indian government and the Indian way of life.
The Pakistani population, sir.
Yes, and that is why we all as a nation today, irrespective of our political affiliations, must stand tall and must voice ourselves against this in the most emphatic manner.
Sir.
And we should curb this thing right immediately so that this narrative is not continued, because I have a feeling that this is a beginning and there will be other attempts to target our political leaders, especially the government. I'm reiterating that Jammu and Kashmir Article 370, they have no business to say. It is the internal matter of the country. Today the situation in Jammu and Kashmir is almost normal.
Yeah, so
the people are living a very peaceful life. There is growth and development. Economic packages have been announced by the government.
Yeah.
Corruption has been curbed, and we have investments happening from the UAE and other countries into Jammu and Kashmir.
Yes. On that point,
that is why
I was saying, General Kochhar, because I also have Abhishek Kapoor. So you see, Abhishek Kapoor has he's started his career, he's covered the riots, the aftermath of the riots, the conspiracy over the riots, and he was, just before you came in, General Kochhar, he was breaking down the details because he's seen it firsthand. He's reported on what he's seen and he's been there, right, for decades, right? Now let me take it, and look at the timing, General Kochhar, taking your point of what you said of the position that we are in and what they're trying to do. The Prime Minister in a meeting says take everyone along, including the minority communities, irrespective or not, you get their votes. He says that a country like Pakistan not getting any attention from countries like UAE, not getting much help, but India stands tall in these countries as well. So it's all coming at a time when, everything that they possibly said, and you spoke about Kashmir, everything that they possibly tried to peddle has sort of fallen flat. The countries that are behind all of this are really at their weakest. So what they're essentially trying to do is go after someone's reputation by peddling such false news. Abhishek, from a reporting perspective, why don't you take us a little bit through the conspiracies that you saw unravel in the course of your reporting, and prima facie, when you look at this particular docuseries, why is it what we are calling a hit job?
Niranjan, see, for one, these points raised by very honorable, people of the country, honorable citizens of the country who have had varied experience in governance, have excelled in whichever area they took up. They are investigators, judges, diplomats, bureaucrats, top cops. With that kind of experience, they are coming out, and they have raised specific questions in this letter which they have addressed to the BBC. What's the locus of the BBC to question Article 370, which was, as part of the Constitution, intended to be a temporary measure? What's the BBC's take on triple talaq, for example, which is the only Muslim-specific measure taken by the Modi government and which happens to be in favor of the Muslim women? Having said that, because you asked about what happened on the ground, Niranjan, suffice to say that much of this propaganda and trash prepared by the BJP by way of BBC by way of this documentary is essentially picked up from whatever was being pushed by the Teesta Setalwad group and gang, if I could call it, Niranjan, and which itself stands discredited in the courts of the country and is under scanner and being investigated. So I think that's why I said the very basic thing that the BBC needs and to introspect is whether they approach this issue with absolute integrity of of intellect, and that's where the issue is, Niranjan.
Okay, Abhishek and General Kochhar, I'll end by saying just one thing. I think General Kochhar said that this is just the beginning, and just before you came in, General Kochhar, I was talking about how there is a book release on Ishrat Jahan planned in Maharashtra, and the Samajwadi Party is behind it. So a lot of interesting things. I think all of them picking up these issues, timing it, there is perhaps a bigger campaign. We don't know, but it appears that that's the strategy at least. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. I'm taking a short break right now. When we come back, it's also one of the top issues we are debating tonight.
QS&T achieved. The world's foremost university rankings organizations have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization, referring to the Russian private military company that has been aiding Russia's military in its ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for such big help, support, and President Biden, Congress, and for today on Ramstein, I had speech there, and on Ramstein, so Secretary Austin just presented the next package, this package, the last one, $2.5 billion of new ammunition, which are very important for us.
The meeting came as defense officials met in the US Ramstein army base in Germany, where Zelensky called for additional military aid for his country. Agency report for Republic TV. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization, referring to the Russian private military company that has been aiding Russia's military in its ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for such big help, support, and President Biden, Congress, and for today on Ramstein, I had speech there, and on Ramstein, so Secretary Austin just presented the next package, this package, the last one, $2.5 billion of new ammunition, which are very important for us.
The meeting came as defense officials met in the US Ramstein army base in Germany, where Zelensky called for additional military aid for his country. Agency report for Republic TV. Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators failed to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's
हेलो फ्रेंड्स, वेलकम टू द गौरव आर्या शो। पुलिस वालों के बारे में अलग अलग लोग अपनी अलग अलग राय रखते हैं। पीपल से दे आर नॉट सेंसिटिव, पीपल से दे डोंट डू देयर वर्क वेल, सम पीपल से नो दे हैव कम एज सेवियर्स। जितने मुंह उतनी बातें। Today, we've got an iconic policeman on our show, and I'm sure all of you have heard of him, Mr. Prakash Singh, IPS. पद्मश्री से इनको नवाजा गया है, और ऐसा कोई भी नहीं है पुलिस विभाग में या जिसका किसी प्रकार से ताल्लुक है नेशनल सिक्योरिटी से, जिसने मिस्टर प्रकाश सिंह का नाम नहीं सुना है। सर जय हिंद, और हमारी शो में आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है।
जय हिंद।
सर, आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है, और इनफैक्ट जब मैं पुलिस के बारे में रिसर्च कर रहा था सर, तो 3 साल पहले सर मेरे पिताजी जो आपके जूनियर हैं, उन्होंने बोला कि आप मिस्टर प्रकाश सिंह से बात करिए, वो आपको पूरी इन्फॉर्मेशन देंगे। फिर मैंने आपको 3 साल पहले कॉल करा था सर। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? व्हाई डिड यू चूज टू जॉइन द आईपीएस? इसके पीछे रीजन क्या था, लॉजिक क्या था सर?
देखिए, आईपीएस में मैं कैसे आया, ये भी एक ईश्वरीय घटना थी, मैं समझता हूँ। मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए। पर उन दिनों ऐसा है कि 2 पर्चे दिए जाते थे इंडियन पुलिस। पहले तो 3 कंपलसरी पर्चे थे, उसके बाद 2 पर्चे आईपीएस के लिए, 3 पर्चे सिविल सर्विसेज के लिए और 5 पर्चे आईएएस के लिए होते थे। तो मैंने पाँचों के लिए तैयारी की थी कि सारे इम्तहान में बैठना है मुझे। पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरी आँख में कुछ समस्या हो गई और उसके बाद मैं इलाहाबाद में था। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे डॉक्टर चंद्रा, उनके पास गया। उन्होंने इलाज किया कि 2 दिन बाद फिर दूसरा पर्चा है। पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूं या उसकी तैयारी के लिए कुछ 1 घंटे पढ़ भी सकूं। मेरे लिए पढ़ने में भी दिक्कत थी। फिर मैं बैठ नहीं पाया बाकी पर्चों में और इन्हीं 2 पर्चों के आधार पे और 3 कंपलसरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पे मेरा जब रिज़ल्ट आया तो मुझे बड़ा आश्चर्य हुआ। मैंने देखा कि मैं आईपीएस में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। तो मुझे कुछ ऐसा लगा जैसे ईश्वरीय कोई ताकत है मुझे पुलिस की तरफ।
इट वाज फेटेड सर।
हाँ, तो फिर मैंने उस समय तो आईपीएस ज्वाइन ही कर लिया
जी।
फिर बाद में मैं फिर बैठा सिविल सर्विस में, मेरा इंटरव्यू कॉल भी आया पर मैं गया नहीं। मैंने कहा पुलिस में आ गए तब इसी में रहेंगे। इस तरह से आईपीएस में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
अच्छा।
पर मेरा स्वभाव जैसा है कि मुझे जब कोई काम मिल जाता है, फिर चाहे मैंने उसकी आशा की हो या ना की हो, उसकी प्लानिंग की हो या ना की हो, पर यह उसको मुझे अच्छी तरह से करना है। तो फिर पुलिस में भी मैं शुरू के कुछ वर्ष तो ऐसे रहे जब मुझे लगा कि नहीं पुलिस की नौकरी कैसी है और इसमें मुझे खुश रहूँगा कि नहीं रहूँगा, मुझे संतोष मिलेगा, जॉब सेटिस्फैक्शन होगा कि नहीं होगा। हमारी वाइफ में अक्सर बात होती थी। मैं सोचता था कि नहीं, यहाँ से रिज़ाइन करके फिर से टीचिंग में चले जाए। मैं आईपीएस में आने के पहले 1 साल मैंने इलाहाबाद यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ाया था, तो मैंने सोचा तो फिर से टीचिंग में चले जाएं। पर मेरी वाइफ ने बराबर मुझसे कहती थी नहीं, थोड़े दिन और देख लीजिए, अभी इतनी जल्दीबाजी में कोई फैसला मत लीजिए। जैसे जैसे पुलिस में मैं प्रगति करता गया, मुझे एक नए फीलिंग का एहसास हुआ। मुझे ये लगा जैसे जब मैं सुपरिटेंडेंट पुलिस बना तो मुझे ये लगा देखो आज की तारीख में 22 लाख आदमी इस ज़िले के, उनकी जीवन की सुरक्षा, उनके माल की सुरक्षा, उनके सम्मान की सुरक्षा ये मेरे हाथ में है। मेरे नेतृत्व में ये पुलिस फोर्स कितना अच्छा काम करती है, उतने ही ये सुरक्षित महसूस करेंगे, उतने ही सुखी होंगे। तो मुझे लगा ये तो बहुत बड़ा काम करने का मौका है, एक सेवा का इतना बड़ा मौका और कहाँ से मिलेगा कि आप 24-25 लाख आदमी की आप अगर वो ये फीलिंग करने लगे, उनके मन में ये भावना हो जाए कि नहीं अब हम अच्छे हैं, हमारी सुरक्षा है, पुलिस हमारा ध्यान रखती है, अगर ये सब बात हो जाए तो बहुत बड़ी बात है। तो फिर मुझे धीरे धीरे पुलिस में ये इस भावना से मैंने सर्विस की कि इट इज़ द बेस्ट इंस्ट्रूमेंट फॉर टू सर्व द पीपल, वेरी इफेक्टिव एंड ए वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग इंस्ट्रूमेंट टू सर्व द पीपल। ये फीलिंग जब मेरे अंदर आ गई तो फिर पुलिस में मैं एकदम रम गया। मैंने कहा नहीं अब इसमें तो अच्छा काम करना है। और इस तरह से जितना मैं आगे बढ़ता गया, जब डायरेक्टर जनरल पुलिस यूपी हुआ तो मैंने अपने आप से कहा प्रकाश तुम्हें ये ज़िंदगी का एक ऐसा मौका मिला है जो आगे नहीं मिलेगा। उस समय करीब 12-13 करोड़ थी उत्तर प्रदेश की आबादी। मैं तो 12-13 करोड़ आदमी, I mean, can you give them better life? Can you make them feel secure? Can you make them feel happier than they are today? It is in your hands. तो मैंने कहा, मैंने अपने आप से कहा कि देखो अपने आराम की, सुख की, अपने स्वार्थ की सब चीज़ें भूल जाओ, बस ऐसा काम करो कि सारे प्रदेश में लोग अपने आप को पहले से ज़्यादा सुरक्षित महसूस करें, उनका पुलिस में विश्वास बढ़े और पुलिस भी एक ऐसा काम करे कि लोगों में एक सुख और शांति का ज़्यादा अच्छा अनुभव हो और ज़्यादा अच्छी भावना हो।
बिल्कुल सर।
तो इस भावना से मैंने काम किया।
सर आप उत्तर प्रदेश काडर के हैं, उसके बाद आप अचानक एज अ वेरी यंग ऑफिसर, सर एज अ वेरी वेरी यंग ऑफिसर आप इंटेलिजेंस ब्यूरो में चले जाते हैं, आईबी में चले जाते हैं। और आईबी में कुछ ऐसी चीज़ें होती हैं जहाँ पे आप पहुँच जाते हैं नॉर्थ ईस्ट, उस एरिया में जहाँ पे ऑलरेडी घमासान है, द बैक ऑफ बियॉन्ड, जिसको लोग कहते हैं बैक ऑफ बियॉन्ड। आईबी की क्या स्टोरी है सर और आपकी कहाँ पे पोस्टिंग हो गई थी?
देखिए मैं उस समय भारत सरकार ने मुझे डिप्यूटेशन पे आईबी में ले लिया था
जी,
क्योंकि मेरा बहुत अच्छी पोजीशन थी आईपीएस में और उन दिनों एक ईयर मार्किंग स्कीम चलती थी, जो हर बैच के जो सबसे अच्छे अधिकारी होते थे उनको वो आईबी ले लेता था, सिलेक्शन कर लेता था। तो मेरा भी उसी में चयन हो गया और मुझसे ये नहीं पूछा गया कि आप आना चाहते हैं नहीं चाहते हैं, वो तो हुक्म था कि आपको आईबी में आना है और मुझे यूपी छोड़ के आईबी जाना पड़ा। उस समय मैं एएसपी ही था और एएसपी मैंने कुछ महीने दिल्ली में काम किया और उसके बाद उस समय नागालैंड में इंसर्जेंसी बड़े ज़ोरों से चल रही थी और इंटेलिजेंस ब्यूरो को ये लगा कि उन्हें एक यंग आईपीएस ऑफिसर को भेजने की ज़रूरत है कोहिमा में। एक डीआईजी तो थे सीनियर आदमी, पर उसके नीचे उन्होंने सोचा कि एक एसपी भी चाहिए, तो इसी पृष्ठभूमि में मेरी पोस्टिंग हो गई। तो नागालैंड जब मैं गया तो मेरे लिए अनजान जगह थी, बल्कि मैं ये कहूँ कि देश में ज़्यादातर लोगों को नागालैंड के बारे में नहीं मालूम था। और मुझे एक ये भी बड़ी अच्छी तरह याद आता है कि जब मैं अपने जो मेरे सहयोगी अधिकारी थे इंटेलिजेंस ब्यूरो में, मेरे बैचमेट्स और सीनियर ऑफिसर थे, जब इनसे मैं विदा लेने गया कि मैं नागालैंड जा रहा हूँ, तो सबने इतनी मतलब ऐसे नज़र से मुझे विदा किया जैसे उनकी आंखों में करुणा थी, कंपैशन था, पिटी थी कि भाई ये अफसर जा रहा है, पता नहीं वापस लौट के आएगा कि नहीं आएगा।
अच्छा।
तो इससे आखिरी
और सर ये 1962 1963 की बात
ये
है?
1965 की बात है।
1965 की बात
जी। तो बड़े मतलब दया भावना के साथ उन्होंने मुझे विदा किया कि पता नहीं शायद ये आखिरी मुलाकात हो। तो इस तरह से मैं नागालैंड पहुंचा। मेरे दोनों बच्चे अभी छोटे थे, पर नागालैंड शुरू में तो गया मुझे ज़रा अजीब सा लगा, कहाँ पहुँच गए, पहाड़ हैं, जंगल हैं, लोगों की भाषा नागामीज बोलते हैं, वो भी ज़रा समझने में दिक्कत होती है, खान पीन उनका अलग था, जलवायु अलग थी। पर धीरे धीरे मैं जैसे जैसे अपने आप को एडजस्ट करता गया, हम और हमारी पत्नी दोनों ने एडजस्ट कर लिया। फिर हम लोगों ने नागालैंड की पोस्टिंग बहुत इन्जॉय की। जब मुझे ये लगने लगा कि मैं जो कुछ यहाँ काम कर रहा हूँ उसका देश की सुरक्षा पे सीधा उसका असर पड़ेगा, और and I am contributing to national security in some form or the other, maybe a very 0.1% or 1%, but I am whatever I am doing is having an impact on national security, and I am contributing to sort of keeping Nagaland as part of India. जबकि वहाँ बड़ा ज़बरदस्त secessionist movement चल रहा था कि नागालैंड should be a separate country. तो ये जब भावना मेरे अंदर आई तो फिर मैं और काम में लग गया कि भाई ये देखो, तुम तो राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा में योगदान कर रहे हो और अच्छा कर सकते हो। तो और मैं मेहनत से काम करने लगा। और उस समय आईबी में मतलब प्रकाश सिंह ही बस ये समझाता था, ठीक है मेरे ऊपर अफसर थे, पर प्रकाश सिंह मेन वर्कर प्रकाश सिंह थे, और जब बड़े बड़े जितने ऑपरेशंस हुए सब मैंने ही किए।
कोई एक ऑपरेशंस की कहानी तो सुनाइए सर जिसमें नियर डेथ एक्सपीरियंस। मैंने ऐसा सुना है सर कि यू फेस सम वेरी वेरी टफ मोमेंट्स वेयर जान जा सकती थी, ऊपर वाले की कृपा थी नहीं गई जान।
ऐसे दो अनुभव हुए थे मेरे। एक तो अनुभव हुआ था जब चाइना रिटर्न गैंग के खिलाफ मैंने एक ऑपरेशन किया था नागालैंड से। उन दोनों नागालैंड के जो विद्रोही थे, रेबल्स थे, उन्होंने अपने आप को नागा फेडरल गवर्नमेंट में ऑर्गेनाइज कर रखा था, और नागा फेडरल गवर्नमेंट और नागा आर्मी, दो ये मेन उनके ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल विंग्स थे। तो नागा फेडरल गवर्नमेंट शुरू में तो अपने आदमियों को ट्रेनिंग के लिए, प्रशिक्षण के लिए और हथियार के लिए ईस्ट पाकिस्तान भेजती थी। पर जब ईस्ट पाकिस्तान आज़ाद हो गया और धीरे धीरे वो ईस्ट पाकिस्तान के रास्ते में इंडियन आर्मी ने अच्छी तरह से ब्लॉक कर दिया, फिर उन्होंने नया रास्ता ढूंढा, चीन भेजने लगे। यूनान प्रोविंस चाइना में इनका एक गैंग गया था 350 आदमियों का, और ये आदमी वहाँ ये गैंग वहाँ 1 साल रहा। थिनोसली और मोइवा थे उस समय, ये दो मेन लीडर्स थे।
आइजक मोइवा सर?
नहीं, आइजक मोइवा नहीं, थिनोसली वॉज ब्रिगेडियर एंड मोइवा वॉज ए सिविलियन। मोइवा तो अभी भी चल रहे हैं, थिनोसली की शायद मुझे मालूम नहीं, शायद डेथ हो गई है। ये दोनों मेन लीडर्स थे। ये लोग गैंग लेके गए थे और करीब 300-350 का गैंग था। साल भर वहाँ रहे और चाइना में यूनान प्रोविंस में अच्छी खासी इनकी ट्रेनिंग हुई, और बड़े सोफिस्टिकेटेड वेपन्स लेके ये नागालैंड में वापस आ गए। नागालैंड में जब वापस आ गए तो ये इन एक हाइड आउट में चले गए, जोत्समा एक गाँव में, पर किसी को मालूम नहीं था ये कहाँ पे है। और भारत सरकार में बड़ी चिंता थी इस विषय की कि आखिर ये गैंग आ तो गया नागालैंड, पर है कहाँ, और ये अगर कुछ मतलब हरकत करेगा, कुछ हिंसात्मक घटनाएं करेगा तो फिर बहुत बड़ी समस्या हो जाएगी। इतना बड़ा गैंग है, इसको कन्फाइन करना, न्यूट्रलाइज करना बहुत ज़रूरी है। पर इंटेलिजेंस नहीं थी नहीं। तो 8 माउंटेन डिवीज़न उस समय कोहिमा में होता था, कोहिमा के पास चकाबामा में। तो वहाँ पे जनरल NC रॉली थे, बहुत ही बढ़िया अफसर, इतने बढ़िया आर्मी अफसर मैंने कम देखे हैं। उन्होंने मुझे बुलाया, उनका प्रकाश, आई वांट इन्फॉर्मेशन अबाउट दिस गैंग, वेयर आर दे हाइडिंग। वो इन्फॉर्मेशन मैंने उनको दिया। 1 महीने मुझे लगे इन्फॉर्मेशन डेवलप करने में, इन्फॉर्मेशन मैंने दिया, और उसके बाद जनरल रॉली डिसाइडेड टू अटैक द कैंप एंड 1 फुल ब्रिगेड वॉज डिप्लॉयड। मैंने उनको गाइड्स पे दे दिए, और सारे प्लानिंग हम लोगों ने मिल के बनाई थी कि कैसे गाइड्स में, कहाँ गाइड मिलेंगे, कैसे ले जाएंगे, कैसे कॉर्डन पड़ेगा। तो इस कैंप को वो घेरने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, और घेरने में ये करीब जब कॉर्डन लगाया जा रहा था उस समय किसी तरह से एक नागा जो जल्दी सवेरे उठ गया था किसी कारण से, शायद कॉल ऑफ नेचर अटेंड करने जा रहा था क्या था, उसको दिखाई पड़ गया कि भाई ये तो कुछ गड़बड़ है, यहाँ फौज या बहुत बड़े ट्रुप मूवमेंट हो रहा है। उसने जाके इन लोगों को अलर्ट किया और अलर्ट करने के बाद ये लोग जल्दी से सामान बांध के दे गेट क्रैश थ्रू ए पर्टिकुलर सेक्शन ऑफ द कॉर्डन, जो उन्हें लगा कि यहाँ कमज़ोर है, यहाँ से निकलना आसान है। मेजर विश्वास एक वो द कंपनी कमांडर वहाँ पे, उस कंपनी को चीरते हुए निकल गए और उसमें काफ़ी इंगेजमेंट हुआ और दोनों तरफ से कैजुअल्टीज़, काफ़ी हैवी कैजुअल्टीज़ हुई। तो ये लोग तो निकल गए, फिर भी जो पिछलग्गे थे थोड़े से 20-22 आदमी करीब नागाओं को हम लोगों ने इंडियन आर्मी ने पकड़ लिया और उनके साथ उनके पास से चाइनीज़ राइफल्स मिली विद फोल्डिंग बैनेट्स विच वी हैड नेवर सीन बिफोर। फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम वी सॉ राइफल विद फोल्डिंग बैनेट्स।
अच्छा सर।
तो वो मिला, लिटरेचर मिला, हथियार मिले, आदमी पकड़े गए। तो मतलब डिप्लोमेटिकली इट वाज ए ग्रेट विक्ट्री, मिलिटरीली इट वाज ए ब्लडी एंगेजमेंट, बट डिप्लोमेटिकली इट वाज अ ग्रेट विक्ट्री, क्योंकि उसके बाद इंडिया ने चाइनीज़ चार्ज डे अफेयर्स को बुलाया, उनको लेटर दिया गया दैट वी हैव इनकॉन्ट्रोवर्टिबल एविडेंस ऑफ चाइनीज़ इन्वॉल्वमेंट इन इंडियाज़ नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न अफेयर्स, और बड़ा एक स्ट्रॉन्ग प्रोटेस्ट नोट गया। तो ये तो सब घटना हो गई, पर उसकी घटना होने के बाद फिर नागा विद्रोहियों को ये लगा कि भाई ये हमारे बारे में सूचना किसने दी, गाइड्स कैसे आए, कॉर्डन कैसे लग गया, हमको इतना लेट पता चला, ये सब के बारे में उनको बड़ी चिंता हुई। और उन्होंने जब बैकवर्ड इन्फॉर्मेशन कलेक्ट करना शुरू किया तो दे पिन पॉइंटेड प्रकाश सिंह, ही हैड डेवलप्ड दिस इन्फॉर्मेशन, ही पास्ड इट ऑन टू द आर्मी, ही कोलैबोरेटेड विद द आर्मी, एक्सेट्रा एक्सेट्रा। Then they issued an ahza. Ahza is a farman or an order issued by the federal government, signed by the president, Reverend Massieu was the president, signed by him, addressed to Security Command of Naga Army. Security Command was a command which specialized in assassinations, blowing up bridges, trains, etc. Security Command was ordered to take action against me, and taking action meant liquidating me. But we had a very good intelligence network, and somehow this letter came to. We got a copy of this letter. So, I just didn't know what to do with it. It was my death warrant. I was reading my death warrant, and I just didn't know what to do. So, I thought the best thing is to send a copy of that to Delhi. Delhi, मैंने तुरंत flash किया उसको, और Delhi से तुरंत जवाब आया कि you take the first flight to Delhi and come. So, I went to Delhi. I appeared before the Director Intelligence Bureau and the Deputy Director who was dealing with the Northeast. तो DIB ने मुझसे कहा, मिस्टर MML हुजा थे डायरेक्टर, उन्होंने कहा कि प्रकाश you need not go back to Nagaland, we will give you a posting and you join here tomorrow, and as far as family is concerned we will send a helicopter to evacuate them, because they were also concerned about the gravity of the situation. पर मेरे मन में पता नहीं क्या ये था कि अगर ये इस तरह मैं चलाऊंगा तो मुझे कम से कम अपने अंदर ये बार बार भावना होगी कि प्रकाश यू गॉट स्केयर्ड एंड देयरफॉर यू लेफ्ट नागालैंड,
छोड़ के नहीं आना।
हाँ, तो मैंने कहा नहीं सर, मुझे वापस जाने दीजिए, मैं अपना टर्म पूरा करके आ जाऊँगा।
फिर आप पहुंच गए BSF से? फिर
IG रेलवेज हो गया, और फिर एज IG मैं BSF में चला गया। मैंने डेपुटेशन में ऑप्ट किया था कि मैं डेपुटेशन फिर जाना चाहता हूँ जी, क्योंकि मुझे लगता था कि स्टेट का तो मैंने काफ़ी देख लिया, फिर से केंद्र में जरा केंद्रीय बल में देखा जाए। IB देख चुका था मैंने कहा बल में BSF ने मुझे सिलेक्ट कर लिया। तो पहली पोस्टिंग मेरी कश्मीर हो गई। उन दिनों कश्मीर में इतना उपद्रव नहीं था, शांति थी, पर यह एक साल मैं कश्मीर में रहा। और अभी मैं जूनियर मोस्ट IG था। पंजाब में उस समय आग लगी थी और उनको तलाश थी कि कोई पंजाब में IG भेजा जाए। तो उस तत्कालीन DG थे जो MC मिश्रा जी थे, बड़े शरीफ आदमी थे, उन्होंने मुझे बुलाया और एक बड़ी धीरे धीरे बोलते थे वो, प्रकाश वी आर लुकिंग फॉर एन IG फॉर पंजाब एंड आई थिंक यू विल बी द बेस्ट चॉइस, व्हाट डू यू से। अब वो इतने शरीफ आदमी थे और बड़े मतलब दिल से कह रहे थे, तो मैंने कहा साहब अगर आप मुझे ठीक समझते हैं तो मैं चला जाऊँगा। तो पंजाब के लिए मैंने हाँ कर दी। जब घर में लोग आए तो बड़ी डांट पड़ी कि तुम हर टेढ़ी जगह जाने के लिए हाँ क्यों कर देते हो, तुम्हें सब जगह ठेका ले रखा है क्या। मैंने बड़े भाई से कहा भैया मैं क्या करूं, जब मुझसे कहा जाएगा तो मैं ये तो नहीं कह सकता कि मुझे डर लग रहा है मैं नहीं जाऊंगा। पर मेरे परिवार में काफ़ी हलचल थी। लोगों ने मथुरा में एक वासुदेव कृष्ण चतुर्वेदी बड़े अच्छे पंडित थे, उनको बुलवाया, ज़रा इनकी कुंडली तो देख लीजिए, पंजाब से ये वापस ठीक ठाक लौटेगा या वहीं कुर्बान हो जाएगा। तो पंडित जी ने कहा नहीं इसको जाने दीजिए, कोई बात नहीं होगी और इनको यश प्राप्त होगा। तो इस तरह से मैं काफ़ी पारिवारिक।
देखिए तो सर किस तरीके से परिवार भी डर जाता है, सहम जाता है परिवार।
हाँ, परिवार में भी लोग कहते थे कि भैया पता नहीं, मतलब ऐसी जगह कि तुम क्यों जाते हो, नागालैंड से तो बच के आ गए तुम, अब फिर तो पंजाब में कूदने जा रहे हो। और पंजाब में उस समय बड़े भयंकर आतंकवाद था जिसकी आज की जनरेशन उसकी कल्पना नहीं कर सकती।
जी बिल्कुल सर। तो और सर फिर पंजाब का आपका टेन्योर खत्म होता है और फिर आप कहाँ पहुँचते हैं उसके बाद?
नहीं, पंजाब का टेन्योर भी बहुत ही इवेंटफुल था, बहुत ही इवेंटफुल था।
अच्छा।
हाँ, इवेंटफुल था और वहाँ भी फिर वही खतरे वाली बातें फिर आई। मतलब एक बार ये हो गया कि मतलब ये पंजाब पुलिस की इंटेलिजेंस वार्निंग आई मुझे कि साहब टेररिस्ट हैव डिसाइडेड टू फायर रॉकेट्स एट योर हाउस एंड टू किडनैप योर सन्स।
ओहो।
मैंने कहा ये कहाँ से मुसीबत, हमारे बच्चों के लिए मैं परेशान हुआ। तो बच्चों के लिए तो खैर मेरा बड़ा बेटा उस समय तक IPS ज्वाइन कर चुका था। मैंने कहा भाई तुम SP हो वहाँ धौलपुर में राजस्थान में, तुम अपनी सुरक्षा।
मिस्टर पंकज कुमार
सिंह उस समय SP थे। मैंने कहा भैया तुम अपनी सुरक्षा का इंतजाम तो तुम करो
जी।
ऐसा है। और बेटा मेरा था उस समय बेंगलोर में, छोटा बेटा
जी,
उसको मैंने कमिश्नर ऑफ पुलिस बेंगलोर को लिखा कि भाई ऐसी खतरे है, जरा इनकी सुरक्षा का ध्यान दीजिएगा। तो खैर कोई ऐसा विशेष प्रयास नहीं हुआ। थोड़े बार बेंगलोर वाले बच्चे को एक बार थोड़ा सा कुछ खतरे का आभास हुआ था, उसने कंट्रोल रूम फ़ोन कर दिया तो गाड़ी आ गई थी, फिर वो लोग भाग गए थे। पर बच्चे तो बच गए। और हमारे यहाँ PSF बड़ी अच्छी फोर्स है, उन्होंने एक्सटेंडेड पेट्रोलिंग कर दी कि मतलब घर के आसपास कोई आ ही नहीं सकता है। वहाँ पे वो बचे। फिर एक बार उन्होंने एम्बुश करने की कोशिश की मुझे तरन क्षेत्र में।
सर
वो एम्बुश मतलब बिल्कुल उनका परफेक्ट प्लानिंग थी और सफल हो जाता। हुआ ये था कि मैं बॉर्डर आउटपोस्ट का निरीक्षण कर रहा था, तो एक 30 जयमल सिंह पोस्ट थी वहाँ तक, और कई उधर के बॉर्डर के पोस्टों का निरीक्षण करके वहाँ जाने का रास्ता आप तो जानते हैं, आप तो फौज के रहे हैं, DCB पार करके मैं जाता था उधर।
जी बिल्कुल, मैं वहाँ पे पोस्टेड रहा हूँ सर।
तो DCB के बीच में एक जगह गैप था, उसी रास्ते से हमारी जीप गई थी। तो लोगों ने, आतंकवादियों ने सोचा कि इसी रास्ते से IG लौटेगा। ठीक उन्होंने बंद पे तुरंत आधे घंटे के अंदर फावड़ा कुल्हाड़ी लेके उसको खोद के एक ट्रेंच बनाई और वहीं पे LMG ले माउंट करके खड़े हो गए कि मैं तो लौटूंगा शाम के झुटपुटे में। उस समय वो LMG सीधे हमारी कार पे मारेंगे। ये उनका प्लानिंग थी। अच्छा, प्लानिंग एकदम परफेक्ट थी और बिल्कुल सफल हो जाती है, बस ईश्वरीय मदद फिर हुई मुझे। मैं जब लौट रहा था तो जो कमांडेंट थे बटालियन के, वो जीप चला रहे थे। हम लोग जीप में ही उन दिनों बॉर्डर का दौरा करते थे और बगल में मैं उनके बैठा था। देर हो गई थी, अब ये था कि ज़रा बटालियन हेडक्वार्टर जल्दी पहुंच जाए। तो उनका सर जिधर से आए थे उधर जाने में थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा, एक शॉर्टकट है वो सर, रास्ता ज़रा उबड़ खाबड़ है और अभी उसका उद्घाटन नहीं हुआ, उसको अभी ज़रा ठीक होना है, अगर आपकी इजाज़त हो तो उधर से चले चलें। तो मैंने कहा भगत सिंह नाम था। मैंने कहा देखो भगत, ऐसा है यहाँ का रास्ता तुम जानते हो, तुम जो ठीक समझो ले चलो। तो रूट बदल दिया उन्होंने, एक अनफ्रीक्वेंटेड अनयूज्ड रूट से जो उबड़ खाबड़ था उधर से लाए कि सब जंगल जल्दी पहुंच जाएंगे बटालियन हेडक्वार्टर। अब ये बेचारे एम्बुश लगाए बैठे हैं, वो देखे कि ये तो IG तो आया नहीं, तो हम तो बच गए। पर दुर्भाग्य क्या कहें, मतलब BSF पेट्रोल जो उधर से जा रहा था वो खिसियानी बिल्ली खंभा नोचे, उनका IG नहीं मिला, चलो सिपाहियों को ही मार दो। तो 4 सिपाहियों का एक पेट्रोल जा रहा था, उसमें 2 सिपाही उसमें मारे गए। तो एम्बुश लगा, तो ये एम्बुश तो था मेरे लिए
जी। और
ये खैर यहाँ से मैं बचा। तो ये और घर पे अटैक वाली बात थी। ये तो पंजाब, फिर पंजाब का इवेंट सबसे बड़ा जो मेरे लिए, मेरे दृष्टिकोण से मेरी सबसे महत्वपूर्ण मेरी उपलब्धि थी पंजाब में, वो हुआ बॉर्डर को सिक्योर करना। देखिए, जब तक बॉर्डर सिक्योर नहीं हो रहा था तब तक होता था कि जितने आतंकवादी मरते थे, गिल साहब ने मान लीजिए 10 आतंकवादी मारे, वो 10 का रिप्लेसमेंट पाकिस्तान से आ जाता था, क्योंकि बॉर्डर पार करना और पाकिस्तान से फिर हिंदुस्तान आना कोई बहुत मुश्किल काम नहीं था।
फेंस था नहीं सर उस वक्त।
फेंस था नहीं, और आप 1-1 इंच जमीन की तो देखभाल नहीं कर सकते। और 2 नाकों के बीच में रात को निकल जाते थे वो सर, हर चौकसी के बावजूद। मतलब इन्फिल्ट्रेशन और एक्सफिल्ट्रेशन दोनों हो रहा था। फिर मेरे ऊपर बहुत दबाव पड़ा, तो फिर मैंने कहा नहीं, इसका कुछ उपाय होना चाहिए। और फिर मेरे दिमाग में एकदम से आया कि नहीं, अगर यहाँ तारबंदी हो जाए, फेंसिंग लग जाए, तो फेंसिंग का प्रपोजल मैंने उस समय सिद्धार्थ शंकर रे को दिया। उस समय गवर्नर थे सिद्धार्थ शंकर रे ने चिदम्बरम साहब को दिया, वो मिनिस्टर फॉर इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी थे। इन लोगों को अपील की और इन्होंने प्रपोजल अप्रूव कर दिया और मुझसे कहा गया कि इसके डिज़ाइन बना के भेजो। CPWD के आदमी को मेरे पास भेजे गए। मैंने उस समय क्या किया कि US मैक्सिको बॉर्डर के फेंस की डिज़ाइन मंगवाई, नॉर्थ कोरिया और साउथ कोरिया के फेंस के बीच की डिज़ाइन।
अच्छा।
दोनों डिज़ाइन को हम लोगों ने स्टडी किया और हमें बड़ी खुशी है ये बात कहने में कि हम लोगों ने जो डिज़ाइन इवॉल्व की वो इन दोनों से अच्छी थी। और इस समय जो फेंस वहाँ खड़ी की गई शुरू में ये है करीब किस्सा है 88-89 का खर्च किस्सा है। उस समय जो फेंस खड़ी की गई पंजाब बॉर्डर पे, दैट वाज द बेस्ट इन द वर्ल्ड। आई कैन से दैट विद अ सेंस ऑफ प्राइड। इट वाज बेटर देन द यूएस मैक्सिको फेंस, इट वाज बेटर देन द कोरियन फेंस। वो फेंस बनी और उसके बाद फिर इन्फिल्ट्रेशन और एक्सफिल्ट्रेशन फिर भी हो रहा था, ऐसा नहीं वो तार काट के चले जाने रहे थे। फिर तार न काट पाए उसके लिए हम लोगों ने बहुत सारे उपाय किए, बीच में क्लेमोर माइंस डाल दी कुछ, और बीच में तारों में घंटियां लगा दी जो बैलों के गले में लगती हैं, भाई काटेंगे तो कुछ आवाज़ होगी, उससे नाके अलर्ट हो जाएंगे। एक कोबरा वायर चला दिया, इलेक्ट्रीफाइड वायर अलॉन्ग द फेंस,
वो अभी भी है,
वो अभी भी है जी। वो उसी समय से ये सब शुरू हुआ था। तो उससे फिर इन्फिल्ट्रेशन एक्सफिल्ट्रेशन बहुत एकदम से सडन ड्रॉप हुआ। और हमारे पास तो इंटरसेप्टेड लेटर्स हैं, ये वसंत सिंह जफरवाल वगैरह के को लिखे गए कि साहब अब बॉर्डर पार करना बहुत मुश्किल हो रहा है। तो हुआ ये कि पहले जैसे 10 आदमी गिल साहब के आदमी ने पुलिस ने ठिकाने लगा दिए, 10 का रिप्लेसमेंट 8 से हो गया, 9 से हो गया, कभी 11 से भी हो गया। अब ये हुआ कि इन्होंने 10 को ठिकाने लगाए तो रिप्लेसमेंट में 2 या 3 आए। नतीजा ये हुआ कि टेररिस्ट का ग्राफ गिरता चला गया और I mean, it was like stopping the supply of oxygen from Pakistan, which is essential in any anti-terrorist campaign. You must stop the supply of oxygen or cut off the supply of oxygen. This is what BSF was able to achieve on the Punjab border. And once this happened, rest is history. Rest is history because whatever action was taken in the hinterland, its impact was seen. Otherwise, its impact was neutralized by fresh infiltrations from Punjab, from Pakistan side.
In fact, sir, मैं आपको बताता हूँ कि you know far better than me, sir. You have to serve there. हम तो बच्चे थे उस वक्त जब आप कश्मीर में थे. We were kids in school, sir. यही चीज़ होती थी कश्मीर में, सर. लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल से आतंकवादी आ रहे हैं, सर. वो जैश के, लश्कर तैयबा के और ये हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन वगैरह के और भी अल-फरान वगैरह जितने भी ग्रुप्स थे, सर. Then this army started this idea of fencing the line of control, sir. और करते करते सर फेंसिंग ऐसी हो गई कि आज जो है सर अभी भी इक्का दुक्का कोई आता है तो आता है, क्योंकि सर इट्स वो द टेरेन इज सच. कभी एवलांच आ गया तो फेंस को ले गया, फिर उसको इंजीनियर्स रिपेयर कर रहे हैं. लेकिन ओवरऑल सर दिस हैज इंश्योर्ड दैट पाकिस्तान से जो आतंकवादी आते हैं सर, अब वो नहीं. हम जब व्हेन आई वाज पोस्टेड ऑन द लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल सर, जब मैं लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल में था पुंछ रजौरी के एरिया में, देयर वाज नथिंग सर. हमें बोला था कि 3 पत्थर ये हैं, एक पेड़ ये है, ये चश्मा बह रहा है, ये एक्सेस है, दिस इज टू बी कंसिडर्ड द लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल. ये तो कोई फेंस नहीं था सर, वो बाद में हुआ. बट आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड आप बोल रहे हैं.
पर ये फेंसिंग सबसे पहले पंजाब बॉर्डर में हुई सर. पंजाब में भी सबसे पहले ममदोद सेक्टर में हुई सर. और मैं जरा किफ़ायती आदमी हूँ तो मेरा ये ख्याल था कि खाली वल्नरेबल सेक्टर्स में लगे सर. पर धीरे धीरे मैंने देखा कि सरकार का ये हुआ कि नहीं भाई बाकी भी लगा दो, तो पंजाब बॉर्डर तो पूरी हो गई. जब पंजाब में इसका प्रभाव दिखा तो धीरे धीरे और जगहों से भी हुआ, नहीं राजस्थान में भी कर दो, गुजरात में भी कर दो, JNK में भी कर दो, तो पूरा वेस्टर्न बॉर्डर हमारा फेंस हो गया. शुरुआत ये हुई ममदोद सेक्टर में पंजाब से. और हमें याद है जब सेक्टर ये फेंसिंग लग रही थी तो पंजाब के ये पाकिस्तान के रेंजर्स फेंस के वहाँ आके देखते थे कि आखिर ये हो क्या रहा है, हो क्या रहा है. पर हमारी फेंस बहुत अच्छी थी और बहुत प्रभावी हुई और उसके बड़े सकारात्मक, बड़े पॉजिटिव रिजल्ट्स हमारे सामने आए.
बिल्कुल सर. सर, I want to take you to when you took over as DG BSF, sir. And Assam, you're also DG Assam, sir?
I was DG Assam, then DGP UP, then DGP BSF, DG BSF.
My God, sir, this is some CV, sir, some CV.
असम तो मुझे विशेष परिस्थिति में भेजा गया. मैं पंजाब में था, पहले IG रहा, फिर एडिशनल DG रहा. यहाँ भी 4 साल मेरे होते गए. किसी को रिप्लेसमेंट जब ये है कि प्रकाश सिंह कर रहे हैं और वो कहते भी नहीं कि हमें वापस बुला लो. अब मेरा ये था कि मैं कैसे कहूँ भाई आपका काम है, मेरा टेन्योर पूरा हो जाए तो वापस बुलाइए. इस तरह कर 1-2 साल हो गया, 3 साल हो गया, 4 साल हो गया. IG से मैं एडिशनल DG हो गया. भाई प्रकाश सिंह को चलाए जाओ. वो वापस आने की करने रहे और वहाँ जाने के लिए कोई उत्सुक नहीं है. इस तरह में 4 साल हो गए थे. पर उसमें असम में स्थिति ऐसी हो रही थी कि असम में भारत सरकार को इलेक्शन करवाना था. उल्फा ने कह दिया कि हम इलेक्शन नहीं होने देंगे. अब भारत सरकार में बड़ी नर्वसनेस हो गई कि अगर इलेक्शन नहीं हुआ तो बड़ी बदनामी होगी. उस समय नारायण साहब DIB थे, मुझे याद आता है, और चंद्रशेखर प्राइम मिनिस्टर थे, मिस्टर भार्गव थे, वो होम सेक्रेटरी थे. इन्होंने ये निष्कर्ष निकाला कि आसाम पुलिस का DGP उल्फा के खिलाफ सख्त एक्शन नहीं ले सकता. थोड़ा एक्शन तो लेगा, सख्त नहीं लेगा, क्योंकि उसको भी आसाम में रहना है और रिटायर होने के बाद कहीं उल्फा उसको तंग ना करें, उसके परिवार को परेशानी ना हो। उनका बाहर से ऐसे अफसर को भेजो जो वहाँ उनको मार पीट के चलावे और इलेक्शन करवा दें। तो उन्होंने, मुझे बुलाया गया कि प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब के यहाँ आपकी पेशी है। मैं गया, मैंने पता नहीं क्या बात हुई, प्राइम मिनिस्टर क्यों बुला रहे हैं मुझे। मैं थोड़ा सा परेशान भी था कि भाई कोई ख़ास बात होगी। तो वहाँ घुसते ही भार्गव बैठे थे, होम सेक्रेटरी और प्राइम मिनिस्टर। इनका प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने कहा, प्रकाश वी हैव डिसाइडेड टू सेंड यू टू, हम लोगों ने तय किया है कि तुम्हें असम भेजा जाए, ऐसी ऐसी स्थिति है, तुम्हें वहाँ जाना पड़ेगा। तो मेरे मुँह से एकदम से निकला कि सर पर मुझे असम जाने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं, पर असम मेरा काडर नहीं है। भाई जब डीजीपी बनता है तो आदमी मतलब उस फोर्स के साथ एसपी, डीआईजी, आईजी काम किए रहता है, तो पूरे फोर्स आपको जानती है, आप फोर्स को जानते हैं, तालमेल होता है और फिर आप उनसे काम लेना आसान होता है। मैंने कहा तो वहाँ तो मैं किसी को नहीं जानता, मैं कैसे काम कैसे लूँगा। तो उनका नहीं, वो सब हम लोगों ने सोच लिया है, पर तुम्हें जाना है, खाली इलेक्शन करवा के तुम चले आओ 3-4 महीने में। तो थोड़ी देर तक यही सब बात होती रही। मैंने कहा सब ठीक है, अगर ये सब आप लोगों ने सोच लिया है, फिर भी आप समझते हैं मैं जाऊं तो मैं चला जाऊंगा। तो उन्होंने मुझे भेज दिया। आसाम जाने के बाद मुझे, मेरी सबसे पहली एंग्जाइटी ये थी कि मैं आसाम पुलिस की लॉयल्टी कैसे लूँ। तो पहले ही दिन मैंने क्या कि जिस दिन मैंने चार्ज लिया उस दिन शाम को मैंने सारे अफसरों को बुलाया, सीनियर अफसरों को। मैंने कहा देखो मैं यहाँ कोई कोशिश करके नहीं आया हूँ, मैं यहाँ खूंटा गाड़ने भी नहीं आया हूँ, मुझे भेजा गया है इसलिए मैं आया हूँ और मुझे एक लिमिटेड मैंडेट है, मैं इलेक्शन करवाना है, इलेक्शन करवा के मैं चला जाऊँगा। तो उन्हें भी लगा कि ये आदमी ठीक ही कह रहा है, उनको भी मालूम हो गया था कि ये आदमी ठीक कह रहा है। और फिर उन्होंने मतलब असम पुलिस को भी मैं क्रेडिट दूंगा, उन्होंने बड़ी वफादारी के साथ, बड़ी मेहनत के साथ मेरे साथ काम किया और असम में इलेक्शन हो गया। एक गोली नहीं चली, क्योंकि पता नहीं एक स्टेज आई कि उल्फा को लगा कि नहीं भाई मुश्किल हो रहा है, क्योंकि हम डेली ऑपरेशंस कर रहे थे। सडनली आई गेट ए टेलीफोन कॉल कि साहब वो यूपी निवास से फ़ोन आया। उन्होंने तो लैंडलाइन थी, कोई मोबाइल तो था नहीं। तो मैं दौड़ा गया पुलिस मेस के रिसेप्शन में कि कहाँ से फ़ोन आ गया। तो मुख्यमंत्री, मैं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय उत्तर प्रदेश आपसे बात करेंगे। तो मैंने बात किया, उनका मैं कल्याण सिंह बोल रहा हूँ और हम लोगों ने तय किया है कि आपको डीजीपी उत्तर प्रदेश बनाएंगे। बीजेपी की नई सरकार बनी थी, किसी ने उनसे कह दिया कि अगर आप चाहते हैं पुलिस को अच्छी छवि हो जाए तो आप प्रकाश सिंह को डीजीपी बना दिए। मेरी बीजेपी से कोई वो नहीं था, न कल्याण सिंह ने मेरी शक्ल देखी थी, न मैंने उनकी शक्ल देखी थी, न जानने का सवाल ही नहीं होता। तो आपको डीजीपी बनाने का, तो अब अंदर क्या चाहे दो आंखें। मैं तो सोच रहा था अब कहाँ जाऊँ, तो यूपी से ऑफर आ गया, तो मैं यूपी में डीजीपी चला गया। यूपी का टेन्योर भी बहुत ही इवेंटफुल रहा। उसमें दो चीज़ें बहुत जो ख़ास उपलब्धियाँ मेरी रहीं। एक तो माफिया के खिलाफ पहली बार उत्तर प्रदेश में जो अभियान चला है वो मेरे समय में चला है और मेरी ताकत से चला है। पहली बार ये मतलब एक हाई कोर्ट ने भी इस बात को रिकॉग्नाइज़ किया। हाई कोर्ट की मतलब कुछ ऑब्जर्वेशंस हैं और एक कमेटी बैठी थी अभी हाल में कुछ 7-8 साल पहले, एक मिस्टर पटनायक हैं IAS अफसर के चेयरमैनशिप में, टू लुक इनटू द रोल ऑफ माफिया इन उत्तर प्रदेश। तो उन्होंने भी लिखा है कि पहली बार कैंपेन प्रकाश सिंह ने ही चलाया था और कह रहे थे कि माफिया की डेफिनेशन हमें कहीं नहीं मिली। तो हमारा उन्होंने सर्कुलर ऑर्डर कोट किया है। इस सर्कुलर ऑर्डर में कैसे माफिया को डिफाइन किया गया। तो माफिया के फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम माफिया रियली फेल्ट द इम्पैक्ट ऑफ पुलिस और मोस्ट ऑफ देम वेंट अंडरग्राउंड। दे वर नॉट टू बी सीन। Nobody knew where they were. Either they went underground or they were behind bars और वो भगवान के पास चले गए। ये माफिया है और ये मूंछ पे ताव देके अपने घर बैठा है, ऐसा कोई नहीं था।
तो नेपाल भी तो भाग जाते हैं काफ़ी यूपी से लोग एक ज़माने में, ऐसा बड़ा होता था कि नेपाल
भाग जाते हैं अपना। हाँ, तो एक तो माफिया के खिलाफ बहुत सघन अभियान चला था और सरकार खुलेआम कहती थी कि भय मुक्त समाज और दंगा रहित प्रदेश हमने दिया है। ये गवर्नमेंट का की मतलब बोझ था।
सर ये मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ, जैसे असम है सर, असम के अपने चैलेंजेस हैं, अपना कल्चर है, अपने लोग, अपनी लैंग्वेज, खाना, अपनी अलग पुलिस फोर्स सर, और असम का एक अपना अलग चैलेंज है। उसी प्रकार से आपने IB में थे सर, फिर BSF में आए। उत्तर प्रदेश का बस मैं अगर आप 2 मिनट में ये समझाएं सर, बिकॉज जनसंख्या इतनी है, लोग कहते हैं कि इफ यूपी वाज अ कंट्री इट वुड हैव बीन द 7th लार्जेस्ट कंट्री इन द वर्ल्ड। मतलब आज की तारीख में सर करीब 22-23 करोड़ लोग हैं। इट्स ऑलमोस्ट द साइज ऑफ बिगर देन पाकिस्तान। वहां का पुलिस का मुखिया बनना, DGP बनना, इतना पॉलिटिकली चार्ज स्टेट सर, और एक तरफ सर बुंदेलखंड, एक तरफ मेरठ, एक तरफ मतलब ये तो स्टेट खत्म ही नहीं होता सर। वो कैसा चैलेंज था सर?
नहीं, बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज था। और मैंने कहा ना कि मैंने जब उत्तर प्रदेश का मैं डीजीपी बना तो मैंने अपने आप से ही कहा कि प्रकाश, ये तुम्हें ज़िंदगी में ये पहली और आखिरी बार ये मौका मिला है, इतनी बड़ी जनसंख्या को तुम एक सुरक्षा की भावना दे सको। सारी चीज़ें भूल जाओ, अपना पर्सनल कंफर्ट, अपना रूटीन सब भूल जाओ, फैमिली भूल जाओ, बस काम में जुट जाओ और दिन रात लगा दो। देखिए, मेरा रूटीन 4 बजे सवेरे शुरू होता था, 4 से 7 तक मैं दफ्तर में बैठता था। उसमें कैंप ऑफिस होता था, ऊपर मेरा घर था घर में, और नीचे की मंजिल ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे दफ्तर था। मैं जाड़ा हो गर्मी हो 4 बजे उठ के दफ्तर में आ गया। 4 से 7 तक तो मैं फाइलें निपटा देता था कि अब दिन भर तो होश नहीं रहता था।
सर,
मिलने वाले इतनी मीटिंग्स, इतने मतलब किस तरह का डिस्टर्बेंस है। कभी चीफ मिनिस्टर बुला रहे हैं, कभी कोई होम डिपार्टमेंट में कोई मीटिंग है। दिन भर तो मतलब कैसे निकल जाता पता नहीं चलता था। यू आर जैसे भंवर में आप हैं। ये मतलब दिन रात एक करके काम किया। और मेरा ये था कि अधिकारी मेरे ये जानते थे कि लोग मतलब अब कहते हैं कि साहब, हमारे स्टाफ अफसर मुझे बताते थे कि साहब आईजी लोग आपसे मिलने जाते थे तो पहले मतलब पूछते थे साहब का मूड ठीक है कि नहीं। मूड की कोई बात नहीं थी, उनको घबराहट ये थी कि पता नहीं क्या सवाल ये पूछ देंगे। हमको खुश करने का कोई माध्यम नहीं है सिवाय इसके कि आप अपना काम अगर अच्छा हो। और मैं हर अफसर के, उनके चरित्र, उनके आचरण, उनके काम, सबका लेखा जोखा रखता था।
तो सर, असम, उत्तर प्रदेश, फिर आप पहुंचते हैं सीमा सुरक्षा बल। सर, लास्ट पोस्टिंग बिफोर रिटायरमेंट वाज डीजीबीएसएफ। सर, डीजीबीएसएफ क्या हुआ सर?
डीजीबीएसएफ में उन दिनों देखिए सबसे बड़ी चुनौती मेरे लिए थी कश्मीर की। कश्मीर में उस समय
आग लग चुकी थी सर।
हाँ, आग लग चुकी थी, बुरी तरह से लग चुकी थी। और कश्मीर में उस समय बीएसएफ वाज इन द फोरफ्रंट ऑफ द बैटल।
सर,
नॉट सो मच द आर्मी, ऑल द अर्बन conglomerations, all the urban areas were under the control of the BSF, and the rural areas and the border was being looked after by the army.
एंड खासतौर से सर, अगर मैं आपको जितना मैंने इतिहास पढ़ा और बीएसएफ के ऑफिसर से मैंने बात करी है सर, साउथ कश्मीर में खास तौर से, ऑफ कोर्स द एंटायर कश्मीर वैली ऑफ कोर्स, बट स्पेशली साउथ कश्मीर से अनंतनाग वगैरह, जो इनिशियल अर्ली 90s में जो ऑपरेशंस करे थे बीएसएफ ने सर, कहते हैं एक एक फुट की जमीन वापस ली थी लोगों से लड़ के बीएसएफ ने। सो दे डिड अ गुड जॉब सर।
बीएसएफ की बड़ी धाक थी वहाँ वैली में। और मतलब मैं ये भी कहूँगा कि मैं समझता हूँ कि जो ये थ्योरी इन लोगों ने निकाली थी कि ओनली वन फोर्स फॉर इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी एवरीवेयर, इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी है शेड्स एंड शेड्स। और बीएसएफ को इन्होंने एकदम से जो हटाया था वैली से, वो एक बहुत गलत फैसला था। ये जो लोग थ्योरी में डील करते हैं ना, वो बिना एक्सपर्ट से राय लिए उनकी वजह से। सीआरपी इज़ एन एक्सलेंट फोर्स, सीआरपी के खिलाफ मुझे कुछ नहीं कहना, पर हर फोर्स को किसी समस्या को समझने में टाइम लगता है।
बिल्कुल।
बीएसएफ के पैर जम चुके थे, बीएसएफ की धाक थी, लोग बीएसएफ के रेस्पेक्ट करते थे, बीएसएफ का इंटेलिजेंस नेटवर्क बड़ा अच्छा था। सीआरपी गई तो उसको पहली बात तो उनको समस्या को समझने में टाइम लगा, टेररिस्ट का कितना मतलब उनका इम्पैक्ट है उसको झेलने में समय लगा। इंटेलिजेंस नेटवर्क उनके पास था ही नहीं, तो शुरू में तो अपनी सीआरपी लड़खड़ा गई, फिर धीरे धीरे करके उन्होंने भी पैर जमा लिया। पर वो एक डेढ़ साल हमें बहुत नुकसान हुआ। और जनरल सिन्हा थे जो अपने, हम लोगों ने एक सिंपोजियम में यूएसआई में भाग ले रहे थे, मेरी भी राय थी, उनकी भी राय थी कि बीएसएफ को वैली से हटाना एक गलत निर्णय था। इट वॉज ए थ्योरेटिकल डिसीजन टेकन बाय पीपल हु डू नॉट नो द ग्राउंड रियलिटीज़। तो मैं उस समय की बात कर रहा हूँ जब बीएसएफ वहाँ पूरी तरह से ज़मीन पे कब्जा थी, और बीएसएफ सारे अर्बन एरियाज़ में बीएसएफ थी, रूरल एरियाज़ में आर्मी थी।
और कोई एग्जांपल दीजिए ना सर।
एक सोपोर में गया था, मैं सोपोर का दौरा कर रहा था, तो वहाँ मैंने देखा कि दूर कोई झंडा फहरा रहा है। ये किसका झंडा है भाई? उसने कहा सर ये पाकिस्तान का झंडा है। मेरे तो सुनते बदन में आग लग गई कि पाकिस्तान का झंडा मेरे आँख के सामने फहरा रहा है, हिंदुस्तान की ज़मीन पे ये हो कैसे सकता है? उसने कहा साहब वो सोपोर है, बड़ा नोटोरियस गांव है, आतंकवादी वहाँ बहुत उनका स्ट्रांग होल्ड है, और आज की तारीख में वहाँ 70-80 अफ़गान मुजाहिदीन भी हैं। उस समय अफ़गान मुजाहिदीन कश्मीर बिल्कुल आ जाते थे। पापा 2 में हम लोग इन लोगों को बंद कर रखा था, हमारा एक कैंप था।
पापा 2 सर, बड़े सालों के बाद ये नाम सुनाई दे रहे हैं।
हमारा कैंप था, उसमें हमने इन लोगों को बंद कर रखा था, जो पकड़े जाते थे। तो 70-80 मुजाहिदीन भी हैं। मैंने कहा मुजाहिदीन हो या कोई भी हो, मैं हिंदुस्तान की ज़मीन पाकिस्तान का झंडा नहीं हो सकता। मैंने अपने 2 बटालियन कमांडर्स जो थे उन दोनों को बुलाया। मैंने कहा लुक, आई वांट दैट दिस प्लेस शुड बी अटैक्ड, द मुजाहिदीन शुड बी डिसलॉज्ड एंड द फ्लैग हैज़ टू बी टेकन ऑफ। तो दोनों बटालियन कमांडर्स हमारे राजी हो गए। अब ये बात जब हुई तो मैंने प्लान तो बना लिया, पर मुझे लोगों ने बार बार कह रहे थे कॉशन शब्द बात कि मतलब इसमें देखिए 70-80 मुजाहिदीन हैं, बड़ी भारी कैजुअलिटीज़ होने वाली। तो मैंने आई ब्रॉट दिस टू द नोटिस ऑफ द होम मिनिस्ट्री। मैंने कहा ये मैं अटैक करना चाहता हूँ, मेरी ये सिफारिश है कि आप आर्मी का भी एक कंपनी दे दीजिए, एक कॉलम दे दीजिए, कुछ हमें दीजिए। आई टेक फुल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। हमारी तो 2 पूरी बटालियन रहेंगी, एक आर्मी, ताकि मैंने ये सोचा कि कहीं अगर हम ज़्यादा मार खा गए और सफल
कैजुअलिटीज हो गई हमारी,
ज़्यादा कैजुअलिटीज़ हुई तो लोग हमारे ऊपर जिम्मेदारी डालेंगे कि तुम बड़े तीस मार खा बने थे, अटैक करने जा रहे थे। तो ये मामला सब होते 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 ये पहुंच गया, प्राइम मिनिस्टर तक पहुंच गया कि भाई ये तो बीएसएफ की तरफ से है कि हम दे वांट टू अटैक दिस कैंप, इसकी क्लियरेंस चाहिए। होम सेक्रेटरी भी घबरा रहे थे कि क्लियरेंस हम दे दें और कुछ हो जाए। ये मामला फिर ऊपर तक गया। फिर उस मीटिंग में प्राइम मिनिस्टर भी थे, डिफेंस मिनिस्टर, होम सेक्रेटरी, फॉरेन सेक्रेटरी, सब बैठे थे वहीं पे। वहाँ पे आर्मी चीफ थे उस समय, बीसी जोशी थे,
जनरल जोशी सर,
जनरल जोशी थे। किसी ने कहा कि साहब इसमें सब आदमी, सिविलियंस भी बहुत मारे जाएंगे, कैजुअलिटीज़ भी दोनों तरफ से होंगी, और ह्यूमन राइट्स का एंगल बहुत ज़बरदस्त उठेगा कि इतने सिविलियंस कैसे मारे गए। उस समय ह्यूमन राइट्स अभी नया नया शुरू हुआ था, पर बड़ी तेज़ी से आगे बढ़ा था, और ह्यूमन राइट्स वायलेशन एक बहुत बड़ा इशू हो गया था कश्मीर में। उनका ह्यूमन राइट्स का भी मुद्दा बहुत ज़बरदस्ती से उठेगा इस लड़ाई के बाद, अगर ये बीएसएफ ने अटैक किया कि गाँव वाले मारे जाएंगे। अब इस बात पे नरसिम्हा राव साहब घबरा गए, और उनका फिर उन्होंने क्लियरेंस नहीं दिया। पर ये बात एक सारी चर्चा का विषय हो गया कि बीएसएफ इज़ इचिंग टू अटैक द अफगान मुजाहिदीन्स बट दे हैव नॉट बीन गिवन क्लियरेंस। तो मतलब इससे फौज में हमारी इज्जत बहुत बढ़ गई। लोगों ने कहा कि ये आदमी बड़ा, मतलब इसका दिल बड़ा मजबूत है और ये खतरा लेने के लिए मौजूद तैयार बैठा है।
फौज विल ऑलवेज अप्रिशिएट समबडी हु सेज कि चलो
माय एग्रेसिव एक्शंस वर अप्रिशिएटेड। तो एक बार इसी तरह मीडिया मेरा इंटरव्यू ले रहा था, और मैं बोलने में आउटस्पोकन हूँ। तो पापा टू कैंप के बारे में कुछ हुआ कि साहब आपके पास बहुत सारे आदमी आपने रखे हैं, और तो किसी करस्पॉन्डेंट ने पूछ दिया साहब बड़ी शिकायत आ रही है कि उनको आप पिटाई करते हैं, 3rd डिग्री मेथड्स इस्तेमाल करते हैं। तो मैंने ये तो नहीं कहा कि हम पिटाई करते हैं या नहीं करते हैं, मैंने ये कहा तो आप क्या चाहते हैं, उनको हम सवेरे दूध पिलाएं और जलेबी खिलाएं क्या? ये दूध और जलेबी वाली बात बड़ी पॉपुलर, बहुत ज़्यादा ब्रॉडकास्ट हो गई, और कश्मीर में भी वो खूब लोगों ने सुना कि मतलब ये कह रहा है क्या दूध पिलाएं और जलेबी खिलाएं, मतलब कि ये नहीं खिलाएंगे हम तो पिटाई करेंगे, ये मतलब उन्होंने निकाल लिया। अब इस मतलब के निकालने से बड़ी चर्चा हो गई, और फिर जब मैं डीजी बीएसएफ था तो दिल्ली पुलिस से मेरे पास अलर्ट आया कि साहब आप हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का एक गैंग आपकी हत्या करने के लिए दिल्ली आया हुआ है। मैं डीजी बीएसएफ था उस समय, और अब ये हुआ कि भाई दफ्तर तो जाना ही है, दफ्तर तो हम अवॉइड कर नहीं सकते। तो फिर हमने ठीक है, वी टुक एक्स्ट्रा मेजर्स, दफ्तर का टाइम अलग कर दिया, रूट अलग कर दिया, रोज और जो एस्कॉर्ट है उसको थोड़ा और स्ट्रेंथन कर दिया।
So BSF house used to be Lodi Estate only, sir?
Lodi Estate एकदम
8 नंबर
खान मार्केट के सामने
8
नंबर था।
8 नंबर सर।
घर के सामने 2 तोप लगी रहती थी। वो बाद में हमारे उत्तराधिकारियों ने छोड़ दिया, वरना बड़ा शानदार घर था।
यस सर।
उसमें आर्या साहब भी बाद में
मैं रहा हूँ सर उस घर में थोड़े समय के लिए।
8 नंबर लोधी स्टेट था। तो मतलब वो खतरा 1 हफ्ते तक रहा। उसके बाद फिर दिल्ली पुलिस से आया कि नहीं साहब ये गैंग वापस चला गया है, आप वो शायद मारने का प्लान एग्जीक्यूट नहीं कर पाए। तो यहाँ मतलब दिल्ली आए थे, मेरी हत्या करने के लिए आए थे हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन के। अच्छा तुम जलेबी की बात करते हो, चलो हम तुमको मजा चखाएंगे। तो वो भी एक इवेंटफुल था। तो कश्मीर हमारी सबसे बड़ी चुनौती थी, और उस चुनौती को हमने, मैं समझता हूँ, अच्छी तरह से निभाया।
सर बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारी शो ज्वाइन करने के लिए सर, और बहुत अच्छा लगा सर आपसे बात करके, बहुत सीखा। दोस्तों विद मिस्टर प्रकाश सिंह IPS सर ने ना हमें असम ले गए, नागालैंड ले गए, ही स्पोक अबाउट BSF, पंजाब, कश्मीर, और ये एक पूरे ये प्रोग्राम इतना काफ़ी नहीं है कि ऐसे व्यक्तित्व के बारे में हम पूरा वी कांट कवर ऑल द फेसेट्स ऑफ दिस ग्रेट पर्सनैलिटी हु इज सिटिंग इन फ्रंट ऑफ मी टुडे, बट it was a great learning experience. Thank you all for watching, and I'll be back again next week with another special guest. और द गौरव आर्या शो आप देखते रहिएगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day. refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators failed to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30.
Mr. Gurumurthy, I think on behalf of everyone in the audience and everyone watching on television, on the Republic Media Network, online, across the world, let me just say that we are already we have besieged by a swathe of reactions to what you've been saying, because it is not just people in this hall, it is a lot of people across the country and around the world who've been mesmerized by what you've said in the last half an hour. So first of all, I think we are very grateful to you for that, and I thank you for it. And I also want to say how privileged I am to be in the presence of an intellectual giant like you, and how privileged we are as a country. Mr. Gurumurthy, you said that you are 74 and you don't know whether you will see the future that you have worked for and sacrificed a lot for. And by way of introduction, let me tell the audience here today, we are in the presence of a man who for half a century has gone through the most difficult hardships, taken on the most inconvenient of situations on himself. A man who's been facing court cases, fought for corporate governance, fought corporates in this country, gone to jail for it, fought political establishments. So when Mr. Gurumurthy comes on stage and talks about what he feels about the country and why he speaks so passionately, it is because 2/3 of his 74 years has been fighting for the India that we are proud to be looking forward to. So we are grateful to you, sir. Not just for your wisdom, but we are grateful for what you've done to this country. And I thank you for it. Sir, since we are in your presence, I will ask some straightforward questions. I won't go academic, I'll go straight. My first question to you is on Prime Minister Modi. Mr. Gurumurthy, when Prime Minister Modi took office and when the results of the elections came on the 16th of May 2014, and I think he was sworn in around the 23rd, 24th, 25th of May 2014, the what I call the Lutyens media, they put out this narrative that he's a very good politician, a great mass leader, but he does not have an academic knowledge of economics. He does not have a domain expertise of foreign policy. So they were looking at identifying foreign policy and economics as his weakness. And they felt that the Prime Minister needs an education on this. Now when we look upon it 8 years later, 9 years later, we feel, and my view is clear, that I think the Prime Minister has educated a lot of people on economics and foreign policy. And what is happening at Davos today wouldn't be happening without his application of mine. My first question, therefore, to you, sir, is, how do you read Prime Minister's understanding of economics, whether Jan Dhan Yojana, taking a tough, unpopular calls at one time on demonetization, GST, it appears somewhere he has almost planned this through maybe before 2014. So, can you give us an insight on Prime Minister Modi's understanding of economics and how he has gone through it?
See, economics as a specialized subject of experts itself is a dead notion. In 1996, I think, when the crisis occurred, in 2009, June, The Economist magazine came out with a cover story that macroeconomics is dead, which is a fact. There is no functioning economic theory today. applicable to all situations, all nations. It is now accepted by all economists. Then where is something called an economics as a subject? It requires an understanding of the society and the specific needs of the society. In the year 2005, the very G20 nations met in Beijing, and a resolution was passed that this one-size-fits-all model, which produced all these economics, is no more valid. Development has to be country-specific and culture-specific. 2005, G20 nations. In 2008, the World Bank said the same thing. We have learned the hard way that there is no one-size-fits-all model for all. Each nation will have to work out its own model. Tell me which economist in the world has ever accepted this formulation. In 2013, the United Nations, which first said everybody must have one model. You throw all your philosophies, all your culture, all your value systems. There must be one model of life for the world, and that will come from the West. The United Nations said in 2013, which was incorporated in the Millennium Development Goals for Development, that development has to be culture-based. And without cultural underpinning, there cannot be development. The whole world has changed. Economics has not changed. Modi was new to Delhi, but he was not new to administration. He had a vision of developing Gujarat, and he developed it, solved most of the carryover problems of Gujarat, and he was the theoretician. He was the policy maker. In fact, I will give you two personalized instances. We are friends. I asked him, how is it that you have been able to formulate a completely new model of governance? He said, Guru, I called all the IAS officers, 300 or 350, whatever. 3 days I only asked them to say what they are doing in their own department. And they, one after another, everyone stood up and said they are doing this, they are doing this, they are doing this. I found they were only doing work among themselves. Nearly 60-70% of the work is among themselves. I ensured that there will not be any work which will be done among them. Very little work. This speeded up the delivery mechanism. Amazing speed occurred because the clog was the bureaucracy itself. Economic theories have no answer for this. So, it is the knowledge that you gather as to how to work a colonial legacy called the Indian administration through your original Indian empirical knowledge. He applied the Indian empirical knowledge to a colonial administration which we are having as the Indian administration today, and that's the reason for his success. Even in foreign policy, I think he cut across the normal diplomatic input mechanism and built a direct rapport with world leaders. For example, Abe, for instance, Trump, for instance. You take leaders, he built direct rapport with them. In fact, our media even used to criticize. Foreign media used to criticize even more. Be careful, this man hugs you. He had his own way of handling people. So he took over the world. So you cannot, a silo-based assessment of Modi will never give a comprehensive assessment of him.
Excellent, sir. Absolutely. I was walking in this a few days back. I had a morning walk with someone, and the person said that, see, I was very angry with the government after demonetization. And the person said, see, he explained his position to me. He said, I am from the Sangh, I support the RSS, I've been a BJP voter. But when demonetization happened, I was very angry with the government because I felt that they have let down their own constituency, because everybody had a family member, this person told me that my mother had 2 lakh rupees, and in cash. So for very personal reasons, we got upset. But now he told me that when on the morning walk, he said that when I see that my mother is doing all her transactions on a UPI device and we have a completely cashless digital economy, then I feel that my anger was misplaced. So I think sometimes we react as people. Mr. Gurumurthy, you know, there are people who always look at the negative story, negative side, and we have many people like that. You know, I look at, let me be direct with you, sir. I find Mr. Raghuram Rajan baffling to me because I'll give my view, sir. I know you're on the board of RBI, you will not speak of individuals, but I find it baffling that he was very much there in the RBI when all the NPAs happened, and now he cribs about the NPAs. Regardless of that, I find that now they say, for example, I'll mention two individuals. Raghuram Rajan says, you know, there's trouble ahead for India. He's finding trouble in everything. Mr. Arvind Subramaniam recently, he says that, oh yeah, good that Apple is investing in India, but we are not sure whether this will be sustainable, he says. Because there are many reasons why Apple's investment in India may be a one-odd thing, you know? And of course, the usual suspects in the media pick that up and raise a question about cynicism. We are steamrolling ahead. And I think we should look at the positive story. And on the political side, let me tell you how people speak. I'm just talking about the cynic side. We have Rahul Gandhi, who every morning gets up and says, we must be very careful about China. China will do something big, you know? And he says our soldiers are getting beaten at the border, which is such a wrong thing to say. Then Mr. Chidambaram says, you don't worry, the economy will fall. You know, he says it before the budget and after the budget every time. I want a very clear answer. You may not refer to the individuals, you may if you wish. How should we deal with cynicism? And how should we deal with these doomsday prophets who are around us nowadays? Mr. Gurumurthy.
See, basically these responses come from not neutral minds. So you must classify Raghuram Rajan as an opposition party man. Then you understand what he speaks is easily understandable. I don't think anybody should be responding to Rahul Gandhi. Whether his future is a promise or not, he has to prove. That your past is a burden, you have admitted. Whether your future is going to be a promise or not, you have to prove. Then only we can consider Rahul Gandhi's opinion as something to be responded to and relevant. So far as Raghuram Rajan is concerned, I must tell you one thing. He once made an honest statement that the entire NPA is a creation of the UPA rule. But having said that,
true, sir.
How did he walk with Rahul Gandhi and what pride Rahul Gandhi in walking with a man who said NPA was created by UPA? I cannot understand that. Because they believe that the people forget so easily. A new picture will obliterate the old facts. That's not the case. None of this looks credible, actually. If Apple is coming to India, it is not because it is cheaper to make the phone in India. It is safer to make it.
Fantastic.
The entire idea of...
Fantastic.
The entire idea of cheaper supply chains has been finished.
Yes.
From cheap source to safe source is the shift in the world. So that is why economics is also changing. Because safety is long-term cheapness. So we need not have to worry about it. If India is sought after by the West, it is in its own interest. They need to develop India, they need to strengthen India in every sense of the term. Otherwise, the West is not secure. Do you mean to say otherwise they are going to tolerate the position we have taken in Ukraine?
So they don't have
They
an
said,
option.
no, we understand your compulsions, you have your traditional relationships, we know about all this, we are disappointed, but do you expect a superpower like America to talk like this to us? Things have changed. Permutation combinations have changed. Balance of power has shifted. So India is in an advantageous position, but India will not misuse that position. The greatest guarantee the world has about India, that it will not be an immoral country.
That's true.
That guarantee our civilization gives. So I'm not worried about the media or some of these people saying snide remarks here and there. Our journey will continue. That's why I said, I again endorse what Ratan Tata said. We have another 25 years, very, very highly interesting period ahead. This is the kind of time that we have been hoping for.
So my next two questions related to that are on how Indian businesses, Indian corporates, you've been for decades a corporate advisor, a corporate crisis manager, everything in the past. How should we adapt to this change? And I link it to what is happening around the world. Sir, after the Cold War, America felt that the world was theirs. What you said, liberal democracy. And in fact, I think Francis Fukuyama wrote this book saying the end of history as we know it. And now even he was so sure that what had been achieved was this final state of history.
Yes.
Where America and liberal democracy will rule the world for the next 1,000 years.
Hegelian perspective.
It's a Hegelian perspective. So while there was a Marxist perspective, this was the opposite perspective. And I found it interesting. I saw Francis Fukuyama, I heard him recently, disowning his own idea. He says, no. I didn't mean history in the way it was interpreted in the name of my book. I meant some other form of history. So today, when even a Fukuyama is forced to disown his arrogance of 30 years back, so we are entering a new phase of history. How should Indian companies, Indian business persons, Indian company owners, Indian startups approach their perspective to how they run their companies? And I'm telling you this, sir, because 15, 20 years back, everybody felt, globalization. Everybody read Thomas Friedman, everybody wanted to be a globalist. Thomas Friedman isn't that popular anymore. So world has changed. So my question is that everybody had this American perspective to how they want to run the business. Every Indian startup wanted to be a copycat model of a Silicon Valley startup in their lifestyle, in the food, in the way they behave, in the antics they do in their office. So everybody had this, we have to be cool perspective and have a basketball court right in the middle of their organizations. So I'm asking you from a cultural ethos perspective, what is your advice while the world is changing to how Indian corporates should run and operate their business and their business environments?
You see, the Indian corporates, I have a long association with them. I have seen them from inside, I have fought them. None of them believed in the Western model of doing business. They were only acting the Western model of doing business.
Amazing.
They always promoted loyalty, though they will be talking about hire and fire, professionalism and all that. The closest and the most critical employees at any level, right down to the driver and peon, they will be having only loyal people. So the Indian mind never accepted the Western model of management or doing business. But of course, if you want some KPMG and others to come and look at your office, that you must have some presentation model. So my feeling is the Indian business is essentially Indian. And when India's civilizational stature goes up in the world, they will begin talking about the Indian values, Indian way of doing things. In fact, many of my friends are Marwadi businessmen. I used to think their HR model is the best in the world, because they used to own all the employees. I have seen many Marwadi top, the chairman and all that, going to ordinary clerk's house if there is a problem. This made the whole organization tick to one culture. Every organization had a culture, has a culture. It is not that it is a boarding and lodging culture. So I think time has come. Just Japan did. Japan never believed in hire and fire policy. Even in their promotions, they were very sensitive. that they should not promote a junior over a senior, and they must get the senior to endorse that promotion. They are also a very important industrial power. So you have to align your culture to development. You see, without aligning your culture to development at the family level, at the corporate level, at the government level, at the media level, you will never be able to become a global power on your terms. You will become a global power wearing somebody else's dress, which Japan tried. Japan is now thinking how to discard the coats and become Japanese. It's not possible. In the house, they have a different culture. In the office, they have a different culture. Because these are all strategic reformulation of a failed nation, defeated nation to come up. Every nation formulates its strategies. We have also formulated our strategies, our business, but we were not a confident people. Now we are becoming a confident society, confident business people. Our chartered accountants are becoming confident. Our lawyers are becoming confident. Our MBAs are becoming confident. So they can develop their own theories now. So my feeling is, as India rises, the Indian thoughts, Indian models, Indian way of doing things will become a brand for others to follow.
Sir, I'll ask you 2 more questions and maybe I'll take 2 questions from the audience. My next question, which emerges from this, sir, is the concept of value versus valuation. Good businesses, in my view, should build value. Of late, people have been chasing valuation. And we have seen a colossal loss of shareholder value in the last 1 year. Some companies which suddenly went to the market on the basis of high valuations, extracted the money from the retail investor. Their individual promoters became very rich. They got interviewed everywhere. And the media also, sir, I'm so sorry, the pink media is so sold out sometimes. They made these people heroes, but now the company's valuations, sir, have come down by 50%, 60%, 70%. Even SEBI is now beginning to get concerned that what has happened, what have we done? And SEBI should do some rethinking. So this is also a cultural thing, sir, because there was so much free capital available. You know, everybody, I've seen companies, I'm not taking names, the first thing that they do when they raise capital is not build their product, they do a big advertising campaign. They get invited on business channels and then they extract the value from the advertiser, give the money to the advertiser, they extract the value from the investor, and basically they're vamoose. So I think that there is a lack of corporate ethics there. So my question to you, sir, is, I'm concerned about the social implications as well. We see Microsoft laying off people, we see others laying off people, but I've also seen a lot of Indian companies that had taken this easy capital now suddenly start to streamline. And when they are streamlining, sir, they're not streamlining by 10%. They may say we are shaving off 10% of our employees, but the real shaving off is a lot more. It leads to unemployment. It leads to social, there'll be a lot of people who would suddenly be laid off. So my question to you, sir, is taking off from the previous question, a lesson for Indian corporates and businesses on this issue of value versus valuation, sir. What is your reading of it?
See, actually, after globalization, when the global money began driving, you must have heard about how far the global money expansion has taken place. Bain's company report and all that. Money is generated by money. I'll just give you 3 figures. The world wealth in 2019 was estimated at $380 trillion world wealth, out of which $280 trillion is real estate, out of which $220 trillion is house property. These are all valuation. Nobody sells the house property. And nobody can buy. For example, in America, the house property valuation is $48 trillion. But who is going to buy these properties at $48 trillion? All this has gone into creating money. And the debt outstanding against it is $253 trillion. I am giving 2019 figures from the Credit Suisse Wealth Report. You up the valuation, you cut down the interest rate, the values go up, your property. This is how the subprime The whole world has got on to the subprime model, creating money out of appreciation in the value of the assets, which is called asset appreciation model. And monies that have been created out of it, the investors want demand. For example, you have interviewed Sridhar Vembu. Sridhar Vembu is a person who has refused to take $1 of investment from any fund. There are people who are standing in queue. His company is valued at 40,000 crores or something like that. He has refused to take. He says, once I take money, I will not be able to do any R&D work. He is plowing back all the money. His monthly profit is 300 crores. He is putting all the money in R&D. His idea is, in the next 7-8 years, he should become one of the top 5 technology companies in the world. That is the model for India. India must live by earning and saving and not by borrowing and spending. This is the model that India has to give to the world. Actually, the Western model is borrow and spend, borrow and invest, and naturally that produces a new dynamics. And this development is because the foreign funds invest money and they want you to show results. And that is how even accounting frauds have taken place in Enron and all that. So these, particularly the new technology companies, are victims of this. I think there has to be more shareholder awareness. Media has to play a role. And I don't find any great media intellectualism to alert the people, because today the media, the journalists want to drive in big cars and they want to have farmhouses. It is not possible for them to be very truthful in their writing.
I think Sridhar Vembu's example, sir. By the way, sir, I share that view on the media, sir. And let me tell you very frankly that media does not consider me to be a part of their media.
Because you have not taken money from the funds.
Correct, sir. And I also believe in the Swadeshi model, sir. As you know, sir, Republic is one media house which does not have 0.00001% foreign shareholding in this company. It's so easy for us to raise funds, but we want a Swadeshi model of media in India as well. And I can promise you, Mr. Gurumurthy, in our lifetimes, we will take this Swadeshi model to a global level also.
100%.
Sir, I think Sridhar Vembu's model is marvelous, but it also comes from his strong cultural confidence.
Without cultural underpinning.
I really want to meet him one day. The person lives in his village, he drives a cycle, and he's not doing anything for show. He thinks big, and my grandfather, by the way, sir, who was a leading communist and Marxist leader of his time, used to tell me that Arnab believe in simple living and high thinking. And I think today's Sridhar Vembu is
Those
Marxists. I'm talking about 50s, 60s. Sridhar Vembu is a perfect example of someone who is simple living and high thinking. And by the way, he considers Mr. Gurumurthy as his mentor. So I think we all have you as our guiding light. Mr. Gurumurthy, my last question, and we'll take 2 questions from the audience after that. So you spoke about settling the past. It was a very interesting phrase which you used. Article 370, settling the past. Don't keep Kashmir on the back burner. Or on what you call, slow burner. Resolving the Ram temple issue. Don't keep it on the slow burner. Don't keep poverty on the slow burner. Don't build up this whole issue of caste-based reservations as an issue that you can pick up at any point of time to provoke people and ignite fires. Just before you today, we saw a presentation by Dr. Shamika Ravi where she showed that there were far more riots 10 years back or 15 years back than there are now. You know, it's remarkable when we say that. And how many of those riots were caste-based riots? Now, sir, my last question is broader. Settling the past is good, but there are people who want to muddy the present. You see, and what you call anarchists. And we have a genuine issue. See, we have limitations of being a democracy. When we have roads being stopped, when we have protests that are contemptuous of the Supreme Court as well, we are somewhere held back because of the fact that we have to handle the complexity of a democracy. My question to you is broader, sir. People say we are exactly poised where China was 20 years back. But China seized the opportunities and could push forth ahead, and one of the reasons they could is because they were not a democracy. Will we be able to do that within the complexity of running a peaceful, multi-party democracy? Is it possible to do that?
See, I think the idea of keeping development upfront, which Narendra Modi has done for the last 10-15 years, from Gujarat days, I believe that many people are now sold on the idea of development. The idea of development moderates this kind of the credibility that these people have, the anarchists, because of the support they get and all that. I think the more the idea of development takes root, then the idea of agitations will go back. The credibility of the agitations supported by all these liberals and left and media, that will also go back. I think as compared to the position in 2014-15, things are much better now. I will only because it's not very easy to do this U-turn. I think with all the limitations of a highly split polity, with a society which is so diverse, if you keep India on the one hand and the rest of the world on the other, you have more diversity here than the rest of the world put together. I mean, we are still clicking because there is a common ambition which has been aroused in India in the last 10 years of India as the agenda. I think this is now picking up. Just one statement which Kennedy made, man on the moon, that completely lifted America. So India as a global power, that 21st century is India's century. I think this will hugely moderate these vociferous and anarchist tendencies. Because certain amount of emotional building is needed, and that is happening in my view. Because it is a 50-year overview I am giving what state India was in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and what it is today. I am able to see the difference. There is a paradigm shift.
Absolutely. Would we have any interest in questions from the audience? Okay. You have a question, sir? We'll take 2 questions for Mr. Gurumurthy. Yes, please, sir.
Sir, thank. At the age of 45, I understood that scrapping a vehicle at 8 years age of that vehicle is not good for the economy and for the environment. So many questions we understood. 84% of the protein comes from crop. Sir, at the age of 44, I am a chartered accountant. Why these things doesn't come in the education policy? Why a child doesn't learn it? I am well learned into economics, but this never has been the part of my education. Today, when I see at the colleges, schools, I'm running colleges, going to the schools, 40 to 50% kids, they are getting addicted to kind of vape, that is e-cigarette, and another things, or the digital media. Yes, probably as you said, our DNA is very well cultural. Last 10 years taught me how gracious was our culture. The Indian heritage is really fantastic, and I'm proud of that. But that is all my study of last 10 years and some great lectures like you people have arranged. Never my studies and my books has taught me all these things. Why and what we are supposed to do so that my every kid, every person will learn these things. Probably these all knowledge and great thoughts, they remain only to well-studied people like us, and even on TV and media, people rarely see these things. They are much interested into entertainment. Please change the education and everybody should be enlightened.
Shall I tell you something? It is this very group which would prevent any change in the education system. They will say it's all saffron. Once you begin talking about India, they will say it is saffron. It is this class, this educated class, this English educated group, and who wanted good name from others. You know, one of the greatest weaknesses of our people is they want certificate from enemies. They don't want certificate from anyone else. Our enemy must say you are a good person. Then you are a good person. See, this kind of weaknesses as a civilization, we are overcoming. I tell you, the change that has taken place after 1990s, with of course some ups and downs. I didn't believe it would take place in my lifetime. I'm telling you. From 1970, I have been working. In emergency, I was underground. And afterwards, I was arrested and a huge political battle with Rajiv Gandhi and all. But I never thought the kind of change which I have seen later, I would see in my lifetime. So you got to see some 20, 30 years time span as to what is the change. You cannot see this change every year or every 2 years. You have to wait. But the change is taking place.
Absolutely. Wonderful, sir. See, whenever you are answering, I think that, have you noticed one thing, Mr. Gurumurthy, that the entire audience has been silent and spellbound listening to you for 1 hour? I'm glad you're not a TV anchor, sir. You would have taken my job many times over. But your knowledge is profound and you're providing a multidisciplinary perspective. Geostrategy, economics, corporate, history, political science, agriculture, and you put together this multidisciplinary perspective, it should lead to an awakening. It will. These kind of conversations, sir, we should all put it viral on social media. We have one more question for you, sir, from here. Please go ahead, sir.
So first and foremost, it's been an absolute honor and a privilege to be in the same room listening to you.
Thank you.
And Arnab said it best, we never thought that a food style and a lifestyle could impact the world economy. And you exhibited it and made us understand it so very well. Just 2 points, sir. As the economy and the worldview has changed, earlier it used to be the industrial revolution which actually made everything homogeneous, made everything manufactured at scale and reach everywhere globally. Now it is being changed and challenged by individualism, where everything is being, the power of a consumer, the power of a thinker, the power of a social media is making the change. Similarly, in India, the capital allocation in terms of the top 1% and the bottom 99% has also changed. What are your views on that? How does the small and medium scale enterprise in India actually grow big, grow global, and also make an impact? Thank you so much.
Actually, it is globalization which gave impetus to the idea of huge manufacture. You know, if you take Fortune 500 companies in the year 1960, they employed 18% of the American population in 1960. In 1980, it came down to 8%. It is far less now. It is the small and medium enterprises which make the big enterprises function. For example, take any of the Toyota or whichever company it is. 30,000-40,000 MSMEs constitute one Toyota. So the way the small and medium enterprises will function in relation to a brand is what will decide the manufacturing part. For example, Hindustan Lever, it's not manufacturing itself. It's getting its manufactured from 1,000 people. So the small and medium relationship will be of the Japanese model. It is the American automobile industry copied the Japanese model actually. It is the Japanese which developed the alignment between small and medium enterprises and large companies. That is happening in India, in the manufacturing sector. And because India was quite late because of the political difficulties we had. Just to give you a small example, the 4 gorgeous dam which China built, it built in 11 years. Our Narmada dam took 60 years. It is because of the political problems, and no prime minister knew whether he would last for 3 months later. That kind of situations, that has been largely overcome because the nation feels that we need a government. Today, the biggest advantage of this government is that it has been able to rule and rule well, and it has been able to deliver certain things. And even if they go for another government, that government has to be like this government, is the message that has been delivered to the most important classes of India who have very heavy influence in the society. So my feeling is that we are all in the transitional stages. This alignment will keep on taking place, and as the world moves away from globalization, everybody has declared globalization as dead. There will be more triadization, there will be more regional pacts, there will be more bilateral arrangements which will take over the world, and this one money concept will disappear. And I have a feeling the picture that we have today will be very different from the picture that will emerge in the next 10 years. It's not possible to do it only through policy mechanism, because a whole host of things shape up the developments. All that I can say is the days of miniaturization of production, miniaturization of enterprises, miniaturization of delivery mechanism has come. Yesterday, a small boy, he met me, he is doing some cloud work. I asked him, he came to deliver his calendar to me, young boy. He had a startup and he said there are two companies, one is making loss, another making profit. I know, what is the profit you are making? He said, my turnover is 1 crore. What is the profit you are making? He said 50 lakhs.
Amazing, amazing.
You don't know,
Amazing.
these small enterprises are not small.
Yeah.
They conceal something big. Things are changing.
Wonderful. Thank you. Well, I must thank you at this point. I'm profoundly aware of the fact that, Mr. Gurumurthy, you have not had breakfast. You need to have lunch and then catch your flight. But that is his commitment to this event, you know. And I'm so happy you came to this.
I didn't want to miss it.
No, it's one thing that you didn't want to miss it, but the commitment you have shown to giving your message to all of us, and as people in your physical presence will feel more inspired. So I'm personally grateful to you.
Thank
sir.
you so much.
And we are all grateful
Thank
to you, sir.
Thank you.
Big round of applause for Mr. Gurumurthy.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators fail to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president, but also with only a caretaker government, stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption. Agency report for Republic TV. Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators fail to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president, but also with only a caretaker government, stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption. Agency report for Republic TV.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना
A massive tragedy was averted here at Connaught Place in New Delhi when a fire call was received at 9 a.m. in the morning. Right behind me is the building which caught fire at around 9 a.m. in the morning. This is at Sun City Hotel, which is at backside of F Block in Connaught Place. So far, there have been no injuries that have been reported. It is said the prelim reason for the fire is short circuit. However, the fire tenders had rushed to spot and they could manage to stop the fire from spreading. As you can see around, the smokes are still coming out. The operation is underway to douse every possible fire every possible object that could have caught fire. Outside there are about 8 to 9 fire tenders who had rushed at spot. The situation right now is under control. As I said, a massive tragedy has been averted in the national capital here at Connaught Place, where at 9 a.m. in the morning there was a fire call that was received, and so far what we are getting to know that it was a close shave and no injuries have been reported so far. However, it was a very, very close shave where due to short circuit this fire was reported. This is Tanisha Avasthi with Vijay Bhisham reporting from New Delhi for Republic TV.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization, referring to the Russian private military company that has been aiding Russia's military in its ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for such big help, support, and President Biden, Congress, and for today on Ramstein, I had speech there, and on Ramstein, so Secretary Austin just presented the next package, this package, the last one, $2.5 billion of new ammunition, which are very important for us.
The meeting came as defense officials met in the US Ramstein army base in Germany, where Zelensky called for additional military aid for his country. Agency report for Republic TV. Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators failed to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president but also with only a caretaker government, stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption. Agency report for Republic TV.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है. मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई.
Clash broke out between two rowdy shooter groups in Barkas area of under Chandrayan Gutta police station limits on Friday evening, where we see that this issue was where the clash broke out over a parking issue, and also at the same time now the police officials have registered a case on 4 people as one person was injured after there was a heated argument between the 2 groups. And also at the same time now what we are learning is that the police officials who reached the spot brought the situation under control, and then later after learning about this whole incident, now the police officials have registered a case and 4 people have been booked into this matter. including the 2 rowdy shooters who were involved, and also at the same time, one person was injured in this incident, and he is now undergoing treatment at the local hospital. But what we are learning is that this whole incident took place over an parking issue, as what we are being told is that one of the persons had objected to the parking in that particular area, and that is the reason why this whole incident was seen happening in Barkas area under the Chandrayana police station.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators failed to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president, but also with only a caretaker government, stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption. Agency report for Republic TV.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators failed to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president, but also with only a caretaker government, stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption. Agency report for Republic TV.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join?
The Kerala High Court has given anticipatory bail to R.B. Srikumar along with other 4 accused in a case connected with the alleged conspiracy to harm a former ISRO scientist Nambi Narayan in connection with the 1994 ISRO spy case. The Kerala High Court has stated that the CBI has been unable to provide prima facie evidence to prove that the accused had committed the offence as claimed by the CBI. It had stated very categorically the prosecution has failed to find these charges that has been put against the accused. However, the Kerala High Court has stated that the accused in this case can be interrogated on Monday and Friday starting on 27th of January between 10 and 12 p.m. Along with the R.B. Srikumar, Sibi Matthew, who is a former DGP of Kerala, Thampi S. Durgadat and S. Vijayan, who are police officers in Kerala, as well as IB officers V.K. Maini and Jay Prakash were the accused in this case.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? व्हाई डिड यू चूज टू जॉइन द आईपीएस?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूं। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं आईपीएस में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से आईपीएस में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? व्हाई डिड यू चूज टू जॉइन द आईपीएस?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूं। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं आईपीएस में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से आईपीएस में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators failed to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worst
between the Aam Aadmi Party and the LG of Delhi continues. What has been stated by the top sources in the Aam Aadmi Party is that LG has not given the appointment to the Chief Minister of Delhi. It was the Chief Minister of Delhi who was seeking appointment for 1 p.m. today along with several MLAs of Delhi to meet LG. But the appointment has been not given. That is something what has been stated. This was to discuss several issues of Delhi. When we are talking about the tussle between the Aam Aadmi Party and the LG of Delhi, this is never new. We have seen it earlier also, whether being it the matter or the issue of the training of the teachers, or whether being it the issue of MCD election. We have seen Aam Aadmi Party targeting the LG of Delhi. We have recently seen how Arvind Kejriwal, Chief Minister himself, has targeted the LG of Delhi from the assembly session of national capital, which is going on in the national capital. So that's something what we are seeing again. The face-off continue. With video journalist Surendra Singh Rawat, I am Anuj and this is Republic.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? व्हाई डिड यू चूज टू जॉइन द आईपीएस?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूं। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं आईपीएस में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से आईपीएस में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal, and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization, referring to the Russian private military company that has been aiding Russia's military in its ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for such big help, support, and President Biden, Congress, and for today on Ramstein, I had speech there, and on Ramstein, so Secretary Austin just presented the next package, this package, the last one, $2.5 billion of.
Now we are showing you the visuals. The bomb disposal squad of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they have arrived here at the spot 0, and now they are analyzing the car where the blast has taken place. We have got the twin sets of braking. First, a confirmation that it was a terror attack, and second is that an twin IDs were used to carry out these terror attacks here in the Narwal area of Jammu.
burning question.
Republic Bangla's woman journalist is intimidated and heckled by a group of political workers led by a former TMC MLA. "302 prominent personalities issue a statement and slam the BBC's biased documentary series on the Prime Minister. The toothless WFI is now slandering wrestlers, rejecting charges of sexual harassment by calling the protest a conspiracy. Twin ID blast in Jammu ahead of Republic Day. 9 are injured, 6 suspects detained by the police. For the second time in 3 months, rape convict Ram Rahim is out on a 40-day parole. And the NI charge sheet in the Praveen Netaru case reveals how the PFI was raising a killer squad to achieve its mission 2047. A very good evening. You're with us on Republic. This is usually the time we put out our debates and the burning question, but this time we are just taking a detour to bring to you a very, very important story developing in from the state of West Bengal. This is Republic Bangla's reporter Madhu Kalpita, who was intimidated and heckled by a group of political workers who were led by a very, very close aide of Mamata Banerjee. We are given to understand his name is Arabul Islam. The TMC leader then tries to snatch her mic. They intimidate her. His supporters then gheraw her. First up, the entire sequence for you to watch what's happening in West Bengal. Okay, I'm told Niranjan also joining us from our Mumbai newsroom, and he has more details. So what really transpired? You're looking at these images also on our screens. Niranjan, why don't you take us through what we know about the incident and this man?
Well, you know, we have Madhu Kalpita, and you saw that sequence. What happens is she's reporting, she's just doing her job there. And see what happens there. Dipti, she's standing there, she's reporting, she's surrounded by this political leader. He's not just any political leader, he's a top political leader. He's a leader who's very close to Mamata Banerjee. His name is Arabul Islam. He's a former MLA. He's very close to the top leadership, Dipti. He's very, very close to the top leadership of the Trinamool Congress. And see what they're doing to the Republic Bangla reporter. Madhu Kalpita was just doing her job. Look how they try to snatch her mic. They tried to snatch her mic, and then the cameraman was pushed away. And if you play that full sequence out with the audio, you can see how they are being pushed, and the camera is being pushed. She's being called names, and she's being abused by the supporters of the Trinamool Congress leader. It's all on camera. Now, it's all on camera. Take a look at this. Dipti, I just wanted to play that sequence out. I think if you see the sequence, anybody watching, that's Madhu Kalpita there in that blue t-shirt, blue shirt. And take a look at this.
থাকেন কোন চ্যানেল বাজে কথা বলার চেষ্টা করবেন না আপনাদের আমি বলে দিচ্ছি বাজে কথা বলবেন না এই শুনুন বাজে কথা আমি দিচ্ছি দাদা এটা
আমি জানি না এই মুহূর্তে দাঁড়িয়ে বুমটা
প্লিজ আমাদের পার্টি অফিস সামনে আপনি কি জানেন আমি
চেষ্টা করেননি।
Dipti, I think we can speak to Madhu Kalpita.
Okay,
Yes, Dipti.
Yes, go on, Niranjan.
So Madhu Kalpita is joining us from Republic Bangla. Madhu Kalpita जी, हमें ये बताइए क्या हुआ वहाँ पे? ये पूरा सीक्वेंस है हमारे पास, थोड़ा बताइए हमें प्लीज।
एकदम, मैं जब वहाँ पर पहुंची थी तब वहाँ पे जो भांगड़ का जो सिचुएशन था वो एकदम ठीक नहीं था। वहाँ पे आईएसएफ और टीएमसी का जो क्लैश लगा हुआ था उसी के बारे में मैं रिपोर्टिंग कर रही थी। लगातार रिपोर्टिंग करने के टाइम पे आईएसएफ का जो एमएलए था वहाँ पे नौशाद सिद्दीकी, वो लगातार ये बताया जा रहा था कि उन लोगों के आदमियों के ऊपर टीएमसी के लोगों ने अटैक किया, ऐसा एलिगेशन बार बार आ रहा था। जब वहाँ पर अरापुल इस्लाम जो टीएमसी का लीडर है वहाँ का, जब वो वहाँ पर पहुंची तो मैं वहाँ पर गई थी उनसे बात करने के लिए। उनसे एक सवाल मैंने किया था कि आप लोगों के ऊपर इतने सारे एलिगेशन है, आप लोगों के नाम पे इतने सारे एलिगेशन आ रहे हैं, आप इसके बारे में क्या बोलेंगे? उन्होंने कुछ मेरे सवाल का कुछ जवाब देने की कोशिश भी नहीं किया। बस पर्टिकुलर उन्होंने एक ही क्वेश्चन किया था मुझे कि आप कौन सी चैनल से हो, आप कहां से आए हो। उसके बाद मेरा जो बूम है उसको डाउन कर दिया और डाउन करने के बाद 20 से 25 लोग, मैं और एक बार बताना चाहूंगी, 20 से 25 लोग टीएमसी के जो पूरे के पूरे मुझे वहां पर घेर लिया था और घेरने के बाद वहां से मेरे निकलने के सिचुएशन नहीं थे। मैं कोशिश कर रही थी वहां से निकलने की लेकिन निकल नहीं पा रही थी क्योंकि उन लोगों ने इतने सारे लोग थे वहां पे इतने सारे लोगों ने मुझे घेर रखा था। वहां से निकलने में बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल हो रहा था। उसके बाद जब मैं वहां से निकल रही थी तब भी, और एक बात मैं स्पेसिफिकली बोलना चाहूंगी कि वहां पर बहुत सारे पुलिस थे लेकिन कोई भी पुलिस वहां पर नहीं आए क्योंकि पुलिस को दिखाई दे रहा था कि एक लड़की जो जर्नलिस्ट है जो अंदर जाके फंस गई है, जिसका बूम नीचे कर दिया है, जिसको 20-25 लोगों ने टीएमसी के गुंडों ने घेर लिया है, इसको निकालने की कोशिश कोई भी पुलिस नहीं किया था। वहां पर सिचुएशन ऐसा ही था कि मैं वहां से निकलने की बहुत टाइम से कोशिश कर रही थी लेकिन मैं निकल नहीं पा रही थी क्योंकि ये जो मेरा बूम है जिसको लेकर मैंने क्वेश्चन किया था अराबुल को, वो बूम उसने रख दिया। वो बूम किसी भी कीमत पे मेरे हाथ में नहीं आने दे रहा था। वहां पर पूरा का पूरा सिचुएशन बिगड़ा हुआ था। जब मैं वहां से निकल के बाहर आई, जब मैं सेफ साइड में आई, तब मैंने एक ऐसा सिचुएशन देखा। वहां पर बस आईएसएफ का जो एमएलए था नौशाद सिद्दीकी जी, वहां से जब निकल रहे थे मतलब लगातार वहां पे जो पत्थर गिर रहा था, जो शीशे का बोतल है वो सब गिर रहा था। वहां पे ऐसा ही कुछ हुआ क्योंकि वहां से निकलने के लिए मुझे बहुत ज्यादा मतलब वो जो कहते हैं ना कि सिचुएशन अंडर कंट्रोल नहीं होता है जब जो मतलब एक लड़की अंदर फंसी हुई है जिसको मदद करने के लिए कोई नहीं आ रहा है। ऐसे सिचुएशन में अगर आप फंस जाओ तो आप वहां से कैसे निकल पाओगे? जब मैं रिक्वेस्ट कर रही थी कि सर मैंने आपको एक क्वेश्चन किया, आप अगर आंसर दे सकते हो तो दे दीजिए, नहीं तो मुझे छोड़ दीजिए, लेकिन नहीं, वो मेरा बूम नहीं छोड़ रहा था। और जो सबसे बड़ी बात, जो 20-25 लोग जब मुझे घेर लिया तब कोई भी पुलिस नहीं आए, कोई भी पुलिस वालों को दिमाग में ये नहीं आया कि अंदर एक लड़की फंसी हुई है उसको बाहर निकाला जाए। कोई भी पुलिस को वहां पर नहीं देखा हमने।
मधु कल्पिता, आप मुझे ये बताइए, आप कितनी देर इस पूरी भीड़ में फंसी हुई थी? और जब ये सब हो रहा था हमने देखा कि कैमरा भी लगातार रिकॉर्ड कर रहा है, इस नेता को इतना गुस्सा क्यों आया? आप ऐसा क्या उनसे सवाल पूछ रही थी या किस वजह से इस तरह का बिहेवियर हमने देखा?
देखिए, मैंने बस उनसे एक ही सवाल पूछा था कि ये जो एलिगेशन आप लोगों के ऊपर आ रहा है, ये जो एलिगेशन कर रहा है आईएसएफ का जो एमएलए है वो जो कर रहा है वो सही है कि नहीं। मैंने बस एक ही क्वेश्चन किया था लेकिन इस पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन का उन्होंने कोई आंसर नहीं दे पाया और उल्टा वहां पे मुझे 5 से 10 मिनट तक वहां पर मैं घेरा हुआ था। मेरा वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट रजनीकांत मेरे साथ थे, उनको भी बार बार कह रहा था कि कैमरा डाउन कर दीजिए, किसी भी कीमत पे कैमरा ऑन नहीं होना चाहिए, किसी भी कीमत पे जो कुछ भी हो रहा है वो ऑन या नहीं होना चाहिए। मेरे साथ मेरे सीनियर एडिटर अनिर्बन सिन्हा भी है। मैं अनिर्बन से एक बात करना चाहती हूँ कि अभी जो क्वेश्चन हो रहा है कि क्यों मुझे ऐसा किया गया था, क्योंकि मैंने तो बस एक ही सवाल किया था कि आप लोगों के ऊपर इतने सारे एलिगेशन है, इसके बारे में आप क्या कहेंगे? बस एक ही सवाल था मेरा अनिर्बन।
Yeah, this is the question because Arabul Islam, he is a tainted person. He has been arrested 3 times earlier and with the serious charges of even attempt to murder and attempt to murder to a ex-minister of left rules that is Abdul Razzaq Mullah, who is by virtue, or I don't know by time, by which parameter is now colleague of Arabul Islam in Trinamool Congress. But that was the year of 2012 when Abdul Razzaq Mullah was being brutally attacked by Arabul Islam and had to be hospitalized. And this Arabul Islam has been arrested last 3 times, at least 3 times earlier, with the serious charges of attempt to murder. And he has got a practice of harassing, attacking people with the intent of even murdering them. So a straightforward question from a journalist, apart from being a lady journalist, a straightforward question from a journalist is an insult to him that Arabul Islam thinks about it. So this is the scenario on which ground Arabul Islam attacked Madhukalpita and attacked Republic Bangla.
एग्जैक्टली अनिर्बाण, ये जो अराबुल इस्लाम है जिसके बैकग्राउंड अभी आपने बताया, इस आने के बाद भी मैंने एक ही छोटी सी कोशिश की थी कि उनसे एक रिएक्शन लेने की कोशिश की थी कि आप लोगों के ऊपर इतने सारे एलिगेशन है, आप लोगों के बारे में ये कहा जा रहा है कि आप लोगों के अंदर ही कुछ प्रॉब्लम है, एंड जो वहां पर जो टीएमसी का पार्टी ऑफिस था जो जल रहा था, आईएसएफ का एमएलए, वो बार बार मुझे एक ही सवाल किया जा रहा था कि ये जो पार्टी ऑफिस जल रहा है ये टीएमसी के अंदर का जो क्लैश है इसी के कारण ये हो रहा है। लेकिन उन्होंने कोई भी क्वेश्चन का आंसर नहीं दिया। वो एक बार भी ये नहीं सोचा कि एक लड़की है सामने, एक लड़की ने क्वेश्चन किया है, उस लड़की के एक सवाल को मैं जवाब दे दूं, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं किया उन्होंने। बस मेरा बूम डाउन कर दिया, मुझे वहां पर मेरा हाथ पकड़ के वो खड़े रहे कि मैं कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं कर पाऊं उनको, मैं किसी भी तरफ की कोई सवाल उनसे ना कहूं। वो बस अपना आंख दिखा रहा था, वो बस अपना जो गुस्सा है मुझ पर निकालना चाह रहा था, वो बस यही बताना चाह रहा था कि आप अगर एक भी कुछ बताया तो आपको अच्छा नहीं होगा। लेकिन मैं फिर भी वहां पर नहीं डरी, मैं वहां पर खड़ी थी। मैं शाम के 5:30 बजे तक वहां पर खड़ी थी। अराबुल इस्लाम वहां पर था। अराबुल इस्लाम वहां से वहां पर जो रोड है, रोड ब्लॉक करके उनके जो लोग हैं, जिन लोगों ने मुझे कुछ टाइम पहले घेर के रखा था, वो सारे लोग वहां पर थे। वो सारे लोग वहां पर बैठ के मुझे देख रहा था कि मैं वहां से क्या क्या कर रहा हूं, मैं क्या लाइव दे रहा हूं, मैं क्या बोल रही हूं, वो सब सुन रहा था वो लोग। लेकिन फिर भी मैं वहां पर थी।
Actually, people were being watched by them because Arabul Islam is such a person which actually you are telling Madhukalpita to us the question of that TMC office that was being ransacked, and you asked the right question to Arabul Islam whether it is actually being done by the ISF.
I think a lot of people asking what happened. They want to see those pictures in that sequence. Can I play that out? Anirban, just playing the sequence out. Madhukalpita, I just want to play that sequence out. A lot of people asking what really happened there. They want to see what happened. Dipti, we just want to play that, and we want to go back and hear Madhukalpita once again. Let's play that out, please.
আপনারা কোথায় থাকেন, কোন চ্যানেল, বাজে কথা বলার চেষ্টা করবেন না। আপনারা আমি বলে দিচ্ছি, বাজে কথা বলবেন না। এই শুনুন, বাজে কথা আমি দিচ্ছি দাদা, এটা
আমি জানি না এই মুহূর্তে দাঁড়িয়ে বুমটা
প্লিজ আমাদের পার্টি অফিস সামনে আপনি কি জানেন?
তুমি দেখতেই পেলে মিনাক্ষী কিভাবে আমার বুম নামিয়ে দেওয়া হয়েছে, আমি সেই ছবিটা এই মুহূর্তে তুলে ধরার চেষ্টা করলাম। আরাবুল ইসলামের প্রতিক্রিয়া নেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেছিলাম, তিনি বুম নামিয়ে দিয়েছেন, তিনি কোনো রকম ভাবে আমাকে প্রতিক্রিয়া দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেননি।
You saw that, and they're very, very close to the leadership, Dipti.
You know, Niranjan, I was just looking at these images and I recall that it is, you know, such a tough task for a journalist to go out and report, and especially when you have netas, barring whatever state you're reporting from, the moment you start asking them uncomfortable questions, you will have these netas. मधुकल्पिता, आपने खुद ये देखा है कि ना ही सिर्फ अकेले नेता, लेकिन उन नेताओं के बहुत सारे चमचे और गुंडे, you know, if we can use that word, goons. Because मधुकल्पिता, मुझे ये बताइए, आप ये भी बताती हैं कि उस समय पुलिस थी वहाँ पर, पुलिस मौजूद थी, लेकिन आपको किसी ने आकर बचाया नहीं, किसी ने ये कोशिश नहीं की कि आपको सेफली वहाँ से निकाल पाए। लेकिन जब ये पूरी घटना हो जाती है, उसके बाद द रिपब्लिक बांग्ला लगातार ये तस्वीरें मधुकल्पिता दिखा रहा है। क्या इस नेता ने या तृणमूल की तरफ से किसी ने आपसे अपोलोजाइज किया है, सॉरी बोला है?
एकदम ही नहीं। मैं 5:30 बजे तक वहां पर खड़ी थी, 5:30 बजे तक मैं वहां से लाइव कर रही थी, लगातार मैं वहां के अपडेट दे रही थी, लेकिन कोई भी टीएमसी की तरफ से कोई आके मुझसे एक बार भी ये नहीं पूछा कि मैं ठीक हूं कि नहीं, ये बात भी नहीं पूछा। अपोलोजाइज तो बहुत दूर की बात हो गई, किसी ने एक बार भी मुझसे ये नहीं बताया कि आप ठीक हो कि नहीं, आपके साथ जो कुछ भी हुआ वो गलत हुआ, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं हुआ। मेरे साथ मयूक है, मयूक से मैं एक बात बताना चाहती हूँ कि अभी जो हुआ, जो पूरा इंडिया अभी देख रहा है, इसके बाद एक सवाल तो आ रहा है कि मुझसे कोई अपोलोजाइज किसी ने मांगा कि नहीं मांगा, लेकिन नहीं, कोई भी नहीं।
Absolutely, and Niranjan, one thing I would like to tell in English. Madhukalpita, one of our senior reporters in Republic Bangla, she was standing there for the last 9 hours, and not a single leader, not a single spokesperson from the ruling party has apologized. Basic thing is to apologize. They have not even apologized to this lady who was standing there, who was literally mobbed, and all the TMC leaders, they were there, and most importantly, this Arabul Islam, I would like to show his face time and again, I would like to show his face. He has been a very influential leader in this area called Bhangar in West Bengal. He has always been with the Trinamool Congress. He has been an old-time loyalist of Mamata Banerjee. Time and again, Mamata Banerjee has warned Arabul Islam and his gang for all the antisocial activities, the violent incidents that are coming out in broad daylight in Bhangar area or in South 24 Parganas. So the basic thing is that why Trinamool Congress is not taking an action against this hooligans who are in the garb of being leaders, trying to manhandle women journalists who are actually doing their duty. Madhukalpita just asked her, Madhukalpita, तुमने सिर्फ सवाल पूछा था कि यहाँ पे violence क्यों हो रहा है? That's the basic question that Madhukalpita asked the leader there, and you can see his reaction. आपने सवाल क्या पूछा था? What did you ask him?
मैंने बस यही पूछा था कि सुबह से लगातार जो भंगार का सिचुएशन है, जहां से आईएसएफ का एमएलए जो वहां पर खुद खड़ा था, वो खुद एलिगेशन दे रहा है कि आप लोग मतलब कि टीएमसी के लोगों ने आईएसएफ के जो थे लोग, उन लोगों के ऊपर अटैक किया है। तो इसके बारे में मैंने बस उनसे यही सवाल किया था कि आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे, आप लोगों के ऊपर इतने सारे एलिगेशन आ रहे हैं, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे? लेकिन उन्होंने एक भी आंसर नहीं किया, उन्होंने कुछ भी बोलने की कोशिश भी नहीं की, बस मेरा बूम डाउन कर दिया। और मुझसे बार-बार एक ही सवाल,
How many people were there? How many people were there? I can see the visuals. More than 3 dozen of people are actually they have actually mobbed you.
एक्चुअली वही था, वहां पे 20 से 25 मतलब इससे भी ज्यादा हो सकता है, वो सारे लोगों ने मुझे घेर लिया था। सारे लोग मुझसे ऐसे कुछ बात किए, ऐसा जो मैं अभी ऑन एयर नहीं कह सकती, ऐसा कुछ बात किया उन लोगों ने, मैं मुझे वहां से निकलने ही नहीं दे रहा था।
So
और
that's an important point, Niranjan. Madhukalpita is saying that mob spoke in such a language which is really derogatory for any woman, and she cannot even spell those words which she had to listen just because of the fact that she is a Republic reporter. She asked the right questions and they tried to cow down us. But Niranjan, we are not going to bow down to all these antisocial elements who are actually very comfortable with the pliable media, what we call the min media in Bengal, who cannot report in the style of Republic Bangla, the way we say that chokhe chok rekhe kotha bolbo, baat karenge aankh se aankh milakar. And one thing I would like to ask Madhukalpita, what was the role of the police there? There was a huge deployment of police there. What was the role of police?
वहाँ पर पुलिस तो बहुत सारे थे, बहुत सारे पुलिस तब आ गए थे, लेकिन किसी ने भी कोशिश नहीं किया था कि मुझे वहां से निकाला जाए। किसी ने भी ये कोशिश नहीं किया कि मुझे वहां से बाहर निकाला जाए। एक लड़की अंदर फंसी हुई है, उस लड़की को वहां से बाहर निकाला जाए सेफली, ऐसा किसी ने भी कोशिश नहीं किया। एंड उसके बाद जब मैं वहां से बाहर निकल के आई, किसी भी कीमत पे मैं वहां से बाहर निकल के आई, तब भी मेरे बारे में किसी ने भी एक भी सवाल नहीं किया कि मैं वहां पर क्या हुआ, मेरे साथ कुछ गलत तो नहीं कर दिया। इन सारे कोई भी क्वेश्चन नहीं किया अनिर्बान।
Actually, the entire police force were actually they are in the mood of handshaking with Arabul Islam, and they are in the mood of lathi charging the ISF supporters who are actually being brutally being tortured.
And we have the visuals there.
Yes.
That's what the allegation of the ISF is, Anirban.
Yes. That is the actual allegation of ISF supporters. It was their foundation day of their party, and the ISF supporters were actually going to take part in a rally that was being called in Dharmatala, and in spite of that, their buses were being stopped in the middle of the road, and the entire mob that was there of the ISF supporters were being attacked and brutally tortured by the TMC goons in the leadership of Arabul Islam.
और जो सवाल अभी आपने किया मयूर कि वहाँ पे पुलिस क्या कर रही थी, पुलिस बस देख रहा था, लेकिन वहां से जब मैं बाहर निकल के एक लड़की अंदर फंसी हुई है, इतने सारे लोग वहां पे घिरे हुए हैं उसको, उसके साथ क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ, वो ठीक है कि नहीं, कोई भी किसी भी कीमत में किसी ने भी मुझसे कोई भी सवाल नहीं किया, किसी ने भी मुझसे ये पूछने की कोशिश नहीं की कि मैं ठीक हूं कि नहीं, मेरे साथ कुछ उल्टा सीधा हुआ कि नहीं, किसी ने भी एक भी क्वेश्चन नहीं किया। अनिर्बान,
And another thing, Anirban, I would just like to butt in here. The kind of visuals you can see, that we have the visuals. It's on air where Madhu Kalpita is literally being harassed by a few of the leaders, who are actually the local leaders. You cannot deny the fact that these are Trinamool leaders. These are Trinamool party cadres, and you can see the flags there. You can see the visuals of Trinamool leader Arabul Islam standing just in front of Madhu Kalpita, and he is actually harassing. He is actually manhandling. What action is Trinamool Congress taking, Anirban?
Arabul Islam has been arrested 3 times earlier. I have recounted all the stories of his being arrested, even in the charges of attempt to murder of a ex-cabinet member of Buddhadev Bhattacharya's cabinet, Abdul Razzaq Mullah, who is now a party colleague of Arabul Islam. But the local police is actually being they are actually practiced in handshaking with Arabul or with his goons, because Arabul was being arrested in 3 times earlier, which I have already told you. But that was in the middle of huge pressure of media, within the huge pressure of election commission. In some cases where elections were being called off in within a very few months. So that was the scenario of Arabul Islam being arrested. But now there is no election, and there is an election which is a Panchayat election, and this Panchayat election in West Bengal, in this scenario, is an exercise of violence, nothing else.
Yes.
So Arabuls are needed. Arabuls are needed in this scenario because Panchayat is coming. The election of violence is coming in Bengal, and the capital of the violence in Panchayat election, one of the capital of violence in Panchayat election is this Bhangar area. Maybe you know all that.
And that's where the question comes, Anirban and Niranjan. He's also there. If police was mum, why did they suddenly started being proactive in Dharmatala, where ISF supporters were there, where the foundation day was just starting? And one of the key questions right now is Trinamool Congress. Every time they react after a media reportage is there, every time they react after huge media coverage, why this thing is there? That's one of the biggest question. And another thing, Madhu Kalpita, I would like to ask you, when you were there, Arabul Islam, you have known Arabul Islam for a long time now. Trinamool Congress, he's a Trinamool Congress leader, and most importantly, Trinamool Congress was there. There were plenty of flags. वहाँ पे flags थे, वहाँ पे festivals थे Trinamool Congress के. कहीं ये तो नहीं बोलेंगे Trinamool Congress के लोग कि वो Trinamool के है ही नहीं.
यहाँ पर जो फुटेज अभी चल रहा है ना, उसमें आप लोग देख सकते हो कि मेरे पीछे जो मॉब है, मुझे जो घेर कर रखा है, सभी के हाथों में तृणमूल कांग्रेस की फ्लैग थे। आप देख सकते हो अभी वो फुटेज जो जा रहा है ना हमारे चैनल पे जो एयर हो रहा है उसमें आप लोग देख सकते हो कि अगर तृणमूल कांग्रेस ये कहती है कि वो लोग नहीं थे तो जो लोग थे उसके हाथ में ये फ्लैग क्या कर रहा था, एक क्वेश्चन होगा। क्योंकि वो जो लोग थे तृणमूल कांग्रेस के थे, उसके हाथ में फ्लैग है। देखिए आप मेरे पीछे किसी ने फ्लैग ऐसे उठा कर रखा है, इससे तो ये साफ होता है कि मैं किसके अंदर कहां पे फंसी थी, किन सारे लोगों ने मुझे घेर रखा था। मतलब यही तो एकदम वो फुटेज अभी है।
And one more question, Mayuk. This Arabul Islam.
Okay, Madhu Kalpita, Anirban and Mayuk, we'll just come back to you. I think let's once again, for the benefit of our viewers, play out the entire sequence. What happened with Madhu Kalpita earlier, where she was just doing her job. Her job is to ask tough questions. Look what happened.
কোথায় থাকেন, কোন চ্যানেল, বাজে কথা বলার চেষ্টা করবেন না, আপনাদের আমি বলে দিচ্ছি, বাজে কথা বলবেন না। এই শুনুন, বাজে কথা
আমি দিচ্ছি দাদা,
আমি জানি না এই মুহূর্তে দাঁড়িয়ে বুমটা
প্লিজ আমাদের পার্টি অফিস সামনে আপনি কি জানেন?
তুমি দেখতেই পেলে মিনা কি কিভাবে আমার বুম নামিয়ে দেওয়া হয়েছে, আমি সেই ছবিটা এই মুহূর্তে তুলে ধরার চেষ্টা করলাম। আরাবুল ইসলামের প্রতিক্রিয়া নেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেছিলাম, তিনি বুম নামিয়ে দিয়েছেন, তিনি কোনো রকম ভাবে আমাকে প্রতিক্রিয়া দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেননি।
আপনারা কোথায় থাকেন, কোন চ্যানেল, বাজে কথা বলার চেষ্টা করবেন না, আপনাদের আমি বলে দিচ্ছি, বাজে কথা বলবেন না। এই শুনুন, বাজে কথা
আমি দিচ্ছি দাদা,
আমি জানি না এই মুহূর্তে দাঁড়িয়ে বুমটা
প্লিজ আমাদের পার্টি অফিস সামনে আপনি কি জানেন?
তুমি দেখতেই পেলে মিনা কি কিভাবে আমার বুম নামিয়ে দেওয়া হয়েছে, আমি সেই ছবিটা এই মুহূর্তে তুলে ধরার চেষ্টা করলাম। আরাবুল ইসলামের প্রতিক্রিয়া নেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেছিলাম, তিনি বুম নামিয়ে দিয়েছেন, তিনি কোনো রকম ভাবে আমাকে প্রতিক্রিয়া দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেননি।
So you once again saw what happened with Madhu Kalpita. This is happening in the state of West Bengal, Niranjan. We aren't surprised, but I think it's very, very important that there is some bit of accountability and action following what really happened with her.
And like always, we have to fight our own battles, and we will, Dipti. We will fight our own battles and fight for journalism, because there are two kinds of media. One is the Republic media, which asks the questions, gets heckled, attacked, targeted. And then our next subject is about the second kind of media, which peddles a propaganda. And today, this media, called the BBC media, a group of 302 former judges today, ex-bureaucrats, veterans, have slammed this BBC documentary on Prime Minister Modi as a motivated charge sheet against our leader, a fellow Indian and a patriot, and a reflection they claim is of a dyed-in-the-wool negativity and unrelenting prejudice with their attempt to target Prime Minister Modi. Now, the controversy over the BBC docuseries is only getting bigger. Here are the updates, and then we debate.
The fact of the matter is that one spelling mistake happened in the case of the Chinese president. That particular anchor was really sacked. And that's the kind of sensitivity Indian establishment really shows when it comes to India's foreign policy. So while we have Rishi Sunak really distancing himself very publicly on the floor of the House, in the House of Commons, from this documentary, the fact remains, Niranjan, that the timing is suspect. And the producers are suspect, their motivation and agenda is suspect, and certain links have already emerged. So I think there is nothing left to second guess as to from where this really comes and with what objective. Having said that, if they thought that they could harm Narendra Modi, perhaps there is a delusion and absolute lack of understanding of how Narendra Modi works. I can tell you this is not going to help them in any manner.
On the burning question this evening are Shazia Ilmi, national spokesperson of the BJP. Ashok Sajjanar, former diplomat, is a signatory to this letter. Nirmal Kaur, signatory to the letter and former DGP of Jharkhand, joins us on the debate. Major General Dhruv Katoch, signatory to the letter, Director, India Foundation. Nilanjan Das, political analyst, believes in the BBC. Tausif Ahmed Khan, advocate, political analyst, along with Professor D.K. Giri, political commentator, both backing the BBC on this one. So let me start with Nirmal Kaurji. Nirmal Kaurji, this afternoon when you spoke to Republic TV, you had very, very strong words to say about this attempt. So minus those words, can you tell us why you were a signatory to this letter and why you feel so strongly about this?
Well, it is obviously a very, very false the false things are depicted over there, and it is a very biased, very selective kind of incidents are taken, and not even the full picture is taken. And it is just that they believe that they are a superior culture having ruled over us, and BBC is a some kind of a legacy of the imperial past, and like a colonial power, they want to rule us now in our thoughts, in our minds. And we are a sovereign country. We have our own systems. We have our own constitution. The Supreme Court has cleared Prime Minister Narendra Modi from those riots. Hours and hours of SITs and hearing has gone on. And now suddenly we have to hear it from some imperial power somewhere sitting far away, that just because they think that they still rule our minds. And many of us allow them to think that. Many of us want to imitate their accents. Many of us want to join that elitist kind of a thing they had, like Indians and dogs not allowed, lots of clubs like that. There, these brown sahib Indians are left liberados get an entry, and then they think, oh, the rest of the Indians are not allowed. They don't think they're Indians anymore. So they don't think like they have nothing for their own country, and they think the Anglo-Saxon values are perhaps the highest mankind has ever seen. Our own values are much, much superior, far superior, our own ancient values. But they don't even know that. They quote all wrong things from Mahabharata or from Ramayana. They know nothing of our culture. They are so anglicized. I mean, they would rather tell you about anything happening in Britain and then, happening right here in India. So these are our own people are collaborating with them, our own Indians. And BBC, of course, thinks it has a right to decide things for us. Who's good, who's bad, what is right, what is wrong, who's left, who's right. They feel they are so superior, they'll decide it for us and brainwash us, spoon feed us as to what is right in our country and what is wrong in our country. That is wrong. And on top of it, the lobbies are working overtime. The lobbies are working overtime to give India a bad image under Narendra Modi, because, now it is all Muslims. The Muslim narrative, or the Muslims are being persecuted. CAA, nobody who's made that commentary, that documentary has even read what CAA is about. They should first read the full text. What is CAA about? And then comment on it. And then Godhra, how the whole train was burnt when the car sevaks came back. They have apparently given no value to that. And they have just, picked up some narrative which is propagated by our own left liberals. I have seen it in bits and pieces, but I largely know the context.
No, you cannot judge something if you have seen it in bits and pieces. The documentary starts by showing the train being burnt. So
because that is part of the narrative. They don't want to show what is against the narrative.
Can I ask you a question? Let me ask you a question.
Documentary.
Let me ask Nilanjan a question. Nilanjan, okay, let me ask Nilanjan a question, and then maybe Major General Dhruv Katoch can come in and respond to that. Okay, so because we have a lot of panelists, let's keep tossing, right? Nilanjan, question is, since you have watched the documentary, or I presume you watched the documentary,
yes,
is it fact or fiction that the Supreme Court of India has upheld the closure report filed by the Supreme Court appointed SIT after years of investigation of the Gujarat riots? It has also unequivocally dismissed allegations made on the basis of ultra-sensational revelations by people like R.B. Srikumar, Sanjeev Bhatt and Haren Pandya. Fact or fiction?
Of course it's a fact, and it has been shown in the documentary. That's why it's a factual documentary.
What is... Okay, let me get Major...
Have you watched it?
I have not watched it. I'm a moderator here. I'm asking you the question, and Major Dhruv Katoch will respond to you.
Right.
That's the difference between Indian media and maybe the foreign channels.
Sir, it's just been blocked. I'm sorry, I don't have time, Nilanjan. I'm a journalist. I'm just merely asking you a question, getting a response to the question, okay? It's been blocked, by the way, and I don't, know how to watch it. I don't want to watch it. General Katoch.
People are making the assumption that the government is rattled. How do they get that information? Nobody is rattled.
Indian media and foreign
Now you see, petty minds will make petty statements. They will not stick to the facts. So now let me talk facts.
Who's this sycophant, India hating, servile, subservient, ashamed of being Indian sycophant we have here? Who is this person who said that? This is a difference between foreign media and Indian media? I want to know, because I can't see.
Just before
who
this...
Who is this gentleman who just said that?
Let me tell you, Shazia, just before this...
Who is the one who degraded fellow Indians?
His name is Nilanjan, let me tell you something.
Who degraded fellow Indians on an Indian channel?
Shazia, his name is Nilanjan.
I really want to know. I really want to know who this great gentleman is.
His name is Nilanjan. No.
Shame on this gentleman.
One minute.
I'm sorry.
1 minute, Shazia.
Sorry.
Shazia, 1 minute. I want to respond to what he said about Indian media. 1 minute. I want to respond to him about what he said about Indian media. 1 minute.
The brown sahibs.
Shazia, 1 second. Shazia, hear me out. You know what happened just before we came into the debate? No, Nilanjan does not have the courage. Nilanjan, you have the courage. I'm asking you. No, do you have the courage? No, 1 minute. 1 minute. Nilanjan, 1 minute.
Left for you by the British.
Shazia, can I request you to please stay quiet for a second, please? I don't want the shouting and screaming. I don't like shouting and screaming over each other. But you know what, Nilanjan, you said difference between Indian media. Nilanjan, do you have the courage? Just before coming into this debate, Republic Bangla reporter was heckled, attacked by a Trinamool Congress leader in Kolkata. You talk about difference between Indian media and foreign media. Do you have the courage to condemn Arabul Islam for heckling a woman reporter? Look at those visuals. And stop giving lectures to the media. Talking about Indian media, foreign media. Stop it. Stop it. Don't give us lectures. Okay, don't give us lectures. Stop it.
And you don't give me lectures.
Don't give us lectures about Indian media, got it? We don't need lectures. You don't have the courage. Don't have the courage. Don't have the spine to talk. Don't have the spine. Shame on you to don't have the spine to talk about. Look at that woman reporter. Look at that. Look at that. Stop it. Stop it. Yeah, from where you're sitting, from where you're sitting, have the courage to call out nonsense for what it is. I'm not here to debate with you. I'm not here to debate with you, okay? I'm here to ask you questions, but don't give commentary on the media, got it? I don't need your commentary. I'm getting an Ashok Sajjanar. Ashok Sajjanar ji, why did you sign that letter, sir?
No, slave mentality.
Shazia, 1 second. I don't want shouting screaming, please.
Who's degrading Indian media?
The slave mentality lies with the RSS.
No, I want to come in.
I would request the moderator to kindly put this person on mute, because he has no locus standi to sort of, continue to speak over other speakers. You've asked me a question. Permit me to respond to that question.
Ashok Sajjanar,
you asked me a question. Why did I sign the letter? I think it is very clear in the letter, because all that the BBC has mentioned, it is all propaganda. There are a large number of questions that come up as to why did the BBC feel compelled to bring out this documentary 20 years after this incident has happened. Has it, is it privy to any new information, any new evidence? Nothing at all. It is all this discredited propaganda over the last 20 years, which even the Supreme Court has said that there was attempts to fabricate evidence against Prime Minister Modi. And they have completely rubbished it. They have completely thrown it out of the... why are you speaking? This is my turn. The moderator has asked me to speak. He's not asked you a question. Why are you responding? When you get a turn, you please respond. Why are you speaking?
Please go ahead.
So, that is the first thing that, there is no new evidence. It is all rehashing of the old evidence. The other is, the question that you asked right at the beginning. What is the agenda because of which the BBC has come out at this time? And of course, I feel that it is because, India's prestige, India's profile in the world is rising. You see whether it is the managing director of the International Monetary Fund, it is the World Bank, it is the UN Development Program. All of them are commending India for the manner in which it has conducted itself, not only as far as dealing with the COVID-19, with the health issue, with the vaccination, with the economy, in every sense of the word. The managing director of the IMF went to the extent of saying that while she sees darkness and gloom everywhere in the world, India is the only ray of hope. And all the other organizations have come out with these positive things. So, the BBC with its, illusions of imperial grandeur, that, they still have a role to play as far as India is concerned. They will come up with this sort of a documentary so that they can try and pull down Prime Minister Modi a few notches. But I don't think they realize that the more that the international media, whether it is the BBC, whether it is Washington Post, New York Times, the more they condemn Mr. Modi, the more support he will get from the people at home. So I think they are shooting themselves in the foot, and they should realize this, and those who are defending and supporting the documentary should also realize this. They see that India is the chair of the G20, the elections are coming, so they think that they can harm India this way, but not at all. They are very sadly mistaken.
Yeah.
Please.
DK Giri, you want to respond to him?
Yes. Your caption says I'm defending the documentary. I am an Indian. I am not defending the documentary, but what I'm defending is the freedom of BBC to publish what they like. If anybody in the panel understands BBC, BBC is the autonomous media in the world, most autonomous. Even their government could not do anything to influence BBC. So BBC, by producing this documentary, they may be embarrassing their government. They may be harming our bilateral relation. We have a right to protest, but it is their freedom. Like you have your freedom. You showed your clip in Bengal, and you were protesting that they were undermining the freedom of the press. So BBC is a free press. So you cannot question, you cannot attribute. You may attribute motives to BBC, but you cannot question them producing the documentary. We may protest. We also criticize the other.
I have a bad line, I think, with DK Giri.
I've written trees of articles on China, telling China is autocracy, Putin is a despot. We condemn that. So like BBC is doing it, so they have a freedom to do so, and it is the freest media in the world. So, and we are right to protest. I'm not defending what they say. I will not let them undermine my country. My Prime Minister. My Prime Minister. No,
1 minute, sir. 1 minute.
That is our protest.
Sir, 1 minute. Just 1 minute, sir. Couple of things. I don't know whether you watched the documentary or not, but there are many factual errors in it. Many factual errors from what General Dhruv Katoch have said. I've taken a list of from their letter. I want to quote their letter. Is it true or not, General Dhruv Katoch? You want to take this one, that in this reportedly the Citizenship Amendment Act that the BBC refers to it claims it is unfair to Muslims. It is in fact a law to help minorities, Hindus, Sikhs, Christians, Buddhists and Jains facing religious persecution in Pakistan, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, gain accelerated Indian citizenship. They don't know what the CAA is, but they've made false claims. Is that true, General Katoch?
Yes, that is true. And may I request the other panelists to kindly keep quiet for just 1 minute. I will not shout or scream.
Yes.
And I will address it. Firstly, the documentary starts off with the train burning. But they have never attributed that train burning to any particular person, right? Because that was the root cause of the problem, and I feel that should have been addressed. Now, they did not address that. That indicates motive. The entire process which they have followed is a hatchet job, and I'm very surprised that the BBC, which is generally a sophisticated organization, has done such a poor hatchet job, and it looks to me it has been done at the behest of somebody. Now, what is the rationale of showing something which happened in more than 2 decades ago and then making a statement? And this statement has been made considering what is happening in India today. We are making that. Now, what is happening in India today? In India today, we have got the best communal relations which are existing as of now. And I'll prove it by a very simple example. In Pakistan, there are millions of Muslims who want to come and live in India. Ditto for Bangladesh. I'll be very happy if anybody can name me one Indian Muslim who would like to go and live in that country. So why is it that Muslims want to come and live in India and none of the Indian Muslims want to live in those Muslim countries? If you can answer that question, then I will say, okay, you can talk about the intolerance which the BBC is talking about. But it is not existent. It is a hatchet job and it is a toolkit job. And this toolkit has been done deliberately. Just 1 minute, please, 1 minute. You see, we are coming to 26th January. The eyes of the world are on India. Every time when we approach January, the toolkit operators get mad. They have come mad now. This is a toolkit operation, and there are Indian operatives who are part of the BBC team who are doing it.
No problem. You don't need to speak anymore. No, you see, we all know it is a fact. It is a fact that Narendra Modi was Chief Minister of Gujarat when Gujarat was burning, when Muslims were targeted, when in Gujarat people were killed. It is a fact and you cannot deny that. Secondly, it is a fact. It is a fact. Please do not interrupt me. Do not interrupt me. This Roj man, I don't like him. What do you think? This is your problem. Republic channel. This is Republic channel. This is not Gujarat. You cannot tackle me here like that.
And you don't acknowledge that.
Come on, please.
That is a shame.
Okay, Tausif, you can speak. Okay, 1 minute. Second point I was making.
Yeah, okay. But you make, but don't make factual mistakes.
Second point I was making. Oh, was Narendra Modi not the Chief Minister? What rubbish are you talking, man?
I said you speak, but don't make factual mistakes in what you say, Tausif.
Arey Baba, what factual mistake? I said Narendra Modi was the Chief Minister then.
No,
when Gujarat was burning.
You quoted something else after that.
Second fact, United States denied.
No, I want to ask you, Tausif, was Madhav Singh Solanki? Do you know how many riots have happened on the watch of Madhav Singh Solanki, who was a Congress Chief Minister?
No, you won't allow me to speak.
Okay,
have you ever mentioned that? Have you ever mentioned and talked about the Nelli massacre, the Bhagalpur massacre?
Okay, Shazia, I know
have you ever
everyone.
mentioned that?
Shazia, give him 30 seconds. Give him 30 seconds and I'll give you full chance to respond.
I have to say,
all right, so let it,
I want to say something else. This is, first of all, I will not call it a documentary. Let's call it the BBC propaganda film.
Shazia, give him 30 seconds, please.
It is a propaganda film because it is done with a purpose to do. It's an anti-India, anti-Modi propaganda.
Shazia, give her 30 seconds. Shazia, give him 30 seconds, Shazia.
You are repeating yourself. No, Niranjan.
No, you give him 30 seconds, let him make his point, you can counter it. I'll give you full opportunity to counter it.
Even the first time, no.
No, I'm only saying give him 30 seconds, it's only fair. It's only fair, you give him 30 seconds, you can counter him. You can lambast him if he's wrong on his facts. Go ahead. 30 seconds, yeah.
Now, fact number one.
Let's see what he has to offer.
Narendra Modi was the... Arey Baba, why are you interrupting me? Just stay calm, you will be rewarded by BJP. Now you see, fact number one.
He was the Chief Minister.
Fact number one.
Yes,
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me.
Supreme Court has actually totally exonerated him.
This is not fair.
Everybody knows that.
Number one, he was the Chief
coming out with something very
Minister.
profound.
Number two, he was banned by United States from
30 seconds to say something so very basic.
Number three, the Gujarat Chief Minister Pandya testified there is a testimony that Narendra Modi called.
Okay, you know what? But Tausif, whatever you're saying has been dealt with in courts. One sec. Why? No, 1 minute. No. You know. 1 minute. Tausif, the Supreme Courts. 1 minute. Can I reduce? I want to reduce Tausif's audio 1 second, please. Tausif, the courts have dealt with it. 1 minute. The courts have dealt with. Shazia, 1 minute. Shazia, you also can't speak over it. 1 minute. The courts have dealt with all of this.
No. If you say 1 minute more to me, I will leave the debate. If you say 1 minute more to me, I will leave the debate because you've not. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair.
What have I said factually wrong? Shazia is responding to you. Shazia, you respond to him.
I don't think it's fair.
Okay, respond to him. I'll give you 30 seconds to respond to him.
I just want to say something. I mean, this is great. I mean, Tausif has just, it's hilarious. Tausif gave us some great information. You know what is the information this Tausif sir gave us? That Narendra Modi was the Chief Minister in these many years. We all know that, the whole world knows that. We all know how many riots happen in this country. We all know under whose watch, Bhagalpur, Nelli massacre, Muzaffarpur, all that happened.
We all know that. We all know what the Supreme Court said. So we know everything. First, please do not come with something so idiotic, Tausif. Do not reduce this debate. You're not coming up with any great gyan. So one. Two, I would like to say, because Tausif clearly have nothing to say on this issue, I would like to say something that your documentary is something that is based on documentary evidence and facts. Now this is actually a propaganda film, the purpose of which is to malign the image of India, to give an impression of the Prime Minister who's been democratic elected Prime Minister of a democracy, the mother of all democracies, and we will not be judged by some body at BBC. We will not be judged by them about what our apex court says. I'm sorry, but what democracy stands for, what our institutions stand for. Sorry.
No,
the sun might be setting on the British Empire. For all I care.
Let me tell you something.
You think we are so subservient lot that we will depend on the British to judge us?
has no points to make.
Judiciary?
1 minute.
Again.
No points to make.
Oh really? What is the point? You were telling us who was the chief minister, who was the prime minister. Thank you very much, Tausif.
Why did the prime minister on the day ask him to follow up? Are you answer that?
1 minute, listen, Nilanjan, I'll tell you something, okay?
Yes,
okay.
yes,
At 1 minute, at the end of the debate, no, to everyone, to actually everybody on the debate, 1 minute. I didn't want this. No, but the problem is Nilanjan and Tausif and Shazia, this was not supposed to be a debate where you all speak over each other. It's not required. She says something and before she... 1 minute. See, 1 minute. Okay, calmly hear me out. Last point I want to make, and I get a sense. 1 minute. No, 1 minute. I'll tell you. I get a sense that. No. I'll tell you. Shazia, you may not know. Shazia, you may not know, but something else is happening because this evening we got an alert here in Mumbai that there is a book release on Ishrat Jahan case somewhere in Mumbai. I think the Samajwadi Party is doing it. So there appears to be this deliberate attempt to, bring back these issues which have been dealt with by the courts of law, and it's deliberate, right? Obviously, it's for a reason. But I want to end by saying one thing to all our panelists. Let's assume for the sake of it, the BBC were to make a documentary even on Mamata Banerjee, which is factually incorrect. We would have fought the BBC even for that. It doesn't matter. No, I'm telling you, 1 minute. No, you need to realize that. 1 minute. There's a difference between a documentary and a propaganda. There's a difference between a documentary and a propaganda. Okay, I have to take a break at this point, but I get a sense this is going to be a prolonged issue. We will debate it again. Nilanjan, I promise you we'll debate it again. Only because of lack of time. Shazia, Mr. Sajjanar, Ms. Kaur, General Katoch, Nilanjan, Tausif and Professor Giri. Thank you very much for joining us on the debate.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators failed to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president, but also with only a caretaker government, stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption. Agency report for Republic TV.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? व्हाई डिड यू चूज टू जॉइन द आईपीएस?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तिहान में बैठ सकूं। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं आईपीएस में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से आईपीएस में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal, and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization, referring to the Russian private military company that has been.
Two back-to-back explosions rocked a busy locality on the outskirts of Jammu, leaving 9 people injured. Police suspect that IEDs were used to carry out the twin explosions in an SUV parked in a repair shop and in a vehicle at a nearby junkyard at Transport Nagar area of Narwal in Jammu. The Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha strongly condemned the incident, called for urgent steps to take action against those responsible. 6 suspects have been detained and are being questioned in connection with the blast. The blast was triggered by suspected terrorists at a time when security agencies in the region are on high alert in the wake of the upcoming Republic Day celebrations. Officials saying that the whole area was cordoned off by joint teams of police and CRPF immediately after the first explosion, followed by another blast 15 minutes later.
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators failed to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president, but also with only a caretaker government, stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption. Agency report for Republic TV. Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators failed to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president, but also with only a caretaker government, stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption. Agency report for Republic TV.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? व्हाई डिड यू चूज टू जॉइन द आईपीएस?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तिहान में बैठ सकूं। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा
BJP National President JP Nadda is in Karnataka ahead of the upcoming assembly elections in Karnataka, and he is also being joined by the former Chief Minister of Karnataka B.S. Yediyurappa on a pole-bound visit to Vijaypura, which is also considered to be the stronghold of Basangauda Patil Yatnal, who has been off late rebelling against the party as well as the party leaders as well. And this particular visit holds a lot of significance for the BJP because its national national president is flagging off the Vijay Sankalp Yatra, which is to begin from today and continue across the next 9 days from across Karnataka as well. Because along with JP Nadda, Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai is also flagging off this Yatra from Tumkuru, and the Karnataka state in charge for the BJP, Mr. Arun Singh, is flagging off this Yatra from Chikbalapur. So this is BJP's agenda and BJP's mission 150 to go on and get 150 assembly seats in the upcoming election. This amounts to a lot of significance with the BJP central top leadership coming to Karnataka ahead of the elections in the state.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization, referring to the Russian private military company that has been aiding Russia's military in its ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for such big help, support, and President Biden, Congress, and for today on Rammstein, I had speech there, and on Rammstein, so Secretary Austin just presented the next package, this package, the last one, $2.5 billion of new ammunition, which are very important for us.
The meeting came as defense officials met in the US Rammstein army base in Germany, where Zelensky called for additional military aid for his country. Agency report for Republic TV. Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators failed to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president, but also with only
Republic Bangla's woman journalist intimidated and heckled by a group of political workers led by the former TMC MLA. "302 prominent personalities issue statement and slam the BBC's biased documentary series on the Prime Minister. The Toothless Wrestling Federation of India is now slandering wrestlers, rejecting charges of sexual harassment by calling the protest a conspiracy. Twin ID blast in Jammu ahead of the Republic Day. 9 are injured, 6 suspects detained by the police. For the second time in 3 months, rape convict Ram Rahim is out on a 40-day parole. And the NI charge sheet in Praveen Netaru case reveals how the PFI was raising killer squad to achieve its mission 2047. A very good evening. You're with us on Republic and I'm Deepthi Sachdeva. Let's get kick-started with this top story we are tracking. This is a group of about 302 eminent citizens who've actually written against the kind of documentary series that the BBC is wanting to peddle. They say this is not just about negativity and unrelenting prejudice. They also say that this entire controversy over the BBC issue is only getting bigger because they see a larger pattern here and they believe that all this is being done with an intention to not just malign India, but also malign the Indian Prime Minister.
The fact of the matter is that one spelling mistake happened in the case of the Chinese president. That particular anchor was really sacked. And that's the kind of sensitivity Indian establishment really shows when it comes to India's foreign policy. So while we have Rishi Sunak really distancing himself very publicly on the floor of the House, in the House of Commons, from this documentary. The fact remains, Niranjan, that the timing is suspect and the producers are suspect. Their motivation and agenda is suspect, and certain links have already emerged. So I think there is nothing left to second guess as to from where this really comes and with what objective. Having said that, if they thought that they could harm Narendra Modi, perhaps there is a delusion and absolute lack of understanding of how Narendra Modi works. I can tell you this is not going to help them in any manner.
And now to our next top story. This is about the Dera Sacha Sauda chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim Singh, who's again been granted a 40-day parole. As per reports, the rapist is out on parole for a certain birthday celebrations, again making everyone ask the key question, that is it getting too easy for him? Do remember, he's serving a sentence of about 20 years and the charges are as heinous as rape.
Of rape and murder charges, Ram Rahim walks out on 40-day parole again. The latest parole to the Dera chief comes 3 months after he was granted a similar parole. The Dera chief's last 40-day parole ended on November 25th, where he had released a spiritual song. Sources claim that this time Dera chief is out on parole for his birthday celebrations.
हमारे प्यारे करोड़ों बच्चों, आप सबको परम पिता शास्त्र नामदाता रहबर के अवतार महीने की बहुत बहुत बधाई हो। आपकी सेवा के लिए फिर से बेपरवाह जी ने समय दिया है। हम आपकी सेवा में हाजिर हुए हैं, यूपी में पहुंच चुके हैं। बड़ी खुशी हो रही है कि बेपरवाह जी के इस अवतार महीने में कई सालों बाद आपके दर्शन करेंगे और लाइव करेंगे जैसा राम जी चाहेंगे।
However, Republic spoke exclusively to Haryana jail minister, who stated that he had no say in the matter.
उनका अब तक जेल में कंडक्ट ठीक रहा है, कभी भी कोई हमें 1% भी कभी कोई दिक्कत नहीं आई। जब भी पैरोल पे गए टाइम से आगे समय से पहले आते रहे, तो हमारी तरफ से कोई इस तरीके का नहीं है।
Even Haryana CM Manohar Lal Khattar took a step back in the matter.
ये जानकारी आप ही मुझे दे रहे हैं कि उनको पैरोल मिली है, और अगर मिली है तो कोई प्रोसीजर के अंतर्गत मिली होगी, कोई उनका अधिकार होगा। इसमें हम कोई न दखलंदाजी करते हैं न कभी करेंगे। ये तो हर व्यक्ति, हर कैदी जो होता है उसके अपने व्यवहार के हिसाब से एक नियमावली है, उस नाते से अप्लाई करते हैं। जब भी अप्लाई करेंगे, अगर वो ड्यू होगा तो मिलेगी, नहीं ड्यू होगा तो नहीं मिलेगी।
Dera chief Ram Rahim is serving a 20-year jail term for raping his 2 disciples. He was also convicted in 2021 for hatching a conspiracy to kill Ranjit Singh, a Dera manager. Bureau report for Republic TV.
A quick check of more stories that we are tracking. 2 back-to-back explosions rocked a busy locality on the outskirts of Jammu earlier today, leaving 9 people injured. The police suspect that IEDs were used to carry out the twin explosions in an SUV that was parked at a repair shop and in a vehicle at a nearby junkyard at the Transport Nagar area of Narwal. The Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha has strongly condemned the incident and called for urgent steps to take action against those responsible. Six suspects have been detained and they are being questioned in connection with the blast. These blasts were triggered by suspected terrorists at a time when security agencies in the region are on a high alert in the wake of the upcoming Republic Day celebrations. The officials say that the whole area was cordoned off by joint teams of the police and the CRPF after the first explosion, which was followed by another blast 15 minutes later. About 302 eminent personalities have come out with an open letter slamming the BBC over its motivated attempt to target the Prime Minister. Earlier, you would recall, the MEA had also described the documentary as a quote-unquote propaganda piece that lacked objectivity and reflected a colonial mindset. The centre has issued directions for blocking multiple YouTube videos and Twitter posts sharing links to the BBC documentary that's titled India, the Modi Question. These directions were reportedly issued by the Secretary in the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting using emergency powers under the IT rules of 2021. Sources say that senior officials of several ministries, including External Affairs, Home Affairs and Information and Broadcasting, have examined the documentary and found this to be an attempt to cast aspersions on the authority and credibility of the Supreme Court, sowing divisions amongst various communities and making unsubstantiated allegations regarding actions of foreign governments in India. The Russian embassy has said that it is closely following the situation relating to a Goa-bound flight from Russia that was diverted later to Uzbekistan, apparently because of a bomb threat. The police in Goa say the chartered flight with 240 passengers on board was diverted to Uzbekistan in the early hours of Saturday after the authorities at the Dabolim airport in the coastal state received an email that said that there was a bomb on the plane. Later, the Russian mission said, and I quote, "The embassy is closely following the situation around the flight en route from Perm to Goa." The Wrestling Federation of India has rejected the allegations that of sexual harassment against its president and claimed that the wrestlers' protest was motivated by a quote-unquote hidden agenda to dislodge the current management. The Federation has also denied all the charges in its response to the government's notice and asserted, and I'm quoting again, that there is no scope for arbitrariness and mismanagement, unquote, in the Federation. The ministry had sought an explanation from the Federation after the country's top wrestlers sat on a dharna and alleged that the Federation chief sexually harassed women wrestlers and acted like a dictator. The Wrestling Federation report specifically blames wrestlers from the state of Haryana while attributing motive, and also said that it was part of a designed campaign. It's also said that these charges were motivated, biased, unfounded, untrue and false, and that these allegations were made only with a view to harm the president. Our next story is about Praveen Netaru. He was, remember, a BJP Yuva Morcha leader who was killed. Now, the investigation into the entire case is pointing fingers at about 20 PFI people who possibly were wanting to make a killer squad, and the police do say that right now they are examining more information. The Air India PGA accused Shankar Mishra's judicial custody has been extended, disagreeing with the findings of the internal inquiry into the alleged incident on board an Air India flight where he was accused of urinating on an elderly woman. Shankar Mishra says that the 4-month flying ban on him is based on an incorrect understanding of the layout of the aircraft. In a statement that was issued through his lawyers, he says that he was in the process of appealing the decision in accordance with the applicable rules. The Indian Secular Front activist fought a pitched battle with the police in central Kolkata on Saturday during a protest against alleged attacks on their workers by the ruling Trinamool Congress. This demonstration threw the traffic out of gear around the key Jawaharlal Nehru Road crossing, and the sole ISF MLA, Naushad Siddiqui, who was leading the protest, was also detained, as a number of police personnel and agitators were also injured.
Army, the teams of the Indian Army, they have already arrived at the spot. The Special Operations Group, the Bomb Disposal Squad of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they are also here at the spot because they are now trying to ascertain what has actually transpired. See, twin blast taking place in the heart of the Jammu city, one of the busiest area. Now the teams of the BDS are getting prepared. I'll request Sarjeevan to keep showing you the visuals that the forensic and the Bomb Disposal Squad of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they have arrived here at the ground zero and they will be now heading towards the area. The ambulance too has been called in to put it on the standby because the police is not ruling out the possibility of any more explosive being in the area. See, the Special Operations Group of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they have also been deployed here. If Sarjeevan can continue to show you the visuals that the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they are here also at the spot ground zero, and what actually transpired is yet to be ascertained by the senior officials. But yes, the SSP Jammu is here, SP South is also here along with the other officers. So the twin blasts that have taken place here in this very area is something very concerning for the security forces, because if Gaurav, if Sarjeevan can show you a 360-degree view, I'll request Sarjeevan to show you the view of that side also, that this is a transport yard area where the majority of the transport remains here, and that is why the senior officials are trying to assure that everything goes smooth. The police is asking us to vacate this area. So that is the very specific area that has been cordoned in. If you will find that the area has been sealed and only the special operations group will be allowed. The Indian Army troops, they are also moving towards this spot. The officers from the intelligence agencies, they have also arrived here at the ground zero.
And our next story is about the Wrestling Federation of India that, remember, has rejected all the allegations, including that of sexual harassment, that have been leveled by some very, very senior and top athletes. And this is all against their president, Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh. And they say now that the wrestlers' protest was motivated by a quote-unquote hidden agenda to dislodge the current management. They also, in fact, deny all these charges in their response that they've sent to the Sports Ministry. They've asserted that there is absolutely no scope for any arbitrage and mismanagement in the federation. This clearly means that the Wrestling Federation of India says we've done no wrong, the wrestlers are to be blamed, and in fact, even as we are bringing you this entire coverage, there has been some bit of action as the Assistant Secretary now from the Wrestling Federation has been suspended.
जब तक ये जांच पूरी नहीं हो जाती, जैसा मैंने कहा कि 4 हफ्तों में हम इसको करने का काम करेंगे, तो एक कमेटी तब तक दैनिक कार्यकलाप को देखेगी, डे टू डे वर्किंग को, और तब तक भारतीय कुश्ती संघ के अध्यक्ष श्री ब्रिज भूषण जी वो अपने आप को स्टेप असाइड करेंगे, दैनिक कार्यकलाप से अलग रखेंगे.
A little before 12:30 a.m. on Saturday, after a 7-hour-long meeting, Sports Minister announced that Brij Bhushan Sharan will step aside as WFI President due to the pending investigation. It was a victory for the wrestlers who fought a long battle.
हमने पूरा विश्वास है कि इसमें निष्पक्ष जांच होगी, और जो खिलाड़ियों की सुरक्षा की बात है, चाहे वो किसी तरह की बात है, कि वो मंत्री जी ने बोला कि वो हमारी जिम्मेवारी है, क्योंकि पहले भी कुश्ती फेडरेशन के अध्यक्ष की तरफ से खिलाड़ियों को धमकी मिली है, तो सभी खिलाड़ी भी यही थे कि भाई हमने आवाज़ उठाई है और उससे डरे हुए थे उस चीज़ से, तो सभी को समझाया भी है, मंत्री जी ने आश्वासन दिया है.
But the Wrestling Federation of India is not ready to give up. In its reply to the Sports Ministry, it has claimed that media protesters should not be taken seriously and there is a conspiracy against the WFI.
After a detailed meeting of over 7 hours was held in the national capital between the protesting wrestlers and the Sports Minister of India, Anurag Thakur, along with the bureaucrats of the ministry, today here in Gonda, the national tournament of wrestling has begun, and Anurag Thakur, in the press conference post the 7-hour of a meeting that happened in the national capital, announced that Brij Bhushan Singh, the BJP MP who was under the scanner.
The WFI has dismissed sexual harassment charges leveled by the medal-winning wrestlers. The WFI has been rendered toothless by the Sports Ministry. Can it be allowed to arm twist the wrestlers? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And one clarification. Tejasvi, what do you have to say regarding this particular incident? Because now we are getting, responses from the aviation minister as well as from Mr. Annamalai as well. People want to know about your clarification. What exactly happened?
Regarding this issue, the airlines has already commented. DGCA has commented. The Honorable Minister for Civil Aviation himself has clarified and spoken about this. My co-passenger, who is the eyewitness to what happened, Shri Annamalai ji, he has spoken and clarified and narrated the factual matrix. Couple of other passengers who were also eyewitness to the incident have spoken to a couple of media houses, and they also have narrated the chain of events that took place and the truth that is in the matter. Therefore, there is no need for me to be speaking again on an issue which the opponents are trying to use as a political hit job and glorify it.
And now let's move on to get you this story from Madhya Pradesh, where this is the former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister, very senior Congress leader Kamal Nath, who's made a controversial statement. Now he's threatening the police and he says, "Sabka hisab liya jayega." And the BJP has hit back saying that look at the kind of arrogance that you're seeking from the Congress party already when they're not even in power.
Former Madhya Pradesh CM and Congress leader Kamal Nath has triggered controversy. Ahead of the Madhya Pradesh Assembly elections, Congress leader was caught on tape warning officers of the state.
और मैं आप सबसे कहना चाहता हूं, याद रखिए 8 महीनों में चुनाव है, डरिएगा मत, आक्रामक रहिएगा, अधिकारी और पुलिस को कह दीजिएगा 8 महीनों में हम आपसे हिसाब लेंगे। और सब कर्मचारी और पुलिस के लोग समझ सुन ले, कान खोल के सुन ले कि अच्छा हिसाब उनका लिया जाएगा।
But this is not the first time that Congress leader Kamal Nath has threatened officials. Congress leader Kamal Nath had stoked a similar kind of controversy in 2021 when he had openly threatened the government employees in Bhopal and alleged that some officials were working with BJP badges. But the BJP has hit back.
कमलनाथ जी सेठ हैं, पैसे वाले हैं, धमकी देना, दबाव बनाना, बदमाशी करना ये उनकी आदत है और ये पहली बार नहीं है। वो हर समय इस तरह की दबाव की राजनीति बनाना चाहते हैं। लोकतंत्र में कार्यपालिका, विधानपालिका और न्यायपालिका इसके अपने अपने दायित्व हैं और अपने अपने कर्तव्य हैं और उसका वो ठीक ढंग से निर्वहन करती है।
Once again, the former CM and tall leader of Congress Party Kamal Nath ji has shown and displayed his undemocratic emergency mindset when he openly threatened officers, police officers, administration from a Sarvajanik Manch and said that they must remember that only 8 months are left for the elections and that sabka hisab liya jayega. This is not the first time Kamal Nath ji has tried to intimidate the officers, police officers and administration.
As Vadra Congress now resorts to threats, will any action be taken? Agency report for Republic TV.
Shocking CCTV footages emerge out of the Kanchipuram Egambaranatha temple, where we can see a temple employee physically harassing a fellow employee, and this CCTV footage that has now been accessed by Republic is very shocking because it has happened on January 8th, and we can see that no other employees are present inside the office, and this particular employee called Vedamurthy, a senior official, has taken advantage of the situation and harassed a fellow employee. And now we can see that this complaint was not filed by the victim, rather it was filed by a social worker and it was sent via mail to the HRNC department, and now the Joint Commissioner is now investigating this case, and we can expect an action to be taken very soon on this harassment allegations that have come out of the Kanchipuram Egambaranatha temple.
We head into a break right now. On the other side, more details of the NI charge sheet in the Praveen Netaru case that reveals how the PFI was raising a killer squad to achieve its mission 2047.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. yet another top ranking for Amity University.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
The Kerala government has begun confiscation of properties that belong to the office bearers of the now banned Popular Front of India following an ultimatum by the Kerala High Court. The Popular Front of India had called in an illegal hartal, and after which the Kerala High Court had stated that the hartal was illegal and that any destruction to the public property, the office bearers of the PFI must bear it. The government had estimated that close to 5.2 crore worth of public assets were destroyed as part of the illegal hartal. Although after that the government was going very slow on confiscation of the property, the High Court finally issued an ultimatum, and because of which the Land Commissioner, Revenue Commissioner TV Anupama had ordered all the collectors of various districts to conduct the confiscation of properties without any notice. Over 60 leaders of the PFI from 14 districts, homes were raided and the properties were confiscated.
We're heading into a break right now. On the other side, Republic Bangla's woman journalist is intimidated and heckled by a group of political workers led by a former TMC MLA.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal, and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization, referring to the Russian private military company that has been aiding Russia's military in its ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for such big help, support, and President Biden, Congress, and for today on Ramstein, I had speech there, and on Ramstein, so Secretary Austin just presented the next package, this package, the last one, $2.5 billion of new ammunition, which are very important for us.
The meeting came as defense officials met in the US Ramstein Army base in Germany, where Zelensky.
There's simply too much happening in the neighborhood. There is no boring day. There is no day when something does not happen. And there have been so many things happening in the recent past that it's difficult for me on a weekly show to come and discuss everything with you. But I've taken out 5-7 points here which I'd like to bring to your notice and analyze these top news items for you as to what is actually happening in Pakistan and in our nearby countries. Hi, I'm Major Gaurav Arya and you're watching Checkmate. Now, recently the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, in an interview to Al Arabiya, which you already know about, he said that, we've requested UAE to help us talk to the Indians. Now, there are 2-3 things here. There have been various U-turns on this statement. First, the Pakistani Prime Minister said, yes, we want to talk to the Indians. And then he said, no, unless you sort of bring back 370 and 35A, we cannot talk to the Indians. And the latest is again a double U-turn in which he said that we have requested the United Arab Emirates, to come in between and play a mutual friend, if you will, and get India and Pakistan on the same table talking. Now, why does Pakistan want to talk to India? This is something that defies logic. This is a country with which you fought 4 wars, not 3, as Shehbaz Sharif would like us to believe, but 4 wars. They started terrorism in Punjab, they started terrorism in Kashmir, where it's still existing, 26/11, parliament attacks, Akshardham temple attacks, and more and more and more, 1993 bomb blasts. So, there are Pakistani fingerprints all over India. Why would Pakistan want to talk to India? Now, Pakistan is suffering a food crisis, a food security crisis. There isn't enough to eat. There are riot-like situations in many cities and towns and villages across Pakistan. Subsidized wheat, people are killing each other for subsidized wheat. There isn't enough vegetables in the market to go by, commodities in the market, and it's a problem. One other problem is that, how Pakistan industries and Pakistani companies are shutting down because of letter of credit problems. They don't have dollar inflows. They don't have a foreign exchange reserve. So there is no way Pakistan can pay dollars. Even for small little things, Pakistan is finding it difficult. Now, the problem here is different. The problem here is slightly different. Why does Pakistan want to talk to India? If Pakistan needs vegetables and wheat, I'm sure their best friend China can help them, because China also produces wheat in very significant quantities, rice in very significant quantities. China has a huge landmass, much bigger than India. China's economy is much bigger than India. And China is Pakistan's quote-unquote best friend, iron brother. Why is China not helping Pakistan? I think it's largely due to Pakistan's own shenanigans over a period of time. The Pakistanis, as usual, they've done to the Chinese what they've done to the Americans over decades. They fleeced the Chinese. And according to many Pakistanis who I've spoken to, nearly $26 billion worth of CPAC were stolen by Pakistanis. There's corruption in excess of $26 billion US. That's a huge amount of money. So this is what the Pakistanis have done to the Chinese, and Pakistan today is surrounded. Let me tell you Pakistan's predicament. Why is Pakistan screaming in agony? It's not just about, the increase in prices of food commodities. That's just one part of it. It's not simply also about Pakistan's internal struggles with their economy, with terrorism, with law and order, political instability. All that is true. But Pakistan is under attack from 5 sides. And today I'll tell you what these 5 sides are. 1, China. China is refusing to fund Pakistan. In spite of Pakistan's misfortunes, in spite of 1/3 of the nation being underwater for a very long time, China did not come forward and help Pakistan as Pakistan would have liked China, its iron brother. You've heard of sweeter than honey, higher than the Himalayas, deeper than the oceans. Yeah, that kind of friendship. So China says, we are not helping Pakistan any longer because you cannot keep our people safe inside Pakistan. Chinese are getting killed, terrorists are killing Chinese, our businesses are shutting down, you're not paying us back the money that we invested. And there is a huge long list of complaints that China has against Pakistan. So China is no longer funding Pakistan the way Pakistan had become used to receiving Chinese funds. So number one, China. Number two, India. India is on a diplomatic offensive against Pakistan. I've said this and a lot of people disagree with me. It's become slightly controversial, but I'll say it again. I think whenever Pakistan tries to do something which is against India's interests, it will meet with very, very strong opposition. There is this video of Prime Minister Modi which is viral in Pakistan nowadays. Maybe 4 or 5 days back, Azam Swati, the senator from Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, Imran Khan's party, he tweeted Prime Minister Modi's video in which he said that Prime Minister Modi said that I have forced Pakistan to go across the world with a begging bowl. Prime Minister Modi says in a public rally, in a political rally, that he has forced Pakistan to go begging around the world with a bowl. Now, this is something that Pakistanis are talking about. And this is something that is true. I've been saying it for a very long time. When Pakistan was able to meet all its FATF obligations, Pakistan was still kept in FATF grey list for over 2 years or 1.5 years after meeting its FATF obligations. So India cannot tell FATF that, keep Pakistan in the blacklist or keep Pakistan in the grey list forever. But what India can do is make sure Pakistan is uncomfortable for a little while longer, and India is doing that. Right? Now, suddenly IMF was supposed to give money to Pakistan. The World Bank had promised, I think, $1.2 billion in loans to Pakistan. Of course, they'll give the money, not today, but they'll give it after 3 months. And after 3 months, that money has only 1/4 of the value because Pakistan needs that money now. And India is doing all this for simple reasons. Pakistan's enmity towards India, Pakistan using terrorism as a tool of foreign policy, this must stop. Pakistan must stop terrorism inside India, especially in the Jammu and Kashmir Valley. Pakistan has been using various terrorist outfits to cause India harm. And this is how India is evening the scales. And this is what I've told Pakistanis. We will use diplomacy. We don't need to fund the TTP. We don't need it. We are a respectable nation. We are a much respected nation. People look up to us. Why would India, for heaven's sake, why would a country like India that is so respected, that is one of the world's leading economies, everybody acknowledges our weight in this world. Everybody acknowledges when Dr. Jaishankar goes. When Prime Minister Modi goes, everybody acknowledges our weight. Why would we want to get our hands dirty by, funding two-bit terrorists? What problem does it solve for India? It solves no problems. And India has never done it in the past. India will never do it in the future. But the fact of the matter is, the road to peace and prosperity in Pakistan passes through Kashmir. And Pakistanis must realize that, their country, unless there is peace in Kashmir, there will be no peace in Pakistan. You will continue to suffer. And you will continue to suffer simply because you're not going to get any support from India. And without Indian support, you cannot thrive, you cannot prosper. Third, Afghanistan. Fourth, Iran. So I said 5 things, We have discussed China, we've discussed India at length. Afghanistan and Iran, both Muslim countries, both Muslim brother countries, as Pakistan never tires of telling the world how the Islamic Ummah is one great lovely brotherhood where everybody loves everybody else. But the fact of the matter is, very recently, there were terrorists launched out of Iranian soil that killed 4 Pakistani soldiers. And this was not a one-off, it's happened in the past. Iranians come, they kill Pakistanis and they go back. Afghans come, they kill Pakistanis and they go back. So why is Pakistan not getting along with any of its neighbors? What is the problem essentially with Pakistan? Why can't Pakistan get its foreign policy right? They were supposed to be the greatest friends of the Afghan Taliban. Today, that Afghan Taliban has actually made a statement in which they have said that, we fear terrorists from inside Pakistan. Here is the Taliban. Here is the Taliban saying that they are scared of terrorists from inside Pakistan. So that is Pakistan's public face. I mean, if Taliban is afraid of you, then God help you, there's something you're doing which is very, very wrong. Apart from that, there's this news of Abdul Rahman Makki, who's the brother-in-law of Hafiz Saeed, and how he was proscribed and, a global terrorist declared, he's declared a global terrorist. Now, he comes up and says, and he releases a video from prison. He's in prison right now. And he releases a video from prison saying that I never met Osama bin Laden, you know. I never met Osama bin Laden. It doesn't matter. You know, from an Indian perspective, it doesn't matter whether you've met Osama bin Laden or not. Fact of the matter is, most of the global terrorists, you know, recognized, proscribed global terrorists by the United Nations Security Council, most of them are today found with either Pakistani connections or are Pakistani citizens or are living in Pakistan. So, this person, Makki, had a role to play in terrorism in India, whether it's 2611 or Kashmir. No, you can't get out of this entire piece by saying that, you know, I never met Osama bin Laden. For heaven's sake, neither have I. Most of us haven't met Osama bin Laden. But what does that prove? You know, as far as India is concerned, Makki is responsible for terror incidents inside India. And he should be in jail in India, not in Pakistan, by the way. So, and who gave him a camera and who gave him a phone inside his prison cell? He's making videos there. Isn't this supposed to be a global terrorist? Isn't this person supposed to be a global terrorist who's supposed to be kept under great scrutiny and watch? But Pakistani jails are famous, you know. Terrorists have had children inside jail. While they were in jail, they've had children. So this is the kind of control that you have on the Pakistani jail population, or even hardcore terrorists, you know, proscribed by the United Nations Security Council. This is the kind of security measures that they have in Pakistan. Another news that I have for you is that Pakistan has finally surrendered to the IMF. Yeah, Pakistan has said no, enough is enough. Bahut ho gaya. Now you tell us what to do and we'll do it. Why did this happen? You know, all of a sudden Pakistanis have been saying IMF this and IMF that. If you look at Pakistani television, if you see their programs, all the while there is this animosity against the IMF. Now the IMF never begged Pakistan, you know, that please come and take money from us. This is Pakistan who's begging IMF. So I refuse to understand this, I refuse to understand this kind of attitude. I simply cannot wrap my head around this, you know. You're abusing the same organization that is giving you money, not one. This is Pakistan's 22nd program. All right. Pakistan, or 23rd program if I'm not mistaken, Pakistan has already gone to the IMF 22 times. So in spite of abusing and criticizing the IMF, why has Pakistan suddenly surrendered? Surrendered shamefully like 1971. That was in front of India, this is in front of the IMF. Why have they said that, you know, now whatever you say, whatever you ask us to do, we'll follow everything, please give us the money? Why is Pakistan saying that? Pakistan is saying that simply because the World Bank was supposed to give them $1.2 billion, I think, and the World Bank said no. They promised that money. Pakistan thought that if they got the money from the World Bank, they could hold off IMF a little while longer and negotiate better. When the World Bank pulled back, this entire house of cards collapsed. And Pakistan has now come on the negotiating table. And this entire thing, I'll just take you back to Iran for a while. This entire thing about Iran and Pakistan getting money, you know, we discussed in the previous episode about how Pakistan was funded by the Americans, $450 million for F-16s. And I'd also said that this is for Afghanistan and also their own tribal areas, anti-terrorist operations. Don't be surprised if America gives more money to Pakistan and uses the Pakistani Air Force and ground forces against Iran in the future. It's very possible, and the Pakistanis are happy to do this because the generals are not going to get killed. It's only the soldiers who are going to get killed, and the generals will take the money from the United States of America. So America is, you know, putting all its ducks in a line. If America gets too uncomfortable with Iran tomorrow, they always know that Pakistan is a Sunni majority country and Iran is a Shia majority country, and that card can always be played. And a war against Iran can always be justified in religious terms. This is exactly what they did, you know, in Afghanistan. They said that the Soviets are communists, they are godless people, and you have to fight for Allah. And they created this entire army of Mujahideen who fought against the Soviet Russians. They did this with the United States of America also, all the while taking money from America. So Pakistan is playing a double game. America knows Pakistan is playing a double game, and Pakistan is pliable in the sense that if you give Pakistan money, they will do your bidding. And this is America's greatest hook, biggest hook and greatest power over the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. You're all aware of BRICS. BRICS is an organization with you know, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. They have had a meeting in which foreign minister, South African foreign minister Naledi Pandor, Naledi Pandor, the South African foreign minister, says that, we need to start doing business amongst the BRICS nations in our local currencies. So get rid of the dollar, is what this person is saying. Get rid of the dollar.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal, and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization, referring to the Russian private military company that has been aiding Russia's military in its ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for such big help, support, and President Biden, Congress, and for today on Ramstein, I had speech there, and on Ramstein, so Secretary Austin just presented the next package, this package, the last one, $2.5 billion of new ammunition, which are very important for us.
The meeting came as defense officials met in the US Ramstein Army base in Germany, where Zelensky called for additional military aid for his country. Agency report for Republic TV. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal, and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization, referring to the Russian private military company that has been aiding Russia.
So friends, recently there was a documentary on BBC in which, the usual story about how Prime Minister Modi is a bad guy and how India is suffering from Hindutva and etc. etc. So, this is the same mud that is being thrown on the Prime Minister by various people who want to build a certain narrative. And the whole idea is that, India's economy is growing exponentially. India is the 5th largest economy in the world. And people say within 10 years, India will become the 3rd largest economy in the world. This year, 2023, India takes over China as being the most populous nation on earth. China's population is actually contracting for the first time in 5 or 7 decades. And India's population is growing, and India has a young population, China not so. So obviously there is this element of jealousy. How can a quote-unquote third world country, because that is how they perceive us in their mind, how can this country suddenly become so rich? Why is it so successful? Why is Indian diplomacy shining everywhere? Why is India shining everywhere? Right? So you throw mud on the Prime Minister, hoping that some of it will stick. That is the entire plan. You keep on throwing bucket full of mud on the Prime Minister, hoping that something will stick. You see, this was investigated. This whole 2003 riot case of Prime Minister Modi was investigated by the Supreme Court, right? And they said there is no evidence to prove that he was involved. Yes, he was the Chief Minister. Of course he was the Chief Minister. Of course he was the Chief Minister at that time of Gujarat. But he had no hand in the riots as such. He had no hands in it. And that is what the Supreme Court says. But BBC, being BBC, pulled out all the stops and tried to malign our Prime Minister. And as usual, there is this Imran Hussain, who is a Pakistani origin member of Parliament, and he raised this question that, Prime Minister Modi has done this and that, and, Muslims in India. He's Pakistani origin. I don't have to explain things further to you. Lack of education, lack of exposure, a radicalized mindset, Hindu hatred, India hatred. This comes as part of the buffet. When you say, I'm not painting all Pakistanis with the same brush, but generally when you say Pakistani, these things are par for the course. These things are understood. They're taken for granted. This will happen. So this has happened. And Imran Hussain, a member of Parliament, a person, Pakistani origin, but born in the UK, I'm given to believe, he said in Parliament that, what are we doing and what can we do as far as Prime Minister Modi is concerned? Nobody can do anything actually. Not Britain, not the United States of America, not any other country in the world. There is nothing that you can do to India. We're simply too big. Now we're simply too rich. We're simply too powerful. There's nothing that you can do. And there is nothing even morally that you can do. So I'm not trying to say that something wrong happened and Britain has also done something wrong. But maybe a BBC documentary on 200 years of British colonial rule with a special edition on Jallianwala Bagh would be nice. This entire colonial experience, how Britain fleeced the entire world, how it caused millions to die in India in famines. Nobody talks about that. Because obviously when the British came to rule India, they were doing India a favor. Because the British obviously think that before they landed up on Indian shores, the Indians didn't know how to eat. They didn't know how to speak. They didn't have a culture. It was the British who actually civilized India. It is with this mindset that these kind of documentaries are made. With a colonial mindset. And this is exactly what our Foreign Office also said. This is a colonial mindset. You need to get rid of it. Anyway, when this Imran Hussain fellow in the British Parliament made those comments, it was Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister of UK, who stepped in and said that I don't agree with your characterization of the Prime Minister of India. I don't agree with this. Ye galat hai. This is wrong. So this is what he said, and this was a snub to the Pakistani, and the matter ended there. So people will try and form a narrative. People will try and say that this is wrong and that is wrong. And obviously, there is some sense of jealousy in all this. There is also a very strong, indication of how the world will view you once you start becoming successful. We see it in our personal lives. Once you become successful, you automatically give birth to enemies. People you don't even know exist. They become your enemies. Such is the fate of nations also. Any nation that becomes successful will have enemies from unknown quarters, from unexpected quarters. Apart from this, you're all aware of BRICS. BRICS is an organization with Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa. They have had a meeting in which Foreign Minister, South African Foreign Minister Naledi Pandor, the South African Foreign Minister, says that we need to start doing business amongst the BRICS nations in our local currencies. So get rid of the dollar is what this person is saying. Get rid of the dollar. So when India, for example, trades with China, India pays China in rupees. And when China trades with India, China pays in their currency. Or when we trade with South Africa, it's trading in our currencies. Why the dollar? So this has come up from South Africa. I think it's a great idea because there is an over-dependence on dollars in this world. And your foreign exchange reserves are judged by how many dollars you have. And this is, of course, done by America because that is the way they feel they can control the world economy, because the dollar becomes, the currency by which the world transacts. Now, lots of countries today accept Indian rupees. We buy a lot of things from Russia and we always pay in Indian rupees. In the past, we've paid in Indian rupees. So that is one relationship, and we should have a block. I think it's very, very important to have a block in which you trade in your local currencies. Whatever is acceptable today, we want to buy something from South Africa. And if South Africa is okay with Indian rupees, why should we get into a dollar payment mode? Or if the Indian government is okay with South African currency, why should we go for the US dollar? You see, so this is the kind of mindset that is coming to the fore, and BRICS has decided that they will take this forward. When it will happen, I don't know, but BRICS has decided to take this forward. And in another news, our External Affairs Minister, Dr. Jaishankar, he visited Maldives and Sri Lanka, and in Maldives, he met with the Maldives President Ibrahim Mohammed Solih, and they jointly, there is an international airport, there was a groundbreaking ceremony in which our External Affairs Minister took part, and they jointly inaugurated this. And he made a comment which is actually a slap on China's face. But I'd like to read that comment to you. It's very beautifully put by Dr. Jaishankar. He says that it is a partnership that has enabled us to swiftly and effectively respond to challenges. As we saw recently during the COVID pandemic, it is a partnership that has enabled us to deliver results and bring about tangible benefits to our peoples in accordance to their wishes, aspirations and priorities. Their wishes, aspirations and priorities. Wishes, aspirations, priorities. Ladies and gentlemen, just focus on these three words. What is Dr. Jaishankar saying? Dr. Jaishankar saying that India is a force of good. If we invest in the Maldives, we're going to look at, whether the people of Maldives actually need this or not. We're not going to go like a juggernaut and say that, we are a big country, we have more money and you're going to do whatever we want you to do. That's not true. That's not the Indian way. So we take people along. We see what are their priorities, what are our priorities, and let's partner. And this is also a reference to China. Because what China does is, I'll give you an example, and many of you may have heard it, but it bears repetition because China built an international airport, a world-class international airport in Sri Lanka. The only problem is they built it in the middle of nowhere, right? This airport was created 5-7 years back, and it was created with Chinese money. The contract was given to a Chinese company. The Chinese company got Chinese money and created a Chinese airport in the heart of Sri Lanka. Of course, the money, as I said before, went to the Chinese company, so the money came to Sri Lanka and they went back to, the money went back to China through the Chinese company. So Sri Lanka got nothing. On the first day of the inauguration of that international airport, a flight landed. And after some time, that flight took off. And that was the first and last time that the airport was used. So China builds an airport in Sri Lanka with Chinese money using a Chinese contractor. And who pays the bills? It is Sri Lanka. This is one of the main reasons why Sri Lanka's economy collapsed. Pakistan is a typical example of how an entire country can be, looted by the Chinese with the active connivance of their own government. It's happened all across Africa, and Chinese are past masters. So this is what Dr. Jaishankar was speaking about. And the last news item that I'll discuss today is, in the World Economic Forum Annual Meet 2023, Mr. Vaishnav, Ashwini Vaishnav, who is the Indian minister, he went there and he spoke about the semiconductor market, and he said that the Indian government has put in $10 billion as seed money, and there are so many people in India who have started this entire semiconductor game and manufacturing of semiconductors inside India, and India hopes to become a world leader, and India hopes to export chips and semiconductors because this is where the future is, and significant investments have been made. Today, India is totally dependent upon imports as far as semiconductors are concerned, chips are concerned. But tomorrow, that will not be true because Make in India is taking form, it's taking root, and top-class Indian companies are coming in, spending tens of billions of dollars in setting up these factories inside India, which will employ hundreds and thousands of people, and millions will be positively impacted, and it will have a great impact on our economy too, because all these electronic items, they need a chip. That is how they function. So this is what India is doing, and this is what Mr. Vaishnav said at the World Economic Forum, and I think it's great news for India. India, a country that will export semiconductors and chips across the world, will become a world leader, and this is going to happen sooner than later because the work on this has already started. That's all I have for you, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you again next week with another episode. Till then, have a great weekend.
Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president. Lebanon's presidency is vacant as legislators failed to elect a new president since President Michel Aoun's 6-year term ended on October 30. The worsening political paralysis has left Lebanon not only without a president, but also with only a caretaker government, stalling a host of economic reforms aimed at stopping wasteful spending and combating rampant corruption. Agency report for Republic TV.
We've got an iconic policeman on our show. आपका पुलिस का सफर बड़ा आइकॉनिक है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ सर, आपका सफर कैसे शुरू हुआ? Why did you choose to join the IPS?
मैंने तो तैयारी की थी पूरे इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस के लिए, पर कुछ संयोग ऐसा हुआ कि 2 पर्चे देने के बाद मेरे आंख में कुछ समस्या हो गई। इलाहाबाद में आई स्पेशलिस्ट जो सबसे अच्छे थे, उन्होंने इलाज किया, पर उनके पूरे इलाज के बावजूद मेरी आंख ऐसी नहीं हो पाई कि मैं इम्तहान में बैठ सकूँ। और 3 कंपल्सरी और 2 पर्चों के आधार पर मेरा जब रिजल्ट आया तो मैंने देखा कि मैं IPS में मैं नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे हूँ। इस तरह से IPS में मेरा सिलेक्शन, आप मुझे एक्सीडेंटल पुलिस ऑफिसर भी कह सकते हैं।
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with US Senators Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal, and Sheldon Whitehouse, who are visiting Kiev. Reports suggest among the topics discussed was the recognition of PMC Wagner as a terrorist organization, referring to the Russian private military company that has been aiding Russia's military in its ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Again, I just want to repeat thanks to parties for such big help, support, and President Biden, Congress, and for today on Rammstein, I had speech there, and on Rammstein, so Secretary Austin just presented the next package, this package, the last one, $2.5 billion of new ammunition, which are very important for us.
The meeting came as defense officials met in the US Rammstein army base in Germany, where Zelensky called for additional military aid for his country. Agency report for Republic TV. Several Lebanese reformist legislators continue a sit-in inside Parliament building for a second day, refusing to leave until Speaker Nabi Berri holds an open-ended session to elect a new president.
Mr. Gurumurthy, I think on behalf of everyone in the audience and everyone watching on television, on the Republic Media Network, online, across the world, let me just say that we are already we have besieged by a swathe of reactions to what you've been saying, because it is not just people in this hall, it is a lot of people across the country and around the world who've been mesmerized by what you've said in the last half an hour. So first of all, I think we are very grateful to you for that, and I thank you for it. And I also want to say how privileged I am to be in the presence of an intellectual giant like you, and how privileged we are as a country. Mr. Gurumurthy, you said that you are 74 and you don't know whether you will see the future that you have worked for and sacrificed a lot for. And by way of introduction, let me tell the audience here today, we are in the presence of a man who for half a century has gone through the most difficult hardships, taken on the most inconvenient of situations on himself. A man who's been facing court cases, fought for corporate governance, fought corporates in this country, gone to jail for it, fought political establishments. So when Mr. Gurumurthy comes on stage and talks about what he feels about the country and why he speaks so passionately, it is because 2/3 of his 74 years has been fighting for the India that we are proud to be looking forward to. So we are grateful to you, sir. Not just for your wisdom, but we are grateful for what you've done to this country. And I thank you for it. Sir, since we are in your presence, I will ask some straightforward questions. I won't go academic, I'll go straight. My first question to you is on Prime Minister Modi. Mr. Gurumurthy, when Prime Minister Modi took office, and when the results of the elections came on the 16th of May 2014, and I think he was sworn in around the 23rd, 24th, 25th of May 2014, the what I call the Lutyens media, they put out this narrative that he's a very good politician, a great mass leader, but he does not have an academic knowledge of economics. He does not have a domain expertise of foreign policy. So they were looking at identifying foreign policy and economics as his weakness. And they felt that the Prime Minister needs an education on this. Now when we look upon it 8 years later, 9 years later, we feel, and my view is clear, that I think the Prime Minister has educated a lot of people on economics and foreign policy. And what is happening at Davos today wouldn't be happening without his application of mind.